Melinda presents this unabridged recording of Gorgon, written by Greig Beck and read by Sean Mangan. The dedication reads, "To the men and women of the Allied Armed Forces, thank you for being there as both our sword and shield." None shall behold the Gorgos and draw again the breath of life. From Greek pottery shard, 1050 BC. Prologue. Sycro Cave, Crete, 1500 BC. Ducetius kneeled to grab a handful of coins. He rose slowly, his eyes fixed on the magnificent golden discs. Below him the red marble street was so polished he could see his grin reflected in its burnished hues. He blinked away the sting of perspiration and wiped an arm quickly over his brow. Ignoring the stifling heat, he glanced about, still grinning. It was true. The hidden city of stone with its streets of red marble, majestic houses, elaborate statues, and black rivers of oil, some of it of fire, existed. And there was the treasure, so much of it, piles and piles of precious stones, metals, and mountains of gold coin. The single long street was abandoned, silent. But it was like the silence that grew from the holding of breath, rather than that of solitude. Ducetius felt he was being watched. The statues were so lifelike and their details exquisite, but their visages were nightmarish. It was as if the sculptor had captured a terror that had befallen the models in life. He drew the sack from his shoulder and bent to scoop up more coins. It had all been worth it. He had followed the clues, paid bribes, cheated men, and stolen maps and scraps of information wherever he could. And at last he had found it, Hades. An underground city filled with riches beyond reason. He threw his head back and whooped, the sound bouncing away into the enormous cavern's depths. Ducetius listened to his voice grow softer the further it traveled in the Stygian darkness. He grabbed at more coins, then froze. A noise. He spun and let his eyes travel over the street. There was nothing save the blank stares of the statues who stood mutely weeping, screaming, or tearing at their own faces. He bent again to his task, but hurried now, feeling the desire to be out in the sunlight again. The sack was heavy and beginning to drag. He wished his son was here to help, rather than waiting for him at the surface. Another soft sound. A footstep? He whirled. His mouth gaped, and his eyes went wide as a white-hot shock ran through his entire body. The thing loomed over him, taller than anything he had ever witnessed. In the ancient scrolls there had been a warning about the cursed ones who walked the pits of hell. In his haste and lust for wealth, he had chosen to ignore them. He had been selective in what he believed, impatient, foolish. Now he could see too late that the warnings were true. He didn't want to look, but felt compelled to. His eyes traveled up the body until he came to its head. Ropey outgrowths coiled over each other in constant movement, parting to reveal a ghastly white face and the red-slitted eyes of a snake. A shocking pain like 1,000 daggers started in his head. Before he knew what was happening, he found himself running, climbing, scrambling toward the light. Thick, paste-like vomit spewed from his gut. Still he moved upwards, but was slowing now with every step. His body felt numb. Ducetius squeezed through the tiny opening in the cave wall into daylight. He was only barely conscious of the sun's warmth on his torso, and his vision was misting as if behind a layer of gauze. He was finally out of the creature's lair, but he knew he was not free. The coins fell from his fingers that stiffened to stone. He lifted his head on a creaking neck and tried to stand, but managed only to get to one knee before the joint seized. His son's voice sounded distant, yet he should have been only a few dozen feet from where Ducetius had exited the hidden cave. A shadow fell across his face, and his son's voice came again. He could just make out the boy's features as the ashen veil closed around him. He would have wept, but there were no words, no tears, no moisture at all left inside him. He lifted an arm to reach out to that familiar, beautiful face, but his hand fell from his wrist like crumbling chalk. His son's voice rang out again, this time in a long, tormented scream. But for Ducetius the sound receded, as if into the dark cave he had just climbed from. The sunshine disappeared too, and Ducetius became another stone monument to the gods. Chapter 1. The Sunken Palace, Istanbul, Turkey. Yesterday. The guide walked slowly ahead of the 40 tourists, turning now and then to glare at an individual who looked like he or she was considering taking a photograph. There were magnificent pictures for sale at the cafe on completion of the tour. End of discussion. His nasal monotone bounced around the cathedral-sized chamber, followed by a hollow echo as he ticked off facts and figures in the autonomous manner of someone who had spoken the words 1,000 times, displaying an enthusiasm as dulled as the once polished marble surrounding them. He waved an arm toward the forest of enormous columns that had been colored moss green by the centuries, and were now illuminated by lights suspended 30 feet above them and extending hundreds of feet into the distance. The Yerebatan Sarai, also known as the Basilica Cistern or Sunken Palace, was built in the 6th century by the great Emperor Justinian. It is 105,000 square feet in area and can hold nearly 3 million cubic feet of water. That is about 250 Olympic-sized swimming pools. It is also, I understood that it was built by Emperor Constantine. The American woman's voice was grating in the hushed interior of the underground chamber. The guide groaned. There was always one who thought they knew something. An uninformed misconception. Emperor Constantine built the great basilica on this site several hundred years before, but it was a place of commerce and for gathering, more an open garden with some underground vaults for storing things he valued. It was Justinian I who in 532 A.D. made the great basilica cistern what it is now. "Where was Sean Connery standing? Was it around here?" asked another overly loud voice. The guide rolled his eyes and exhaled. Here they were, within one of the wonders of the Middle East, and all these people cared about was where one of their movie stars had once stood. These are the true Western values, he thought. Aloud he said, "It is true that the 1963 movie From Russia with Love was shot in these very chambers before the walkways were constructed. That is why Mr. Bond had to travel by boat. And no, he was a half-mile further down in the waterway. Now please, keep moving, as there is more to see before the cistern is closed for the day." The guide motioned with his arm, and led the group of garishly dressed tourists further into the enormous chamber. He stopped on the walkway and turned to face them, his back to what looked like a small island in the center of the cistern's lake. Here the water had become shallow due to silt buildup, but the deeper pools still bubbled and splashed from time to time with large carp that had been introduced to keep the algae levels down. "The Medusa columns," the guide said, and pointed over his shoulder with a flat hand. The group turned as one to stare at the giant heads at the base of the columns. The faces, all showing the unmistakable countenance of the dreaded Gorgon from Greek mythology, were stained green with age, and either lying on their side or upside down. Snakes wove thickly through their carved hair. A teenager bent and turned his head sideways to look into a face. "They say they were turned sideways and upside down to reduce the power of her stare." The guide grunted. At last, a semi-intelligent comment. "That is one interpretation. There are other suggestions, such as the head placement is part of some long-lost puzzle, or the heads were carved in Constantine's time and used by Justinian stonemasons because they were the right size for a base for the columns." The teenager sagged slightly at the more mundane explanation. The guide waved the group on again. "If we can move along, hurry please." They moved like a single mass toward some wooden stairs. The guide didn't bother to take a head count. If he had, he would have noticed that his group of 40 tourists now numbered 39. Janus Koresh waited as the sounds of the group retreated into the distance, followed by the clang of a heavy door being pulled shut. One by one the overhead lights drummed out. A wall of darkness stepped down the chamber toward him, then passed over him to chase the remaining lights further along the ancient cistern. Koresh was one of the new breed of archaeologists, just as much entrepreneur as historian. They tended to avoid traditional work in museums or universities, instead acting more like mercenaries for the highest-paying collectors around the world. Janus Koresh was young, arrogant, and liked to think of himself as an antiquity detective. He got results, but he was expensive. He kneeled down, removed his small backpack, and pulled out a plastic lunchbox. After popping the lid and removing several wrapped sandwiches, he lifted free a fake bottom to reveal a set of night vision goggles, 6 large button-shaped objects, and a bowl of blue putty. Koresh shrugged the pack over his shoulders, slipped the goggles over his forehead, and stepped into the shallow water to make his way to the first of the Gorgon heads. "Ma belle." He ran his hands over the large face. "Gorgos." He used the ancient Greek name meaning dreadful for the monster, and spoke softly to the flaring, green-enhanced image of the cruel stone face. "May your gaze turn me not to stone, but instead make me rich." Koresh knew that the 3 statues weren't, as many amateur archaeologists believed, different artisans' representations of the Gorgon, but in fact one each of the famous sisters, Medusa, Stheno, and Euryale. He laughed softly and patted the broad forehead before placing a small bowl of putty over the baseball-sized pupil of each stone eye. He took 2 of the buttons and pushed them gently into the center of the putty, then turned the casing on each. A thin red beam shot out from both, neither overlapping nor hitting the same object in their path. Koresh quickly moved to the next head, conscious of the time, even though it would be more than 12 hours until the next tour party arrived. By then he and any trace of his exploration would be long gone. He went through the same procedure with the second head, and then the third. He stayed low for a few seconds, tracing the path of the lasers with his eyes. As he'd expected, each head faced a different section of the ancient sunken palace. Such was the fear of the Gorgon's gaze, that her image was often used as a deterrent to invaders, even in many modern Greek bank vaults. Koresh guessed it was the same here. The Gorgon's gaze was guarding something of value to the Emperor Constantine, something that needed all three of the sisters' power to keep it secure and hidden away from the world. Koresh ticked off in his mind the historical myths about the possible treasures that could have been hidden in Constantine's vault. They ranged from lost texts from the Great Library of Alexandria to the body of the boy king Caesarion, the only child of the brief relationship between Julius Caesar and Cleopatra, supposed to be wrapped in a golden web of Indian rubies and African emeralds. There was also the legend of the death mask of Megaera, the fourth sister of the Gorgons, erased for unknown reasons from the ancient Greek tales. Whichever treasure was hidden here didn't matter to Koresh. Any one would be worth 100 king's ransoms. And he didn't even have to remove the items, just provide proof of their existence and their location. For Koresh, a picture wasn't just worth 1,000 words, it was worth $1,000,000. He waded through the ankle-deep water to where the 6 beams intersected, and looked up at the chamber's roof. He twisted a dial on his goggles to enhance their vision, but still there was nothing, and no further clues on any of the other columns. Undeterred, he began to feel around with his foot. There, a lump or extrusion. He pulled up one sleeve and reached down to trace the outline of the object. It seemed to be a stone crucifix, roughly a foot long, stuck to the brickwork on the bottom of the cistern floor. He was lucky he was here in the dry season. The water was low now, but originally the cistern would have been filled to the ceiling, and this part of the chamber could have been accessed only with scuba equipment or not at all. The archaeologist traced the cross for a moment longer, before pushing the goggles up on his head and pulling a headband flashlight from his backpack. He slid it over his forehead and switched on the beam, squinting at the harsh white light. Though the water had been stirred by his movement, it quickly settled, and he could see that the embedded crucifix was at the center of 2 large rings, the first some 5 feet across, the second at the far edge of his water-refracted beam, more than 20. Koresh straightened and looked up at the ceiling, then at each of the Gorgon heads. This was where the lasers intersected. This was the meeting of the Gorgon's gaze that his research had indicated he should seek out. But what now? He frowned, standing still, and listening to the sound of the carp softly stirring the water in the darkness. He shook his head, kneeled in the water, and gripped the cross with both hands and pulled, then pushed, then turned it one way, then the next. It didn't budge. Merde! He sucked in a breath, grabbed the long end of the crucifix, and yanked it toward himself, straining his shoulder muscles. The crucifix moved an inch, like the long hand of a clock. Encouraged, he yanked some more, and was rewarded with another inch. Silt swirled up, dislodged from the ancient stone cross. Koresh readied himself again, taking a few seconds to suck in some deep breaths. He yanked, and this time the stone cross grated heavily, before lifting and turning freely like a giant door handle. Almost immediately there was a grinding all around him from the very edges of the cistern walls. Koresh stood as fish darted past him like miniature rockets in the now turbulent water. The grinding noise increased, as though some huge stone machine was starting up under his feet, and he could feel the vibrations in the stonework surrounding him. Dust rained down, and he was contemplating running for the exit when the floor seemed to judder and then drop a few inches. Koresh backed up against one of the columns. The grinding turned to a roar as the water level lumped higher and then started to drop. He quickly removed his backpack and pulled free another large flashlight. As he aimed the beam at the walls and the source of the noise, he saw that huge blocks of stone had slid aside at the waterline, revealing drains now filling with millions of gallons of water rushing to escape. He moved his beam further along the wall. The drain vents seemed to have opened the entire length of the ancient cistern. In what seemed like minutes, the water had gone, leaving stranded carp flopping miserably in muddy puddles. The inner and outer ring carved into the floor around the crucifix were now clearly visible. As Koresh traced them with his eyes, they started to hiss, as if pressure was building beneath them. The archaeologist's mouth opened in a smile as the larger outer circle spun and then dropped, and kept dropping until it disappeared completely. It wasn't a free-fall motion, but more a lowering, as the stone seemed to split and then reassemble itself into spiral steps that dropped deep down into the lower cistern chambers. Koresh stepped forward quickly and stared into the darkness. He coughed. The chamber must have been sealed for many long centuries, and the air smelled of damp, decay, and something that reminded him of fish putrefying at the high tide line on a beach. The archaeologist glanced at his watch, its face large on his slim wrist. He lifted his head to listen. There was a constant dripping and a few gasps from dying fish, but no shouts or sirens, and the chamber's lights remained off. Janus Koresh grinned. "All mine," he said to the dark hole before him. He reached into his backpack for a small hammer and metal spike. This time, if he came to another barrier, he'd go through it. He slid the tools into his belt, took one last look around, and started down the black stone steps into a Stygian darkness. He counted the steps as he descended, finishing at 100. The centum, an important number in ancient Rome. The twin beams from his flashlight and headlamp barely illuminated the large vault-like room. The ground and walls ran with moisture and dripping mosses. Koresh kneeled and wiped his hand across the floor. Polished mica, still shining like glass after all the centuries. Behind the slime, the walls were covered in beautiful mosaics made from abalone shell, more mica, and semi-precious stone shards, showing images of serpents, faces screwed up in agony, or nighttime scenes with chalk-like figures shielding their eyes. In one, a large figure sat in an ox-drawn cart, with a covering concealing its head. The detail of every mosaic was exquisite, and even now, centuries later, the faces seemed to take on life in the light of his beam. Every few panels showed a large, staring face, like a ghastly death mask, its eyes orbs of metal. Lifting his light, Koresh saw the metal was silver, and he knew that it would once have been polished to a mirror-like sheen. Viewers of the panels would have seen themselves reflected back in all the silver eyes. He held out his arms. "All shall bathe in the gaze of the Gorgos." He grinned and threw his head back, then frowned. He lifted his flashlight to the vaulted roof. In trompe-l'œil style, which created an almost 3D effect, the magnificent painted ceiling depicted a noonday sun, soft clouds, and birds flying across a blue sky. Someone had gone to great trouble to ensure this room would forever seem bathed in perpetual sunlight. Koresh lowered his light toward an ornate doorway. He immediately recognized the design, a Roman triumphal arch, used to signify victory over an enemy, or even over death. A wall had been erected across the arch, sealing it. He placed a hand on the brickwork, typical Roman fire-hardened clay. Strong, but the mortar would be weakened by nearly a millennium of moisture. He wedged the sharp metal spike between two bricks and struck it with the hammer. The hammer clanged and bounced back, causing minimal damage to the wall, but jarring his shoulder. "Fuck you too," he said, and replaced the spike. This time he swung hard, and the bricks separated. It took him another 10 minutes to remove the first brick. But from there, most came out like old teeth from loose gums. He kicked at the last few blocks, which crumbled inwards. Janus Koresh flicked sweat from his face, placed a hand over his mouth and nose, and stepped inside. Oof! It stank. Of something unidentifiable. The space was small, no more than 20 feet around, and plain by Roman standards. It seemed to be a fortified storeroom, which he had expected for something Emperor Constantine had wanted to keep hidden away. There was a single object in the center of the room, a huge urn of age-darkened bronze, as tall as he was. It reminded him of the pots whalers used in the 1800s for rendering whale blubber down to oil. He walked slowly around it, flicking his light up and down its sides. It stood on 3 ornate clawed feet, its sides adorned with horrible faces, crowned with what looked like writhing snakes. There was writing on the vessel and on the walls nearby. A strange script he didn't recognize, even though he spoke and understood a dozen languages. He rapped against it with a knuckle. The sound was deep and hollow. "Bonjour, beautiful. Anybody home?" He smiled and was about to step back when he froze. What was that? A sound? He put his ear to the urn, listening, waiting. Nothing. He snorted softly and shook his head. "Let's get this done." He ran a hand along the top to feel a manhole-sized lid held in place by huge clasps and chains. Koresh had seen many Roman chests and many ornate locks in his time, but this was a first, probably purpose-built. The signs were good. It was a significant strongbox with plenty of locks and a lot of chains. And to someone like him, that meant whatever was inside was of enormous value. Payday, he thought, as he placed the metal spike against one of the bronze clasps. He tapped it once with the hammer for alignment, then raised the hammer high and swung down hard. The first lock broke away. Chapter 2. 20 miles north of Fort Detrick, Frederick, Maryland, USA. Medical Officer Lieutenant Alan Marshall groaned under another onslaught from his immediate superior, Captain Robert Graham. He kept his hands tight on the wheel, hunkered down in the driver's seat, and let the man vent. He knew Graham was a man under pressure, and besides, the guy had a temper like Satan himself. Graham headed up the Alpha Soldier Research Unit at Fort Detrick's Medical Command installation. Its goal to create physically and mentally superior soldiers for the U.S. military. Graham had had only one real success in nearly 5 years. Alex Hunter, their first subject trialed on the experimental Arcadian treatment. Hunter was brought to them following a catastrophic battlefield trauma, more dead than alive. The treatment wasn't expected to do more than deliver some cerebral stimulation for enhanced cognizance and muscular mobility. After all, the man was little more than a vegetable. But Alex Hunter had recovered, with massively increased strength and abilities. No one had ever seen anything like him, and they'd let him simply walk away. Neither Marshall nor Graham had realized at the time that Hunter was a biochemical fluke, an aberration. Since then, countless Arcadian test subjects had been mutilated and destroyed, often by their own hands. Graham's recent batch had proved to be little more than brutal automatons, with a metabolism that cannibalized their own morphology. They melted down as their internal core temperatures burned through their flesh and sanity. Marshall had to hand it to Graham for persistence. He never gave up. He always had something new to try, and was constantly on the verge of a breakthrough. Marshall knew that if it were up to him, he would have tapped the mat ages ago. He sucked in a deep breath and looked at the dashboard clock. Only 10 p.m. in another 14-hour shift. You certainly didn't join the ASRU for the social life. How? Graham said angrily, his frustration still simmering. Huh? Marshall half turned. How what? How does Hunter's system provide the thermoregulation necessary to balance the huge rises in core temperature? What extra factor does he use or possess? What was different about him? Marshall groaned. Here we go again, more self-flagellation. Bob, we've been over the treatment notes countless times. There was nothing. We missed something. We must have. Was there some sort of impurity or contamination? Something already in his system that interacted with the compounds? Graham shook his head and folded his arms tight across his chest. Marshall chanced another look at the clock, counting down the minutes until he could get his boss home and bring himself some peace and quiet. He decided to steer Graham back to the science. That always seemed to refocus him. Well, we know that the human body's thermal output is primarily generated in the liver, brain, and heart, and also in the contraction of skeletal muscles. So perhaps he... Bullshit, Marshall. I don't believe it has anything to do with his body. The preoptic area of the anterior hypothalamus manages thermoregulation. It's his brain. It's always been his goddamn unique, beautiful fucking brain. Marshall sighed and glanced at the clock again. The run through Cunningham Falls State Park took about 10 minutes, and the winding road through the darkened forest, with the headlights lighting the road lines and little else, was almost hypnotic. At least Graham's belly aching served to keep Marshall awake, even if it did make the drive seem to go on forever. What's that? Graham leaned forward and put his hands on the dashboard. Marshall slowed. Someone hurt, is it? Or had an accident? He flicked on his high beams. Immediately, the figure of a man hunched over a bicycle was lit up like an actor on a floodlit stage. The man kept his back to them, fiddling with the bike. He lifted one arm and waved, but didn't turn. "For Christ's sakes, can't he do that by the side of the road? We could have run him over." Graham wound down his window as Marshall pulled the car up about 20 feet from the crouching man. "Can you move, please?" The man ignored him and continued to tinker. Graham pulled his head in. "Drive around him." Marshall shook his head and pointed to the side of the road. There was a high embankment on one side and a steep drop into the forest on the other. "It's too steep. We'll roll. Besides, he could be hurt." "Doesn't look hurt." Graham leaned out the window again. "Excuse me, sir, are you hurt? Do you need help?" The man nodded, but still didn't turn. Marshall sensed Graham looking across at him, but he kept staring straight ahead. It was cold out, he was tired, and knew nothing about fixing push bikes. He really hoped Graham didn't order him to get out and help. "Fuck it. Times like this I hate being a doctor," Graham said, and pushed the door open. He paused to look back into the car. "Keep the motor running. I'll see if we can't get this guy out of the way. Maybe we can call the local police to come and give him a lift." He paused again. "If we give him a lift, you drop me home first." Marshall watched Graham saunter toward the man, who didn't stop working on his task or acknowledge the approaching doctor in any way. Arrogant prick, Marshall thought. Graham reached the man and bent forward over his shoulder to see what he was working on. At last there was a reaction. The man turned and began to rise. One large arm shot out like a striking snake, and a huge hand wrapped around Graham's bicep. The cyclist rose to his full height and seemed to unfold. Marshall's eyes widened. Captain Graham was a tall man, standing 6 feet. But this ogre towered over him by at least another 8 inches, and was more than twice as wide. The man's dark beard glinted in the car's headlights, and Marshall caught a reflection from one of his eyes. Marshall knew prosthetics and recognized it as glass. The big man pulled Graham close, said something, then shook him violently as if to get an answer. Graham nodded meekly, keeping his shoulders hunched as if expecting a blow. He got it. The giant swung a huge fist into Graham's face, knocking his head backward on his neck and causing him to drop to the ground unconscious. Marshall was momentarily frozen with disbelief and shock. Then he leaped from the car. "Hey!" He regretted the action instantly. He wasn't armed, and the man outweighed him by more than 150 pounds. Further, a small black pistol magically appeared in the big man's hand. Marshall dived and rolled as bullets started flying toward him, then got to his feet and sprinted back down the dark road. He was picking up speed until a mule kick to his shoulder threw him forward onto the pavement. He immediately got to his feet and ran again. The devil himself couldn't have stopped him now. He kept running and didn't stop, even when he heard his car start up and drive away. Hammerson read the report again, his eyes lingering over the physical description of Marshall's assailant. Large frame, bearded, possible glass or synthetic eye. He had no doubt it was Uli Borshov, one of Russia's most effective assassins, and the man who had originally put Alex Hunter into a coma. He shook his head in disbelief, his lips pulled back, teeth clamped together in fury, and slammed the report down on his desk. How the hell did that big bastard get into my front yard? He rubbed his forehead hard, breathing deep. And how does someone the size of a grizzly bear stay under the radar? Seated beside him at the desk was an enormous man in black military fatigues. He shrugged and stood up smoothly, accompanied by the small whine of electronics. He's good, we knew that. The guy's ex-Spetsnaz and a psychopath. If anyone can get inside our tent and stay invisible, he can. Hammerson leaned back in his chair and assessed First Lieutenant Samuel Reed. The big Hawk soldier's arms and shoulders bulged, and the knuckles of his hands, where he gripped the seat arms, were raised and calloused, testament to years of brutal action. The big man looked fit, the benefit of the extensive upper-body physical work needed to compensate for his legs being useless. A recent mission had ended with Sam shattering his L1 and L2 spinal plates, and worse, severing the cord. Hammerson had needed Sam back in action, and Sam had wanted it double. Advancements in bionics and battlefield armor had moved to field test phase. So, 6 months ago, Hammerson had authorized Sam for a trial of the new mech suit, or part of it. The military exoskeleton combat harness was designed as the next-generation heavy combat armor. On Sam, the half-body synaptic electronics were a molded framework built onto and into his body. A metal bracing belt fit around his waist, comprising a power pack and supportive base for the banded ribbing up the back, which then dropped additional struts down each side of his waist, hips, and thighs, to attach to the hyper-alloy composite exoskeleton framework covering his legs and feet. It was light, flexible, and 100 times tougher than steel. The bands weren't just fastened to the outside of Sam's body. Electrodes had been surgically inserted directly into his muscle mass, in effect, moving and working his muscles exactly as before his accident. It was still Sam's brain sending the signals, but they were now relayed via the computer's fiber optics instead of his broken spinal cord, and the mech's exoskeleton provided the support his own bone mass couldn't. A psychopath, but a damned clever one, Hammerson said slowly. There are too many coincidences. The Arcadian shows up back home, and then the assassin who left him for dead in Chechnya reappears from the other side of the world, and either kidnaps or kills Captain Robert Graham, the doctor who originally saved Hunter's life. He shook his head. Coincidences? Bullshit. Sam leaned forward over the desk. Sir, Graham's Arcadian program couldn't remain a military secret forever. It was already compromised by the Israelis. It's not surprising that Russia, China, North Korea, and every other nation with an enhanced weapons division are suddenly taking an interest. Hammerson ran one large hand through his iron-gray crew cut. He was the person who had sent Alex Hunter near death to the Israelis, hoping they could revive him after he'd been infected by the Hades virus. They had, but it had cost the young Hawk his memory, and even now it was unclear exactly what had been rebuilt or rewired in the man's brain. But Sam was right. The genie was out of the bottle, and getting it back in would be impossible. Well, looks to me like some asshole decided to leapfrog the hard yards on R&D and go straight to the source, steal the creator. Hammerson exhaled long and slow. Fuck it, we dropped the ball. Hammerson picked up the phone and called through to the U.S. military's electronic surveillance factory beneath the Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. He was after Major Jerry Harris, a friend and the man responsible for coordinating the constellation of orbiting birds that fed back high-altitude intelligence from over the United States mainland, and also much of the globe. Harris and his team had been immediately set to work to find Captain Graham or Uli Borshov. "Jerry, anything?" "Sorry, Jack, nada. It's as if the pair of them just walked off into thin air. I've got every bird in a favorable orbit looking down over every shoulder. We're peeking out of every ATM, CCTV, traffic camera, and surveillance scanner on or off the grid, and there's absolutely nothing." Hammerson growled. "Christ. Okay, put the recognition programs into overdrive. I want Captain Graham found, all of him. I know Borshov. That monster won't go to ground. He knows we'll eventually find him, so he'll be on the move somehow, and fast. He's got to be trying to get back to Russia." Hammerson looked at his watch. It had been 10 hours. Graham was probably already out of the country by now, sealed in a wooden crate and on his way to the Kremlin's deep interrogation rooms. Hammerson shook his head and rubbed a knuckle against his brow. He'd had his differences with the son of a bitch, a lot of them, but he wouldn't wish that on anyone. He knew Graham would give up the Arcadian program, and he didn't blame the man. Advanced physical, chemical, and psychological torture meant everyone talked in the end, or died. The only upside was the man's work wasn't so much a success as an ongoing concept. Still, it belonged to the U.S., and Hammerson didn't take fondly to people taking his stuff. "Jerry, put some extra eyes on it. This is a priority." "Don't worry, Jack, I'll find them. Harris out." Jack Hammerson sat back again and turned to the large picture on the wall beside his desk. It was a black-and-white photograph of a granite-jawed man in full-dress uniform. Arthur Bull Simons had been one of the first commanders of the U.S. Rangers, and Hammerson's first mentor. Hammerson read the inscription on the small brass plate on the lower rim of the frame. "Go hard or go home." Sam cleared his throat. "There's one more thing to consider, sir. Borshov might have another target. Some unfinished business with Alex Hunter." Hammerson narrowed his eyes. If he could find the Arcadian, then the Russians could as well. He didn't want that happening on home turf. The confrontation would be damned messy. A lot of civs could get killed. He tapped his fingers on the desk for a few moments and stared into the lieutenant's broad face. He sat forward. "The world's turning under our feet, Sam. Time to bring our boy in." Chapter 3. Terrorism and hostages. They were trigger words that immediately called in Kamel Baikal. That morning 40 tourists and a guide had entered the sunken palace, and none had returned. The site manager had then entered and also failed to return. A single scream had stopped any other management or security personnel from going after him. The police had been next, and they had also vanished. It was as if the caves were consuming people, and not even throwing back their bones. After a frustrating hour with no contact from the police officers, another squad was sent in, with the same results. No return, no contact. Once again, the cave had eaten them. The severity of the incident was escalated immediately. Now it was Kamel Baikal's turn. Baikal was an Atsubei, or commander of the Special Forces Command. The Turkish military was NATO's largest armed force after the United States, and included two fully functional special forces groups. The first, the Askeri Commandos, numbered over 30,000 soldiers, and were used in frontline insertions and higher-grade operational activities. The second group were the Elite Special Forces Command, or SFC. This group, Baikal's group, comprised the most professional soldiers, the best of the best, drawn from the ranks of the Turkish Army, Navy, Air Force, and Gendarmerie. And counter-terrorism was one of their specialties. The big man stood with his arms folded in the darkened truck, listening to the agitated police commissaire give his report of the situation. Baikal's unblinking eyes were a bottomless black under his bushy eyebrows, and a brush-thick mustache jutted from his upper lip. His large bulk filled the interior of the mobile command center. When the police chief had finished, Baikal saluted and turned away, thinking over the information. Turkey had 12 active entities on its significant terrorist list that sought either to destabilize the region through a political process or, more crudely, to blow as many Turkish people as they could into atoms, every chance they got. In the last 12 months alone, Baikal's unit had engaged 22 times, and 22 times they had stopped an attack before it occurred. His negotiations were short and simple: total surrender or death. The political agitators ended up in jail, and the fanatics who wished to die for their cause ended up in body bags. Everyone got what they wanted. He watched, his concentration hawk-like, as his 6 men split into 2 teams of 3 and moved up the left and right flank of the now drained cistern in a standard insertion V pattern, M4 assault rifles at their shoulders, mounted flashlights throwing long pipes of light into the gloom. Communication and visual relay equipment was built into the men's helmets, and though most dialogue was performed with short and sharp hand signals, they also listened for Baikal's deep and calm voice. Baikal leaned forward on his knuckles and stared hard at the screen that was split into 6 individual frames. As his 2 teams came to the dark pit, their torch beams illuminated circular steps leading down into the near-impenetrable darkness. There was some sort of debris at its edge. "Hold it there." Baikal squinted at the objects on the screen. "What's that?" A soldier advanced and zoomed the focus on his small camera, and the object increased and clarified. He spoke briefly back to his commander. "Broken statue." Baikal grunted. There shouldn't be that sort of debris on the chamber floor, but it may have been submerged. After all, there should have been millions of gallons of water in the cistern, and no access to some secret lower chamber. "Proceed," he ordered. There was complete silence as the men darted forward, the images on screen sweeping back and forth, the barrels of their guns up and visible. The soldiers fanned out around the pit, swung around the area briefly, then looked over the pit's edge. "No bodies," reported the insertion team leader. For Kamel Baikal, that wasn't good news. Nearly 50 people had entered the cisterns, and if there were no bodies, warm or cold, that meant they must have been taken down into the hole in the ground. They had no information on what was down there, what the terrain was like, or why the hostages had been taken there, or, for that matter, where the opening had even come from. It also meant a blind firefight with terrorists was probably unavoidable, which in turn increased the likelihood of civilian deaths. "Break formation," Baikal ordered. "Mizrak team to lead in. Checkage teams 1 and 2, in after 10 seconds. Checkage 3, hold at rim of pit. Acknowledge. The instructions were repeated back immediately, and the first trio entered the dark hole, followed exactly 10 seconds later by 2 members of the second team, leaving the remaining man down on one knee at the edge of the circular pit. Baikal watched Checkage 3's camera image as it moved from the inky blackness of the pit to the surrounding chamber, then back down to the pit's depths. Already the other team's lights were being swallowed by a darkness blacker than Hades. Baikal's eyes moved to the other 5 image feeds that showed what his men were encountering as they descended into the pit. They traveled downwards for approximately 100 steps until they came to the damp floor of a large vault-like room. Though the walls were thick with slime and moss, the men's flaring pipes of light picked out mosaic images and what looked to be Roman script, as well as several other languages. The Mizrak team leader signaled his men to spread out. The 5 images moved slowly forward, each soldier's light beam cautiously sweeping left and right. As the men came to the end of the circular room, Baikal could see arched stone doorways, leading off into more velvet-thick darkness. For a fleeting moment he imagined the Colosseum of ancient Rome, where slaves huddled in the center of the arena, waiting for savage beasts to spring upon them from arched doorways just like these. The men were drawn to one central doorway, larger than the rest, which looked as if it had once been bricked up. Bricks lay scattered before it, evidently roughly chipped and pulled out of position. The Mizrak team leader pointed to new cuts and breaks in the stone, revealing the paler granite beneath. 100 questions sprang into Baikal's mind, but now was not the time to ask them. Distractions could be lethal. A boot pushed aside some of the debris, to reveal a metal chisel and hammer. Modern tools, Baikal thought. Someone had pulled those stones out recently. The tourists? Why? The 5 on-screen images came together, and a hand went up flat in a hold it gesture. All 5 images froze. Proceed? The team leader asked. Baikal responded quietly. Affirmative. The flat hand came down to point at the broken open doorway. Baikal stared with fierce concentration as his men stepped cautiously forward, careful not to stumble over the broken stone and bricks, careful not even to nudge the rubble and make a noise. The images jumped as the soldiers looked down for foot placement, then quickly back up at the doorway. On the ground, Baikal saw more pieces of what looked like broken statue, multiple statues, and also, strangely, piles of dusty clothing. One camera focused in on the closest carved figure, and Baikal saw that the detail on the face was exquisite. The artist had truly captured the emotions of pain, agony, fear, and a sort of hellish torment. He could only wonder at the artisan's intentions as they crafted those tortured visions. He frowned. There was something at the back of his consciousness bothering him. Being a former Special Forces soldier himself, he was trained to miss nothing. But he felt he just had. The 5 images on screen coalesced as the men reached the doorway and stood before it. Baikal leaned across and put his arm on the technician's shoulder. Rewind the last 30 seconds. The man's fingers leaped forward on the keyboard, and immediately the dark images raced backward, then replayed at normal speed. There! He knew it. On the slender finger of one of the broken statues, a gold ring. Baikal knew Roman statues had often been adorned with laurels of gold and other embellishments, but the ring didn't look right given the antiquity of the tunnels. He straightened and reached up to pinch his chin. A soft noise drifted around the chamber. The team leader moved the barrel of his gun slowly across the space. "Are you picking that up?" Baikal leaned forward, and the technician amplified the sound. Baikal frowned. It sounded like weeping. "We got it," he said. "Maybe one of the tourists. Proceed." The images moved forward again, slow and controlled. Baikal was about to get the technician to play back footage of the statues' faces when the tomb-like silence exploded into chaotic sound. Shouts quickly turned to screams, followed by gunfire, and the images on all 5 screens bounced and jerked. On each appeared a fleeting image of something large and mottled. A face? Frustratingly, the image refused to clarify and become distinct. It was well over the tallest man's head, hanging there for a second or two, motionless but not still. Its edges seemed to boil with movement, like coiling ropes thrashing in fury. Baikal felt like his brain was being squeezed, and he turned to throw up. He wiped his mouth and spun back. Around him, the technicians vomited or fell from their chairs unconscious. The screens were a chaos of light and movement, then transformed into a snowstorm of static. Only noise was being relayed now from the pit's depths, that same cacophony of screams, shouts, and rapid bursts of full automatic gunfire. Before Baikal could give his instructions, the remaining Czechich team member flew down into the darkness to support his comrades. For the first time in years, Baikal's calm exterior burst, and he pounded the table, roaring into his handset. But no one listened, no one responded. As the last man reached the deep chamber floor, his screen turned to static, and new screaming started. "Someone's coming up!" The shout immediately quietened the frantic movement and chatter of the command center. An unmanned drone used for bomb disposal had been sent into the cisterns. Its tractor wheels had easily navigated the sludge and small pools of water, and it was perched at the top of the pit, its single eye on the end of a crane-like structure that reached out and down, scanning for the slightest movement on the dark circular stairs. For hours there had been nothing. Kamel Baikal had been joined by the head of the local police and his counterpart from the Askeri Commandos, as well as dozens of local security personnel and a growing army of media that had to be corralled and kept well back from every entrance to the Basilica cistern. It was proving to be a frustrating and enormously distracting job, when all Baikal wanted to do was get back in and find his men. He was convinced they'd been attacked by an unknown number of assailants with access to superior weapons technology. He would have staked his men against any unit in the world, and knew there was not a chance in hell they would have allowed themselves to be ambushed and either killed or incapacitated so easily. Just as he was contemplating sending in a larger force with more firepower, the shout had come from the technician monitoring the robotic camera. There was complete silence as the technician zoomed and refocused the lens. Someone was coming up the stone steps on their hands and knees, crawling in the agonizingly slow manner of the heavily fatigued or mortally wounded. Baikal pushed police and commandos out of his way to get back in front of the screens. His eyes still watered after glimpsing the floating face and he had a headache like he'd been hit with a sledgehammer, but he concentrated on the image. As the figure came closer to the rim of the pit, the camera was able to pick out further features. It was a man, and he was entirely gray, as though he'd been painted or showered in plastered dust. At last, he placed one hand on the rim of the pit and pulled himself out. In agonizing slow motion, he rose from his knees to his feet. Baikal could see that it was his last soldier, the man who had been stationed at the pit's rim. He whispered the man's name softly. Zeren. Finally on his feet, Special Forces soldier Zeren Yanar opened his eyes and blinked several times. He slowly lifted one arm in front of himself and waved it about, as though blind, then let it drop, as if it was too great a weight for him to sustain. The technician telescoped the camera upwards, level with Yanar's face, and zoomed in on the man's eyes. They were completely white, from sclera to pupil, blank orbs. Zeren Yanar opened his mouth wide as if to scream, and revealed a tongue and throat that were also chalk white. Though the sound was being fed back to the communications command center, they heard nothing. All that emanated from the man's ghostly white lips was a small cloud of powder that twinkled in the harsh light of the robot's cyclopean eye. As Baikal and the dozens of other military and security personnel watched, the Special Forces soldier tried to raise his arms again. They appeared even heavier than before, and showered more of the powder to the cistern floor, before cracking at the elbows and shoulders. The cracks became fissures, and then the wretched man simply fell to pieces before their eyes. There was complete silence in the command center. It was nearly a full minute before Atsubai Kemal Bakal realized his mouth was hanging open. For the first time in his life, the Turkish Special Forces commander had no idea what to do. He finally spoke just 2 words. Seal it. Chapter 4. Allendale Woods, 12 miles southwest of Boston, Massachusetts, USA. Within the overgrown thicket, the grass moved. A manhole-sized door lifted an inch. From the darkness, unblinking eyes followed the woman as she ambled slowly through the parkland. Allendale Woods was 86 acres of oaks, maples, pines, and peppermint trees. There were also deep ponds and cattail marshes fed by underground springs. It was beautiful, secluded, and where Amy Weir had come every other day for the past 18 months since she had returned home. After she'd passed by, the grass trapdoor lifted further, and Alex Hunter slid out. He rose to his feet, keeping behind the trunk of a mature oak. Since finding Amy again, he'd been at war with himself over whether he should reveal to her that he was alive or stay hidden. Indecision racked him, short-circuiting his ability to think clearly. Seeing her both electrified and tormented him. He watched her, knowing where she'd stop, the same place every time. There were very few formal monuments in the woods, but this one had stood there since the end of the Great War in 1919. A single sandstone block, rough-carved and dedicated to a soldier who had never returned home. Amy bent to place a single flower on the ground in front of it. He wondered if she ever questioned what had happened to the previous flowers she'd left. Alex put his hand in his pocket and drew forth a single crushed bloom. He held it flat in a hand that was black with dirt and grease, looking down at its fading beauty. His eyes traveled further down his body and took in the decrepit clothing. His hair hung to his shoulders for the first time in his life, and he also had a long beard, probably stuck with twigs and debris. He only ever thought about his appearance when he saw Amy. He looked at her again. She hadn't changed. She was still beautiful and still haunting him, as he obviously did her. "You got nothing to offer her. You're dead, and you look it," a sneering voice whispered in his head. His jaw clenched, and he took a half step out from the tree. But like a dozen times in the past, he stopped. What would he say to her? What could he say? She did think he was dead. He'd let her think that. Everyone had let her think that. "You'd end up killing her." "Never." He shook his head, anger flaring. "The other one would. You can't control him." "I can. I know how now." Alex sucked in a breath and stepped out further. "Mommy?" It was the boy, about 2 years old, with black hair and gray-blue eyes. Alex retreated into the shadow of the huge tree trunk. Amy kneeled to gather him to her, and stayed down as they looked at the inscription together. A man joined them. He bent to kiss Amy's head and ruffled the boy's hair. Alex leaned his head back against the tree and watched. It was such a normal and comfortable scene, so unlike his own chaotic life. He shut his eyes. "I told you. You're nothing but a memory now. Nothing but a ghost." Alex's eyes watered. They looked so happy, the perfect family unit. "I could win her back," he thought with little conviction. The man put his arm around Amy, and together they walked slowly away. She called the boy to follow, but he stood for another few seconds staring at the monument. "You'll never win her back," the voice sneered. A snake slid out of the long grass into the warm sunlight and moved quickly toward the boy. Alex recognized the brown triangular banding and powerful short body. A copperhead, venomous and deadly to a child. He tensed, judging he could make the several hundred feet in a few seconds. But before he could move, the snake reared up. The boy's hand shot out, grabbing the snake around the neck. He showed no fear as he held it, turning it one way and then the other. The snake's mouth opened, and its long fangs reared forward. The boy squeezed and squeezed, until the head fell to the side, the flesh compressed within the scaly skin. "Joshua!" It was Amy calling to him, and he dropped the snake and scampered after her and the man. Alex's mouth curled into a smile. "He's like me," he thought. "So it can be passed on." He stepped out from behind the tree again. He had so much to tell the boy, so much he could show him. He could help. "Help? You can help get him killed." Alex paused. "When they know what he is, they'll cut him up, like they tried to do to you." "I won't let them. I'll tear them apart." Alex's fingers came together, gouging a chunk of bark from the trunk. "You can't even protect yourself," the voice said. "Look at you. You have to hide like an animal. You couldn't protect him all the time. Once they know, they'll snatch him up, and he'll end up in 100 pieces. An experiment. A lump of tissue under a microscope. That would be your legacy. What would Amy say if you brought that to her door?" A disdainful laugh. "You know what she'd say. don't you?" He closed his eyes and ground his teeth, knowing that everything the voice said was true. Amy lifted the boy and placed him on her hip. He looked back to where the snake's body lay, then up to the tree. He stared, seeming to see through its trunk, and Alex knew the boy saw him. Joshua waved. Alex lifted a hand and waved back slowly. After another few seconds, he rolled away around the trunk, his eyes watering. "Get the fuck out of here, dead man." Alex nodded and started to walk. He jacked a car and drove without a plan, cap pulled down to hide his face from the many cameras he knew were watching. Alex had been a hawk, a hot zone all-warfare commando, and he'd been the best of them. He had lived off the land, slept under snow, hidden under burning sands, and in more urban environments than he cared to remember. He knew how to make himself invisible if circumstance demanded it. He also knew who and what he was. He was capable of things that other people couldn't hope to accomplish. He was different, very different. And because of that, people either wanted him dead or wanted to dissect him to see what made him tick. His own military science division had tried to take him down. Then the Israelis. The memory of Adira Senesh, the Mossad agent who had saved his life and nursed him back to health, made him frown. She had turned out to be no better than any of them. Trust was the one thing he missed, and without it he felt truly lost and alone. His memory had slowly returned, but there were still some gaps. When he pushed hard to see into those dark places, he got tattered images of freezing caves and loathsome jungles inhabited by creatures that should only exist in nightmares. The headaches still kicked his ass, but given he'd been almost liquefied by a black bacterium from the center of the earth, he counted himself lucky to be alive. The endless lines on the road were a tether, dragging him forward. His face was blank, but his mind was a cyclone of emotions, and the sneering voice was always with him. "You're a coward, a hobo, a dead man. You got nothing left, no purpose, no hope." As the voice sounded again, he screamed his fury and banged the steering wheel until it broke in his hands. He held the single remaining spoke and put his foot down, his fury matching the machine's speed, until the engine popped and spluttered, then died. As the car rolled to a stop, he blinked, conscious that he didn't know where he was. It was dark and after midnight. He looked at the shop fronts. Omaha, Nebraska, over 1,200 miles from Boston. He'd been driving nonstop for 2 days without sleep. He pushed open the door, grabbed his duffel bag, and started to walk, keeping his head down. He had to believe he'd done the right thing, that he'd saved Joshua. By fleeing, he'd made him safe. What makes you think they're not watching the kid now, waiting to scoop him up? Alex shook his head and kept moving. You certainly can't help him now, huh, tough guy? He placed a fist to his forehead and pressed hard. Leave me alone. His voice echoed down the dark streets. He was on the outskirts of town, in an industrial area. He'd been walking as if in a trance. The place was run down, with graffiti all around. There would be no cars worth stealing here. I just need to rest, he thought, as his mind churned. He only heard the men as they hurried to catch up to him. "Hey, Jesus! Creeping Jesus! What's in the bag?" one of them called. Alex kept his head down and kept moving, his fatigued mind trying to make plans where none existed. The three men jogged to come abreast of him and watched him for a while, eyes sharp and hungry. They exuded a sense of menace, like a pack of savage dogs preparing to circle their prey. To them, Alex would have seemed a drifter with his long hair and beard. The duffel bag over his shoulder and dirty longshoreman's jacket completed the image of a traveler who'd been down on his luck. Alex allowed his eyes to flick over them. Two solid, one whip thin, all dressed in the uniform of the disaffected, dirty jeans and hooded tops. One of the tops lumped slightly at the belly, the unmistakable impression of a handgun. He had to assume they were all carrying something, but it didn't matter. "Hey, asshole, I asked you a question. What's in the fucking bag?" Alex kept staring straight ahead, but he heard the footsteps quicken. They were close. A cigarette butt bounced off his shoulder. "Hey, creeping Jesus! Give to the poor!" The man laughed cruelly. "Give every fucking thing you've got to the poor." The laugh came again, confident and closer. They were fanning out behind him, moving into a simple attack position. Alex automatically assessed their assault pattern and picked up speed, quickly scanning the street. There was no one else around. Good. More yelling, and an empty bottle exploded against his shoulder. His hands curled into fists, and he ground his teeth. Parasites. He hated them, these ticks on civilization that burrowed in and then corrupted it from the inside out. So many good and decent people had died, family, friends, comrades, so these men could replace them. Life's transaction was all wrong. They were nearly on him now, their footsteps rapid, almost dancing in anticipation. They hooted and catcalled with the exhilaration of the hunt. They didn't really care about what was in his bag or pockets. They wanted to rain hell down on someone, and tonight he'd been chosen. "Stop or we'll fucking stop you!" So be it, Alex thought, and quickly shifted sideways into a small alley. It stank of urine and was almost pitch black and tomb quiet. The men sprinted after him, screaming their annoyance, thinking he was attempting to flee. "You son of a bitch! We're gonna want some skin now!" They careened around the corner and skidded to a stop. Alex hadn't run deeper into the gloom to hide among the mounds of soggy newspapers and rotting garbage. Instead, he stood with his back to them, hands down at his sides, as immobile as a dark block of stone. His body was relaxed, ready, but his mind burned. His pent-up fury was like a tidal wave smashing against a rock wall, the pressure building. He felt the trio's soft footsteps on the wet asphalt as they approached. They slowed, wary. He closed his eyes. He heard and sensed everything, their breathing becoming quicker as excitement accelerated into nervousness. There was a slight ruffle of clothing, then the click of a hammer being drawn back on a small-caliber revolver. He automatically identified the weapon from the sound. A .22 snub-nosed Smith & Wesson J-frame. A toy. A snigger as the men's confidence returned, and then an almost imperceptible movement of air behind his head. "Kill them all," the voice whispered deep inside his brain. "Let me." He spun and grabbed the man's gun hand just as it was coming up behind his ear. He bent the hand around and back on itself, forcing the gun under the shooter's chin, crushing both his finger and the trigger at the same time. The bullet entered his skull and probably ricocheted around a few times in the cranium, not able to escape and turning an already addled brain to mush. The man's face retained a look of surprise, even as life's spark left him. Alex released his body, but before it had fallen to the ground, he turned and swung his closed fist back-handed like a sledgehammer into the face of another attacker, who was holding up a greasy blade. The blow came so fast and hard, the man's skull crumpled like an old soda can. Alex flung the body into the wall behind him. The third attacker dropped the metal bar he held and turned to run. He didn't get half a dozen paces before Alex had him by the collar and was flinging him to the slick ground. It was the whip-thin one, scrabbling backward, babbling now. "I didn't know! Sorry, man! I didn't know!" Alex lifted him again and slammed him into the wall. The thin hands tore at his captor's grip, but he might as well have tried to break steel chains. Alex brought his face in close. "You have no idea what's really out there." "I didn't know! Please, don't!" The eyes that had been aggressive and confident were now wide with terror. The predator had become prey. He clawed at Alex's hands and then at his bearded face, babbling and sobbing. "Who the fuck are you?" Alex felt nothing for the man. No, that wasn't true. He did feel something. He felt good. He drew his fist back. Chapter 5. Special Forces Mobile Command Center, Istanbul. Kamel Baikal's frustration showed in the volcanic glare he turned on the team of local police, who were tasked with monitoring the image feeds from the cisterns. He had requested a 24-hour watch on the cameras placed in both the inner and outer chambers of the deep tunnels. But sometime during the night one of the image feeds had gone dead, and no one had noticed for several hours. Whoever was supposed to have been watching wasn't. Baikal noticed a young policeman's eyes darting back and forth, refusing to meet his own. "You," he thought. He leaned his large frame toward the young man, his mustache a black shelf of bristles and fury. At last the young man's eyes slid up to his, and he dry swallowed. "I just stepped out for—" "Go." The policeman's mouth snapped shut. He looked like he was about to plead his case, but then must have thought better of it. He got to his feet and left the room. Baikal turned to a seated technician and spun his finger in the air, indicating he wanted the relay feeds backed up, so he could look at the information prior to the image whiteout for the 10th time. He folded his arms, but one hand crept up to pull at his mustache. There was always something, a tiny speck that might seem insignificant, but gave a clue as to what had taken place, he thought. Concentration drew his brow into deep clefts on his forehead as he viewed the footage. Like all the other times, the cameras showed nothing. All was quiet, dark, no motion. However, the mobile unit still stationed over the pit had picked up some sound. Initially a sighing or low weeping. Then a soft padding, like slow, heavy footsteps, followed by a noise like ragged breathing, as if someone or something large was moving around in that pitch black of the pit. Baikal waited while the technician tried once again to focus in on the pit's depths, but just as a slow-moving lump began to take shape, the camera's lens clouded, as though steam had risen in front of its electronic eye. And then the image changed to static. The breathing turned to a soft hiss, a sob, and then something indistinct. If a language, it was impenetrable. Karetsin! Baikal's curse bounced around the small room. He stood straighter, feeling an angry tension from his feet to his furrowed brow. His fist came down on the bench top. Again! The technician rewound the recording. The answers were there. They had to be. Baikal had had the place locked down. No one had gone in or out, and his guards were stationed at all known entrances. But he knew that for every entrance that was on a map, there could be a secret passage into the enormous 1,500-year-old tunnel system that hadn't been used for centuries. Again, the recording played. Again, nothing. Baikal dragged his fingers through his hair. He couldn't afford to sit on his hands any longer. His request for orders from his superiors had placed him in an operational suspended animation. But enough was enough. He needed information. He needed to know what happened to his men, the tourists, and the first police teams. There was a knot in his stomach that tightened every minute he delayed. For all he knew, there was a terrorist cell down there, releasing some strange gas or plague into the cisterns, which would slowly seep out to infect the whole of Istanbul. He couldn't send in another team, not after seeing Zeren Yanar literally crumbling to pieces before his eyes. Kamel Baikal had risen through the ranks of the elite special forces to become an Atsubei, and though age had ground down his stamina, his spirit remained as strong as ever. He wouldn't ask a man to do anything he wasn't prepared to do himself. He picked up a phone. "I'm going in." Nobody spoke as Baikal kneeled beside Yanar's remains. He held a long, heavy flashlight up at shoulder level, and with his other hand reached out to touch the man's shoulder. He hesitated. Even though he and his team wore fully sealed Level 1 biohazard suits made of toughened PVC, he had no idea if what he was seeing was the result of biological, chemical, or radiological assault on the young man's system. He shrugged and placed his gloved fingers on the body anyway. His first impression was of coldness, and a density more like concrete than flesh. There was no blood, just a dry and powdery residue, and chalk-like debris close to where Yanar's body and head had separated. He rolled the detached head toward him. Yanar's face was literally frozen, in a mix of agony and surprise. Baikal remembered the statue with the gold ring on its finger in the lower chambers. He had a growing suspicion about what might have happened to the missing tourists. He half-turned to one of the men standing close behind him. "Bag it. Him. All of it." He got slowly to his feet, wiping his hand on the biohazard suit's trousers. He knew it was a futile gesture, but it was instinctive to want to shake off something so horrifying. He turned to his 3 soldiers waiting patiently and cradling skeletal M16s with illuminated flashlights on their barrels. He pulled his own pistol from the holster nestled in the middle of his back, nodded toward the pit, and walked to its edge. He stared down into the inky blackness for a few seconds, waving the flashlight's beam back and forth. Baikal was the first to descend. He eased down the slick steps, finding the thick PVC suit restrictive and counterproductive for any sort of stealthy approach. The faceplate was front-facing, so he had no peripheral vision, and the suit's oxygen cells gave off a constant whine, like having a mosquito trapped inside with him. which meant any small external sounds were lost. The deep chamber at the bottom of the steps was exactly as it had appeared on his original team's monitors. Baikal waved his men toward the large archway, cautiously stepping over the tumbled stones and dislodged bricks scattering the floor. A few pieces of the statues were strewn about, and Baikal no longer thought their tortured expressions had been created by long-dead artisans with an eye for the macabre. The SFC commander raised his hand, and his small team halted mid-step. Something about the tunnel before him, the impenetrable darkness that refused to be illuminated by his pipe of yellow light, made his animal instincts scream. Fight or flight. His heart rate must have been close to 100 beats per minute. He could feel the pulse from his stomach to his neck. Baikal swallowed and carefully placed one foot in front of the other, until he passed under the arch of the doorway. His 3 men immediately followed, fanning out to either side of him. Baikal moved his flashlight around the room. It was no more than 50 square feet and octagonal in shape. "Temple room." His voice sounded loud inside his suit. The walls were decorated with mosaics of serpents and hideous faces, either screwed in torment or with something like blue ropes writhing around their heads. Baikal stepped toward one of the faces and saw that its eyes were filled with a dulled orb of metal. Lifting his light, he realized that it was solid silver. He rubbed his gloved thumb back and forth across one of the orbs and revealed his own ghostly reflection. Pure, he thought, to remain intact and without corrosion. He turned and moved his flashlight around the room. Each set of eyes glowed momentarily as the beam passed over them. When his light came to the farthest wall, it fell into more depth. There was another small room. He motioned for 2 of his men to approach from one side, as he moved up from the other. The vestibule was undecorated, suggesting it was a vault rather than the antechamber of a place of worship. In its center stood a vessel made of age-darkened bronze. It was huge, 6 feet across, and stood on 3 ornate clawed feet. On the side was a horrible face, crowned with what looked like writhing snakes. There was a manhole-sized cover resting on the floor, and bronze chain links strewn about nearby. Judging by the fresh scars on the side of the huge urn, Baikal assumed the cover had only recently been removed. Whatever had been inside had been sealed in tight, and then the lid further locked. The Special Forces commander walked forward and then stopped, frowning. He looked around the vestibule. It didn't make sense. The urn was large and certainly could have held several people, but it wasn't big enough to conceal the 30+ that had gone missing. Baikal stared at the urn, concentration making his eyes burn. All he heard was his own breathing and the whine of his suit's air-conditioning unit. Though he was thankful for the insulation, he wished he could have turned it off momentarily, so he could listen or smell the air or use any of his other senses, rather than having to rely on the narrow focus of vision the faceplate afforded him. His men held their positions, waiting for him to make a move or issue an order. Any of them would have been willing to peer inside the vessel first, but Baikal never asked his men to do anything he wouldn't consider doing himself. He sucked in a deep breath and stepped forward, his flashlight in one hand, the other gripping a gun held defensively in front of his face, his finger already putting pressure on the trigger. If someone or something unfriendly leaped out, it would take a point-blank slug to the head. He edged over the rim, and then exhaled long and slow. He hadn't even realized he'd been holding his breath. Relief flooded his muscles as the oxygen inflated his lungs. Whatever had been inside the huge vessel was gone, or had been dust for over 1,000 years. "Empty," he said. One of Baikal's men lifted his M16 to shine the barrel-mounted flashlight into the urn. He craned his neck forward. "Almost. I think there's something down at the bottom." The soldier motioned to one of his colleagues, who pushed his own gun up over his shoulder and made a cradle with his hands. Putting his foot into the interlocked fingers, the first man stepped up over the side of the bronze urn and dropped down inside. His boots clanged against the heavy base as he landed. The two remaining soldiers crowded forward, but Baikal held up his hand. "Talus, keep watch." The man nodded and went to stand at the entrance to the vestibule. "What have you got?" Baikal kept his voice hushed. The man inside the pot straightened. He was holding something in his hand. He shrugged. "Flakes, like scales, I think." "Scales? Of what?" Baikal asked, his voice rising slightly. The soldier shrugged again, and Baikal motioned with his thumb for him to climb out. "Whatever was here has long gone. Let's get back topside." The soldier went to drop the material to the floor, but Baikal stopped him. "Bring it with us. I want to take Yanar's remains too. We still need to find out what the hell killed him." He looked around. "And everyone else that came down here." "Sir!" It was Talus, still in the doorway. He waved Baikal over. "You've got to see this." Baikal followed him out of the chamber, and around the corner. Behind a mound of debris and shattered wall tiles, there was another exit, or at least a huge hole smashed through the wall. Talus crouched beside it. "Looks like someone found another way out." Baikal got down beside him and ran his hand around the edge of the hole. New stone. He shook his head. "No, not another exit. It looks like someone made their own exit." By the look of the gouges and smashed and pulverized debris, something had literally torn a hole through the wall at great speed. Baikal cursed. "Whatever was trapped in here has got out, and it's now somewhere in our city." Chapter 6. Jack the Hammer Hammerson sat in his darkened office watching the feed from the Vela satellite. His face was an emotionless mask as his fingers pressed several buttons on a keypad recessed into his desk, causing the image to dive down and enlarge, and then clarify the moving figure. The man was tall and bearded with long hair, a typical drifter, like thousands right across the states. Anonymous, invisible, but not to all. Not to Jack Hammerson. He'd been tracking his former Special Ops soldier ever since he'd given the impression of stepping off the side of a mountain in the southern Appalachians a year back. Alex Hunter, the Arcadian. Hammerson would know him anywhere. He'd been tracking him for months. Many times he'd sent cleanup crews to deal with the damage Alex had inflicted on some person or group determined to interfere with him. Just recently, Hammerson had watched Alex pursued by 3 men just outside of Omaha. He'd entered an alley, and the men had followed. Hammerson had known what the outcome would be even before he'd hijacked an adjacent CCTV feed to watch Arcadian dismantle the men in under 17 seconds. Community service, Hammerson had thought at the time. Alex was nearing a phone booth, Hammerson paused for a second, but his hand moved without him even thinking about it. He slid an on-screen bomb sight over the phone box and pressed another key. The phone's number appeared over the box, with two highlighted options: call or cancel. He pressed down, and the number flashed green as the call was initiated. The tall, bearded man slowed as the phone rang and stared at it. Hammerson could have sworn the face behind the beard twisted into a smile. "Pick it up," Hammerson said. Alex started walking again, past the phone, then stopped and looked up, almost directly into the lens of a satellite hovering more than 20,000 miles overhead. Hammerson waited, looking back into the young man's face. Time seemed to stretch as he remembered the remarkable warrior Captain Alex Hunter had become. Severely wounded in a Black Ops mission in Chechnya, Alex was expected to live out his existence in some sterile hospital wing, with just the beep and hiss of artificial respirators for company. Hammerson had intervened and personally authorized administration of the experimental Arcadian treatment. And it had worked, sort of. How was a mystery, a fluke of circumstances, 1,000 variables colliding at just the right time to see the man revived. But the Alex Hunter that woke was different, vastly superior in strength and stamina, with senses more acute than any other human being. As unique an individual as he was an enigma to both the U.S. military and the U.S. Stratcom Science Division's Alpha Soldier Research Unit. Hammerson had told his young soldier that the startling and unnatural changes he was experiencing were gifts. But some gifts came with a price. For all the advantageous changes to his physicality, Alex had also been afflicted by psychological tempests, a beast within him. Conditioning had taught him to manage his furies, and sometimes control them, but they were never fully suppressed. Instead, they waited inside him, growing stronger each time, until they burst forth in a rampage of obliteration. Alex Hunter was like a high-powered weapon, a military game-changer, but one that, if not handled correctly, could destroy those trying to wield it. Alex strode into the phone booth and lifted the handset. "Jack." The single word made Colonel Jack Hammerson sit forward in his chair, his mouth momentarily dry. "Hello, son," he managed, then waited for Alex to speak again. "I know you've been following me." Alex's voice had an edge to it. Hammerson shook his head, even though he knew Alex couldn't see it. "Not out of malice or intent, just looking out for you." "I don't need a minder. I don't need anyone. I'm not safe to be around, remember?" Hammerson smiled. "We're hawks. We're not supposed to be safe to be around." He paused, steeling himself. "We want you to come back in." The silence that followed felt like it had physical weight. Hammerson knew what he was saying wasn't wholly true. He needed his soldier to come in from the cold, but he wasn't ready to bring him back onto the base. Quite simply, Alex Hunter, the Arcadian, was supposed to be dead. Incinerated in a chemical furnace in the bowels of the military's disposal centers, turned to ash to destroy the lethal bacteria that was overrunning his system, and also to throw off some pretty pissed doctors in the medical division who wanted him back to work out why he'd survived the Arcadian treatment when all other subjects had turned into self-destructive psychopaths. Captain Robert Graham had found out about Alex's survival, which was another reason to leave him out in the wilderness. But the game had changed. Graham had gone missing, which gave Hammerson an opportunity. "I'm tired," Alex said, his tone flat and emotionless. "You? Hard to believe." Hammerson concentrated on the young man's movements, his body language and facial expressions, his voice, assessing his operational status. Alex looked over his shoulder, as if concerned about being overheard. "Not physically. I get bad dreams still." "We all have them," Hammerson said calmly. "Can't outrun them, so best to embrace them. Try and understand them. Determine which are real and which aren't. We can help you. We're ready now." "What about Graham?" "Not an issue anymore, but there are others still looking for you. You need to keep eyes in the back of your head. Look, Alex, there's too much to bring you up to speed on now. Let's discuss it over a coffee. Where can I find you?" Hammerson knew exactly where Alex was, but wanted to check whether the man was aware of his own location. Or was he wandering aimlessly along endless highways? There was more silence then. "Lincoln, but you know that." Hammerson smiled. "Only about 50 miles or so southwest." He split his screen and called up a street map. Alex spoke again. "I'm close to the Capitol building. I can wait." Hammerson traced some grid lines on the streetscape. "No, there's too much surveillance there. Stay indoors or out of sight. We'll find you. I can be there in a few hours. Do you need anything?" "No, just to talk is fine. I'll grab something to eat." There was a pause. "Come alone, Jack," Alex said. "I only ever bring what I need," Hammerson said, and disconnected. He kept the phone in his hand, then dialed again. "Reed, suit up. You're taking a trip with me to Lincoln, to meet an old friend." Alex reached up to feel his face. He was clean-shaven after carrying a full beard for months. It felt good. He'd rented a room for the shower, then cut away his beard and long hair, and discarded most of his old clothes. He was wearing the last clean shirt he owned. He'd get some new ones later. First, he had more pressing needs. His body craved food, again, a side effect of a blistering metabolism. It was 11:10 in the morning, late for breakfast and early for lunch. He crossed the road to a small red-brick restaurant and sat down in one of the outside tables, close to the wall, sheltered by some potted palms but facing the street. A tall, thin waiter pushed out through the door and stared at Alex with a mix of disdain and concern. "I'm sorry, sir, we're not open yet." Alex pointed with his thumb over his shoulder. "That's okay, I can wait. It says on the wall that you open in 20 minutes. The waiter pursed his lips, obviously contemplating whether he was going to allow Alex to sit there, in or out of business hours. Alex smiled again, trying to appear as harmless as was possible for a large stranger with intense eyes. The waiter rearranged his features to feign sympathy. "There's a nice little cafe down the road that's open right now. Why don't you try there?" He went to pull the menu from Alex's hands, and suddenly Alex was gripping the man's wrist a little too tightly. He wasn't even aware he'd moved. The response was automatic, like someone else was controlling him for that split second. "Let go, please." The waiter's voice rose in pitch. Alex fought an overwhelming urge to bring his fingers together and crush down on flesh and bones. "Please!" The man used his other hand to pry at Alex's fingers. "Please!" Alex blinked, finally hearing him, and let go. "Sorry, just tired. I only want something to eat, coffee to start, and then I'm gone." The waiter held his hand up in front of his face, recoiling from Alex's gaze. Alex smiled again, sat back, and tried to look relaxed. He knew he could be frighteningly intimidating. Hell, his glare made other soldiers take pause. He breathed in and out slowly, easing the anger back into its cage. He didn't want to become some kind of bogeyman that dogs barked at and people crossed the road to avoid. The waiter looked up and down the street. Alex could tell he was wondering whether he was going to need assistance from the local police, exactly the sort of attention that Alex wanted to avoid. He put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a roll of notes, peeled off 2 $100 bills, and laid them on the table. Just a steak, rare, and keep the change. The waiter's eyes darted from the money to Alex, then back to the money. Just a rare one, then I'm gone, Alex said again, and slid the notes across the table. The waiter's lips pursed for a second before pulling up into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. 1 rare steak, very good, sir. Would you like fries and salad? Alex shook his head. Just the steak, and make it a big one, half a cow. The waiter laughed obsequiously and backed away into the dark interior of the restaurant. Alex exhaled, sat back, and rubbed a hand through his hair. He kept the hand up, examining it as he curled it into a fist. The knuckles popped and stood out, raised and calloused. They looked hard enough to break rock, which they could. He dropped his hand, slid down a few inches in his chair, and reflected on his coming meeting. He wanted to trust Colonel Jack Hammerson, and for the most part he felt he could. He had saved Hammerson's life in the Appalachians, and in turn the tough old soldier had had his back more times than Alex could remember. But there was a seed of doubt that urged caution. Before he'd seen Amy and the kid, Alex had wanted to disappear. He'd even wished for death. But seeing them had changed everything. They made him want to live again. But as long as he suffered these uncontrollable rages, he was a danger to them. He couldn't protect them if he was far away, but he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't hurt them if he was close. There had to be an answer. If Hammerson wanted something from him, then he would need to trade for it. The waiter put a coffee down, and Alex drained it in one. Next came the steak. He looked at it and nodded. Nice. The thick and bloody slab of meat hung over the sides of the plate. Alex ate slowly, savoring every bite. As he chewed, he watched the surrounding area. Half a mile down the road, Antelope Park's manicured lawns and memorial displays were just visible. The nearest monument was 2 huge slabs of black polished marble, each 7 feet tall, containing hundreds of names of local soldiers lost in Vietnam. Further in, a ghostly platoon of statues, nearly 20 of them, in rain ponchos and helmets, marched eternally as a tribute to those who died in the Korean War. Alex stared at the frozen marchers. He too had served and fallen, but he'd woken and come back, whether he liked it or not. The day would come when he stayed down, but unlike these men, he would be remembered by few. Alex sensed the approach of the van before it glided into the end of the street. He watched as it pulled in a few blocks down from the cafe. Even though its windows were darkened, he knew the Hawk commander was inside. He also knew he hadn't come alone. Alex eased back behind the plants. The van's front door opened, and a solidly built older man stepped out onto the sidewalk. He rolled his sleeves down, placed his hands on his hips, and turned slowly to scan the street from all angles. Colonel Jack Hammerson. He put a hand over his eyes as though to shield them from the sun. His thumb was curled, and Alex knew he held a scope. He turned slowly, stopping at the cafe building. Even though he doubted Hammerson would spot him, Alex backed further in behind a thick palm. The van's side door slid back, and the vehicle tilted sideways and down, as one of the largest men Alex had ever seen, all shoulders and arms and slightly older than himself, stepped down. Something about the way the man moved was odd, but Alex immediately knew him. First Lieutenant Sam Reed, Uncle Sam. The name came back to him easily. He couldn't make out any unusual bulges or indentations on either man that might have indicated weaponry. But given what he knew of the Hawks, that didn't mean they weren't armed with something that could deliver unconsciousness or death instantaneously. Alex shook his head. Now I'm being paranoid, he thought. If Hammerson wanted me dead, I wouldn't be breathing. He sucked in a deep breath and stood. Time to join the party. Hammerson stood at ease, his hands behind his back, as Alex approached. But Alex heard his soft aside to his companion. Heads up. Sam Reed moved to stand at Hammerson's shoulder. Alex could feel their apprehension, but no fear. He stopped about 6 feet from them and looked from Jack Hammerson to the large hawk behind him. Sam Reed. Immediately, the large man's face broke into a grin, and he seemed about to step forward and shake Alex's hand. Stand fast, Reed. Hammerson's eyes were like lasers. Alex returned the unwavering gaze. You said you'd come alone. I said I'd bring what I need. Sam's my left arm now. And besides, I couldn't have kept him away if I tried. You still have friends, you know, Alex. People who want to see you, who believe in you, and want you to return to us. Hammerson kept his eyes on Alex's face as he spoke, no doubt searching for anything that might indicate instability. Alex conducted his own examination, reading the older warrior for signs of nerves, discomfort, a drip of perspiration on the forehead, a slight elevation in breathing, heart rate, or body temperature, anything that might indicate deception. Not sure what you want or expect, Jack. You handed me over to the Israelis, remember? They tried to kill me. Hammerson's eyes were unwavering. I did, and they took a huge risk taking you in. But they panicked when you ran. Bottom line, they saved you when we couldn't. You were infected with a lethal necrotizing bacteria. I couldn't do anything for you here, so gave you into their care. You survived, intact. Everyone else that got infected wasn't so lucky. Intact? Alex shook his head. That's right. Hammerson took a step forward. I know you lost a lot, and your memory's been fragmented. But I'm here to tell you that we're your friends. We can help you rebuild. Adira said the U.S. Medical Division wanted to cut me up. Adira Sanesh is gone, Hammerson cut in. She caused some pain to all of us. But she's home now, safe and sound. Forget her. My own people wanted to pull me to pieces to see what makes me tick, Alex finished. He still had nightmares about being tied down in a sterile white lab on cold stainless steel. I'll never let that happen, son. Circumstances have changed. One reason we're here today. I swear, you can trust us. Alex looked up. And can you trust me? I think so, Hammerson said. That's why you wore body armor. Hammerson half smiled as he tapped the plating under his shirt. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. The three men stood in silence, the seconds stretching. Sam broke the quiet. "It's good to see you again, boss." The big hawk took a few steps forward, and Alex looked down at his legs, his eyes narrowing slightly. The sound was almost imperceptible to normal hearing, but Alex had picked up the slight whine that accompanied the movement of turbo-hydraulics. "Did I do that?" he asked. Sam shook his head. "No, you saved my life. You sent what did this to me straight back to hell. But the mission went to shit for both of us. I lost my legs, and you lost a lot of your life." Alex nodded. "I remember you, in the jungle." "You're back," Sam said. "That's all that matters." "Not yet." Alex slowly turned his head to scan the street, the buildings and other potential areas of concealment. Satisfied, he turned back to Hammerson. "Well, you called me." "That I did," Hammerson responded. "Wanted to see how you were, in person. See if you found what you were looking for." "You know the answer to that," Alex said, and snorted softly. "I've felt you on my shoulder the past few months now." Hammerson smiled back. "Son, we were never off your shoulder. As I said, we were watching over you." He took a step forward. "Fact is, there's a lot of people out there who want to do you harm. I can take care of myself, and no, I didn't find what I was looking for. When I got there, it had all changed. You know that." Hammerson took another step toward his protégé. "Everything changes. It's what makes life interesting. We want you to come back to us. We think makes life interesting?" Alex shook his head. "I don't want interesting. I want normal. I want my life back the way it was. I want to have a wife, a family. I want to go home after a day's work, have a few beers with friends. I want normal." Hammerson shook his head slowly. "We don't do normal. I know you know that, Alex." "Jack, I don't want this life anymore. I want to go home. I was nearly there." Alex remembered Joshua waving goodbye to him. "I was so close." His eyes bored into Hammerson's. "Do you know about Joshua?" The older man seemed to relax, but Alex knew he was doing the complete opposite. He was making his body loose, ready. "Yes," Hammerson said. Alex's jaw clenched. "You knew, and you knew he was mine." "We suspected it. We assessed it was better to monitor the mother and child, stay away from them. Let them what? Continue thinking I'm dead? Live a normal life without me? I should be there with them." Hammerson shook his head. "You're not ready." He turned slightly side-on. Alex recognized the defense position. So much for trust. He rubbed his temple, feeling the ache again, deep inside. "That's just it. I'll never be ready. You should have let me die after Chechnya." "I chose to stay away and make them safe," Hammerson said. "And I think you did too. I take risks. We both do, every single day of our lives. And sometimes it's my goddamn shitty job to decide what's an acceptable risk for someone else. When I authorized the Arcadian treatment for you, it was a risk. But the alternative was leaving you as a brain-dead bag of meat on a hospital bed. Is that what you would have preferred? You're alive and walking around. You got a good deal. I'm a ghost. I don't exist. Alex Hunter, the real Alex Hunter, died on that damned operating table. And what's left is some sort of military killing machine. I can't even speak to my son. I've got nothing!" Alex's head throbbed, and a small voice began to whisper its hate to him. Bullshit! Time to stop feeling sorry for yourself, soldier! Hammerson yelled the words, chin jutting, jabbing his finger into Alex's face. We'll all be better off if you're dead. Alex ground his teeth. Did Hammerson just say that? The experiment was a failure. Time to clean the books, wipe out you and your abomination offspring. Alex shook his head. What did you say? Hammerson spoke again, but Alex couldn't hear his words. There was another voice, even louder in his head. We don't need you anymore. We've got the kid. We can cut him up, see what makes him tick. Like hell you will! Alex's hand shot out to grab Hammerson around the neck. Sam moved at a fantastic speed for someone his size, took hold of Alex's forearm and yanked. Without releasing his hold on Hammerson, Alex grabbed Sam's shirt front with the other hand. Sam was a big man, weighing in at around 250 pounds, with the mech suit adding another 80 to that. But Alex slowly lifted him till his huge boots were clear of the ground. "Put him down, Alex," Hammerson wheezed through a constricted windpipe. "You're fighting the wrong guys." Alex lifted Sam higher. His arm was beginning to vibrate, not so much from the strain, but from the conflict going on in his head. "Remind them who you are. They'll only leave you and the boy alone if you teach them a lesson." Alex's teeth were compressed, and his eyes blazed as he fought against himself. Sam remained calm, unresisting. He let go of Alex's forearm. "We came here for you, Alex, as friends. Listen to me, Alex. Hear my voice. You're safer with us. You want your life back? Then you come back to us." "I don't need anyone anymore," Alex said, but he released both hawks and turned away. The voice in his head still raged, but he shut it out. Hammerson coughed and rubbed his neck. "So what now? You're just going to carry on drifting around and messing up muggers? There's more to life for you than that." Alex started to walk away, and Hammerson raised his voice. "You never spoke to Amy, did you?" Alex stopped, but kept his back turned. "Why not?" Hammerson asked. "You tracked her down." "She doesn't need me," Alex said. He heard Hammerson step toward him. "You don't know that, son. She still calls me. One guess what we talk about." Alex turned, frowning. "She thinks I'm dead and she's better off that way." "Yeah, maybe her head thinks so, but her heart tells her something different. Intuition, I guess. She always was pretty insightful. I'm betting she looks at that kid and sees you every day." Alex shook his head. "You were right. I'm not ready. Everything's messed up. Inside me is a tornado of chaos and violence. Not good for Amy or the boy." "I can't make promises," Hammerson said. "But I know that you're out of options by yourself. With us, you still have some." He put his hand on Alex's shoulder. "What if I said we could give you back the stability you need? We can bring you back in undercover, and the medical division will work with you on your terms. Marshall's in charge there now." Alex felt like a door opened a crack, and light shone through. "Graham's gone?" Hammerson nodded, but didn't expand on the subject. "You have my word that we're here to help fill in some of those blanks." Alex raised his head and gazed at the trees in Antelope Park. "Anything's better than the half-life I'm leading now," he thought. "There's something else," Hammerson said. Uli Borshov's on our turf. Could be fixing to pay you a visit. Borshov. The name conjured up an image of a giant of a man, freezing caves and monstrous brutality. Alex remembered a gun barrel pointed at his face, the blast, and then blackness. You want me to kill him? No, if we can find him, we'll do that ourselves. He's snatched Captain Graham, which can't be a coincidence. If he's after you too, there's no telling who he'll try and get to. With Borshov, no one is safe. No one. Alex's shoulders slumped. Amy. Joshua. Hammerson nodded. We're watching them, but... Alex stared into the distance, thinking. He knew he was being manipulated, but if there was a chance of curing the rages he suffered from, the price was negligible. He might even get to live a more normal life and make it safer for those around him he cared about. He looked at Hammerson, and the older soldier's craggy face curved into a grin. Amy and Joshua are safe. Don't worry about them. But we've all got some scores to settle with that big bastard, and we've got some leads. Let's grab a coffee and we can catch you up on a few things. Borshov the Beast. After another few seconds, Alex returned the smile. Coffee sounds good. I know a place. I'm a regular. Chapter 7. Izmit, Turkey, 60 miles east of Istanbul. Arf, 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 arf. Zaida screwed up a weathered eye and tried to shut the sound of the dog's continued barking from her mind. It was hard enough trying to make sense of what was on the television when the reception made everything look like it was covered in radioactive snow. She looked across to Yarny, her husband, and then to the new antenna that was still a pile of metal poles, loops of wire, and bags of screws stacked near the door. Arf, 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 arf. On and on the noise went, threatening to grind her brain to mush, and her fat husband just sat reading a paper, oblivious to the clamor. Zaida stared at him, hoping her volcanic gaze would set the newsprint on fire. But he continued to sit there, his head nodding slightly, blue cigarette smoke curling up beside his puffy, grizzled face. Her lips moved in a curse, and she groaned to her feet and crossed to the window. Instead of throwing it open, she shouted at the glass, "Shut up, cursed mongrel!" The window seemed to rattle with the ferocity of her words, but Yarny hadn't budged, and of course, the barking didn't stop. She turned back to the window. The sun was setting, and she could just make out the ancient clock tower in the city center. It was old, but just a speck in history compared to her home. She angled her vision so she could just glimpse the ruins of a Roman aqueduct touching one of the hills. Izmit, built on the fertile plain of the inland Sea of Marmara, had been one of the easternmost capitals of the Roman Empire for more than half a century, but was old even back then. Now the city was desperate to modernize, but in the hills where Zaida and Yarny lived, life was still bucolic, insular, and resistant to anything more modern than television and the motor car. Zaida pulled back from the window. She would have enjoyed the view if not for that fucking noisy dog. She spun around at her husband. That bushkin! Barking, barking! All the time with the barking! Yarny's cigarette went from one side of his mouth to the other, and a slit opened in his lips. Must have seen a fox. Zaida stomped over to her husband and grabbed his arm. Well, get out there and shut him up. He's driving me crazy. Yarny jerked his arm away. Piss off, woman. It's cold out there. He continued reading. Zaida swatted her hand up through his paper. If you don't, I will." She waited a few seconds. The only movement was Yarny's eyes slowly taking in the print. "Fine. Then I will shut him up, permanently." She clumped to the door, snatching up the coal shovel on the way. She paused, daring him to stop her, but he lifted the paper higher so that only his gray hair was visible above its pages. Zaida pulled open the door. "Urf, urf, 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 urf." Out on the porch, the sound was even worse. There was just a faint glow on the horizon now, and the yellow luminescence from the windows only bathed the hard ground for little more than 10 feet from the front steps. The dog was chained near the shed. She could see it was at the chain's full length, and oddly, facing toward the house, as if the fox or whatever was upsetting him had made its way inside. "Bushkin, you stop," she commanded. The dog flattened its ears and whined, then continued barking. Zaida made a guttural sound of annoyance that caused her breath to steam in the dark, cold air. She stepped down, gripping the shovel tighter. Either the dog or the fox was about to get a headache to match her own. Yarny curled his toes inside his socks. He drew on his cigarette but got nothing but cold, stale air. He thought about relighting it, but after examining its length, decided instead to flick the butt into the fire. He peered around their small, cluttered room and frowned. "Zaida?" How long had he been sitting there alone? Was his wife still outside? Stupid woman. The barking had stopped ages ago, or at least he thought it had. He shook his head. There was no way Zaida would really hit the dog. She might not like it, but it was the only thing keeping the foxes away from the chickens. Yarny looked toward the curtains. It was dark and cold outside. "She's not that stupid," he thought. He got slowly to his feet and stretched his back, then rolled down his sleeves. His forearms were massively muscled, attesting to a life of hard work. Dinner wouldn't cook itself. He'd see what was keeping her. He pulled his shirt down over a paunch that caused his belt to strain on its very last notch, and lumbered toward the door. He looked briefly at his jacket, but shrugged. He'd only be a few minutes. He left the door ajar and stood on the porch, scanning the dark front yard. There was no sign of his wife. "Zaida! Zaida!" He stepped down into the yard and called again. He stopped to listen. It was unusually silent. There should have at least been the hoot of an owl or the rustle of creatures starting their nighttime forage, not to mention the dog. He squinted at a shape beside the shed. It could be Bushkin lying flat on his side, legs stiff like he was already frozen solid. But it's not that cold, he thought, and then, the old witch really killed him. "Zaida, you can bury the dog," he called out, walking toward the body. Maybe she'd gone to finish off the fox as well, or at least check on her chickens. As he kneeled, he raised his head to yell again. "And you can watch the chickens now! You get Bushkin's job!" He put his hand on the dog. The body was cold and hard. Even his fur was stiff spikes. His white eyes were wide, and his tongue protruded from his open mouth, stretched wide in terror or madness. There was a small sound from behind him, like weeping, he thought. He half turned. "Stupid woman! I said you can watch the—" A figure moved in front of him, and he looked up. A feeling like 1,000 razor blades welled up from his gut. He opened his mouth to scream, but nothing came. A small dot of pain in the center of his head grew to a stuffy inferno that pressed his eyes and ears from the inside. It was as if something was blooming deep inside his brain. His eyes began to cloud over, and he fell beside the dog. As he looked into Bushkin's cold, mute face, he seemed to say, "I tried to warn you." Guive, Sakarya Province. The streets were narrow and empty. Many of the rooftops were newly tiled, or domed and rebuilt 100 times over the centuries. The crowded architecture made Guive look like a concrete scab on the green surrounding countryside. Smoke from fireplaces too numerous to count lifted from chimney tops, but struggled to rise more than a dozen feet in the still air before falling into the laneways to create a mist that reeked of pine wood, garlic, and roasting meat. Gorgon and Maluk Demit walked home slowly, their backs sore and their boots muddy, after spending the last 12 hours pitching hay and mucking out barns on the town's outskirts. Both men were in their 40s, had never married, and probably never would unless they sought a wife in one of the larger towns, further up or down the main road. Gorgon, the elder of the two, carried a parcel of goat meat. He reached out to slap his brother on the shoulder. "This Sunday we'll go to Ulu Kamii Mosque, the great one." Maluk groaned. "Again? I think you go to pay homage to the widows afterwards, more than to worship inside on your knees." Gorgon laughed. "I pray for love every time. Is that such a bad thing? So far, all I have in return for my prayers is you." Maluk laughed. "And my curse is worse. I ended up with you." Gorgon shoved his younger brother and shifted the meat to his other arm. He jerked to a stop. "Uh-oh. Looks like we have a late traveler. And sounds like he's sad. Do you hear that crying?" Maluk followed his brother's gaze. "What's that on his head?" The figure was just coming out of the mist. As soon as Maluk's eyes alighted on it, and he saw, really saw, he felt a fist clamp down deep in his skull. Beside him, Gorgon grunted, doubled over, and vomited. Instead of the wet splash of stomach juices and partially digested lunch, what actually hit the ground was more like drying cement. Maluk's mouth opened in a silent scream, and he dropped to his knees, clawing at his face. His skin started to crack and craze like a clay pot that had been left too long in the kiln. The figure looked down at the two men, or what was left of them. One was doubled over, his fingers digging into the ancient cobblestones. The other's frozen hands clawed at a face that was now as solid as the ground beneath his knees. The creature turned its head slowly. It didn't see the town of Guive, just as it hadn't seen Izmit or any of the others it had passed through. Instead, it saw a land that had existed thousands of years ago, when the ancient towns were little more than huts or caravan trails, and the humans were few. The small beings had worshipped it then, gladly offering up morsels that it had either consumed immediately or stored for later use. But then it had been trapped and imprisoned. It looked at the silvery orb overhead, hating its clarity and dryness. It longed for warmth, wetness, and an endless blue twilight. It ached for the tall cities of its homeland, with silver spires that touched the sky. Most of all, it felt the pain of separation from its own kind. The years of imprisonment, of solitude, had caused a loneliness and sadness that was fathomless. They had also given it a ravenous hunger that was all-consuming. It sensed the millions of living beings all around, and felt overwhelmed. They had multiplied so quickly. Since its release, though, it was growing stronger. Every small life absorbed gave it energy, nourishing it, making it more powerful than anything that had walked the land since the time of the Saurian giants. The moon's silvery light was strong enough to cast a weak shadow of the creature on the wall of the laneway. It saw itself, and once again felt the irresistible urge to find its own kind. They still had work to do. It drifted carelessly past the dried husks of the men. The small beings existed only to worship it, or feed it. Chapter 8. Colonel Jack Hammerson watched Alex Hunter tossing and turning on the narrow bed. There were no adornments on the walls or surfaces in the billet he'd been assigned. No pictures, mementos, or personal items of any shape or form. Beside him on the floor was a duffel bag containing spare clothing and cash, the sum total of his possessions. Hammerson turned a dial, and the camera focused in on Alex's face. It was slick with perspiration. His lips moved, and the muscles in his jaw and cheeks bulged from time to time. "That's some nightmare." Hammerson didn't turn to the voice. "Been like that every night." Lieutenant Alan Marshall, formerly second-in-command of the Alpha Soldier Research Unit, raised his eyebrows as he looked at the readout. "The EEG still looks like a cross between a migraine and epileptic seizure, but there's a change from when we first tested him a few years back. Something else within the primary rhythms. If I had to guess, I'd say there's another signature underlying his own, like two wave streams, one on top of the other." "You mean like a split personality?" Hammerson's forehead creased. Marshall flipped a page. "Don't know, but that encephalic thunderstorm raging in there sure is masking something weird." He shook his head. "The continual high alpha activity alone should be burning him up, killing him." Hammerson turned slowly. "Just like Captain Graham's experiments, huh?" "Wasn't my call then, Jack, and it's not how I would have done things." Marshall looked up from the feed and into Alex's room. "I can't believe he's alive, and here." "Well, he's here because I trusted you would do things differently, so don't let me down. When Borshov snatched Graham, it gave me an opportunity. I can ease him back in, inform the brass he was on an undisclosed mission in deep cover. Meantime, we can work on his disabilities together. Try to manage the side effects of what we did to him." Marshall held Hammerson's eyes for a moment, before looking back down at the initial blood results. "But we didn't do this, Jack. The Arcadian treatment couldn't do this. This is beyond anything we tried in the program. There's something else inside him that was probably there to begin with. The thing that makes him so different." "Can you isolate it?" Hammerson asked. "Maybe, if I can find a place to start. Look here." He pointed to the chart. "Just two things off the top. The high proteolipid and phospholipid count across the entire cranial sphere. It shouldn't be there at his age, and it's leading to the myelin sheathing in his brain kick-starting again. Once you're over 20, the myelin sheath around your axons and neurons weakens. However, with Alex, his are actually rebuilding, reforming, and I think it's turbocharging his ability to think." Marshall slid his finger down the page, then looked up and grinned. "But that's nothing compared to this. This is a doozy. The ends of his chromosomes have stopped fraying." "Once again for the non-eggheads," Hammerson said. Marshall snorted. "At the end of each strand of DNA, there's something called a telomere, A biological capstone that stops the chromosomes deteriorating. Cells have an ability to divide many times before they start to deteriorate and shorten. That's how we age. But with Alex, his DNA strands don't fray anymore. In fact, the telomere tips look almost totally intact. This could be why he has such enormous potential for rapid cellular repair. His body rebuilds itself almost as fast as trauma or the elements tear it down. For all we know, Alex Hunter might live to be 200 or even longer. The only other cells like that with no finite chronological barrier are cancer cells. Marshall blew air between his lips. If you asked a scientist, military man, or even a sports coach to design the next generation of human being, you'd probably end up with Alex Hunter. The guy's a freak. And we made him like that. Hammerson sighed. Don't tell him about the potential longevity. He's struggling enough with one lifetime at the moment. He turned to Marshall, his stare intense. Lieutenant, I want Arcadian back in operation. He's done more for his country than most, and if anyone deserves a second or third chance, it's him. With Graham gone, you're in charge. I'm taking a risk bringing you in on this, but he needs help. He'll tear himself or us apart unless we work out how to disengage those psychological cyclones. Can you do it? I can try, Marshall said. We need more than try, Hammerson said evenly. Marshall grimaced. Will he remember me? Do you mean, will he remember how you guys tried to kill him? Or that you sent those biological robots up Black Mountain after him and me? Like I said, that wasn't me. Hammerson stared at the man on the bed again. Who knows? Probably. Maybe that's where his nightmares are coming from. He gave the scientist a humorless smile. Don't worry about it. I'll deal with that. You just find a way to help him. Bottom line is, Alan, I need him back, now. Alex felt his neck tingle and tension run through his entire body as he followed Hammerson into the laboratory. The room was white-tiled, and at its center stood a single cot bed made of polished steel, with a half-inch metal railing running around its outside. Heavy-gauge wire attached to the railing ended in padded cuffs, one each on the lateral sides and two at the far end. At the other end, the head end, Alex presumed, there was a single, larger strap. All the cuff wires fed into digital monitors, currently inactive. Marshall took a small step back as Alex turned toward him. His face was white and his eyes unblinking. He nodded, trying to smile, but it looked more like a rictus. Captain Hunter, Alex. Hello. I wonder if you remember me. Alan Marshall? Alex looked from the cot to Hammerson. They're not chaining me to the bed again. Hammerson shrugged. Fine with me, but hear the lieutenant out. He's here to help you, really help. If anyone can give you some clear water on your condition, he can. Marshall stepped forward. I didn't approve of Captain Graham's methods. He cut corners, was impatient, reckless. Things got out of hand. He swallowed. Jack's right. I am going to help. You just need to trust me. Alex snorted. I'll be here the whole time, Hammerson said. Marshall pointed to the bed. Sit down, please, and I'll tell you what I have planned. He lifted a chart, took a page off the top, and handed it to Alex. You can see for yourself. Alex read down the list of tests, then looked up and nodded. Go on. Marshall seemed to relax a little. We know that when you suffer an episode, your strength peaks, and self-control is sometimes one of the first casualties. So I need to trigger that situation to see what effects it has on your brain, and on what areas of the brain." He pointed to a cap with electrodes trailing from it. "If you agree to me initiating an episode, I can see where your brain lights up and determine what's firing, overfiring, or misfiring. Once I understand the what and where, I can work on mitigating the effects with a management plan, or at least a palliative cure. How does that sound?" Alex shrugged. "Will I be out for the episode?" "Yes." Marshall picked up one of the cuffs. "Hence the restraints. These are for your protection as well as mine. I expect your physical side will kick in while you're under, and you may get violent, which could disrupt the readings or damage the equipment, or us." He placed a hand on the digital reader the cable fed into. "These will give us some data on the correlation between strength and exertion." Hammerson placed a hand on Alex's shoulder. "Like I said, I'll be right here. Any problems, I'll can the tests and drag you out pronto. Okay?" Alex handed the test sheet back to Marshall. "Let's do it." Marshall called in an orderly, a huge man, who strapped Alex to the cot without once meeting his eyes. "No offense, sir," he said, as he attached multiple electrodes to Alex's head and chest. "None taken," Alex responded. Marshall stood to the side, holding a small box. Another orderly stood at ease next to him, his face friendly but alert. When Alex was secured, Marshall looked to Hammerson, who was already in the control room behind the glass wall. "Comfortable?" Marshall asked Alex, before opening the box. Inside there were 2 enormous syringes. Alex raised his eyebrows. Marshall pulled out the first syringe, finger-thick and filled with an amber fluid. "This will put you into a full resting condition, more like being asleep and dreaming than unconscious." He injected Alex's arm as he talked. "It also contains neuropeptides, which will ease the problems you're having with some memory blank spots." He replaced the syringe in the box and lifted the second one, which was filled with a clear fluid. "And this is my own cocktail. It's going to trick your system into thinking it's in a fight-or-flight situation. You'll be getting drowsy shortly, and just as well, as this needs to go directly into your amygdala. It contains the neurotransmitter epinephrine, plus the hormone cortisol in a glucose suspension. The catecholamine hormones will make your body think it's about to fight for its life." Marshall placed his gloved fingers on Alex's neck and turned his head away. He inserted the long needle into the base of the skull, pushing in deep. "This is either going to be a good idea or a very bad one," he said. "Good luck." Alex rolled his head back and nodded. "To both of us." Hammerson watched as Marshall bustled back into the room. He glanced at Alex and the military orderlies through the glass viewing panel, then flicked a switch to open communications between the 2 rooms. "Clear the room," he told the orderlies. The 2 huge men quickly finished their tasks and departed. Marshall half-turned to Hammerson. "We need to move quickly. His body will metabolize the drugs soon. A normal man would be under for 8 to 12 hours. With Alex, if we get an hour, I'll be happy. Got to start the mapping now." He pressed keys and switched on screens in a row of identical monitors, bringing them online. The first monitor displayed a real-time view of Alex's face. Below it, pulse graphs showed his heart rate and other metabolic functions. The next screen showed a 3D image of his brain, detailing all the folds and creases. The next showed a skull-shaped matrix of flashes and luminous threads, like fireworks exploding along miniature electric highways. "Walk me through it," Hammerson said. Marshall motioned to the screens. "They're all showing part of Alex, his external physical self, his neuroarchitecture, and his brain's electrical pulse profile. He fiddled with one of the screens before continuing. When we combine them all, we see Alex's brain activity profile down to the most minute detail. The final screen showed a ghostly image of Alex's face, imposed over the cauliflower shape of the brain, and then within it the neural highways and synapses firing their impulses. Hammerson found it both eerie and fascinating. Marshall keyed some more information, then motioned to the screens. What we're seeing right now is full resting normal, but when the epinephrine and cortisols kick in, we should see something very different. That doesn't look normal now, Hammerson said. That's because it's not. Marshall sounded unconcerned. The normal brain has many sulcus folds, and the cerebral cortex is highly wrinkled. Essentially, this makes the brain more efficient as it increases its surface area and number of neurons. It's a brilliant design for packing so much into the confined space of the skull. When Alex first underwent the Arcadian treatment, we immediately noticed that his brain grew significantly more sulcus folds. Bottom line, a bigger, more efficient brain in the same size skull. He sighed. I could spend the rest of my life working on his brain alone. It's fantastic. Hammerson snorted. I doubt Alex will give you many more chances. What are you looking for this time? Marshall straightened. Have you heard Alex mention the other one? Hammerson nodded. He's referring to his own personal monster of the id, and that's who I'm looking for. Marshall pointed a pen at Alex's cerebrum on the combined screen. I'll perform a structural analysis on the anatomy of the brain, looking first for formational deviations, such as tumors, hemorrhages, blood clots, or lesions, and combine it with a functional analysis to locate and measure brain activity, and diagnose any seizures or any degenerative diseases affecting it. Marshall used a small ball set into the keypad to rotate the 3D image. This other one that Alex has referred to, remember that secondary reading we found earlier on his EEG? There could be a link, 2 brainwave readings in the same mind. It's worth us. There was a lightning-like flash on the screen that showed the electrical impulse map of Alex's brain. Boom, Marshall said, and stood straighter. Here we go. The lieutenant's eyes remained fixed on the screen as Alex's brain started to move from dream state to high activity. He traced his pen along the pathways being lit by the pulses and explained to Hammerson what was happening. The largest part of the human brain is the cerebrum or cortex, associated with higher functions such as thought and action. The cerebral cortex is divided into 4 sections called lobes, with each lobe involved in separate functions. The frontal lobe's associated with reasoning, planning, movement, emotions, and problem-solving. The parietal lobe controls orientation, recognition, and perception of stimuli. The occipital lobe at the back here manages visual processing. He rotated the brain. And down under here is the temporal lobe, associated with perception and recognition of auditory stimuli, memory, and speech. Whoa! Marshall shook his head as light flashes appeared in every quadrant of Alex's brain, jumping back and forth as if his entire brain was involved in whatever action sequence was playing out in his mind. Suddenly, Alex gave a roar that sent Hammerson rushing to the blast-proof window. Alex's teeth were clamped together, and veins stood out like cords on his neck. The graph showing his brainwaves was jumping wildly. "Well, Doc, looks like you've got your episode," Hammerson said. Alex's eyes remained clamped shut, but he opened his mouth wide and emanated a sound of pure fury and pain. His arms came up, pulling on the steel cables, which gave a foot before they stopped the movement. "They're holding," Marshall said, and blew air through compressed lips. He just dragged the equivalent of a small car with each arm. "Let's hope they continue to hold," Hammerson said. "Wouldn't be a good idea to send anyone in there right about now." Marshall swallowed. "They'll hold." He turned back to the monitors and leaned in close. The electrical impulses in his brain are centralizing and moving deeper into the sub-neopallium. "The what?" Hammerson frowned. The neopallium is considered the most recently evolved brain structure in animals. It's unusual for it to be the most highly active area during a perceived high-aggression event. Marshall enlarged the image of Alex's brain, making the resolution near transparent, so they could follow the impulses as they coalesced. "What the hell?" Hammerson said, leaning in close. "Where is it?" "Where's what?" "The thing that started all this, Borshov's damned bullet. It was lodged deep inside the man's head, remember? In an inoperable position?" "Of course, the bullet fragment." Marshall turned back to the monitor, his forehead creasing. He tapped at keyboards and moved over different screens, changing angles and sharpening the resolution. "It's gone. Nothing. No metallic traces at all. Absorbed, maybe? It can happen." He fiddled some more, then pointed to an area deep inside the neocortex. "But there is something in there, driving the electrical activity. It's certainly biological and quite dense." "Scar tissue?" Hammerson asked. "Unlikely. If it was just a mass of solid tissue, there wouldn't be any activity in the area." As they watched, the electrical impulse light show retreated to the small central area and seemed to flare as the activity level increased. Hammerson looked through the glass window to Alex lying on the metal cot. His face was a savage mask. Never had Jack Hammerson seen such an expression on a human being. He turned back to the scientist. "Well, whatever that activity is, it doesn't look like it's benign. Can you isolate that area? Find out what it is?" "Already on it." Marshall's fingers flew over a keyboard. "It's some sort of dense biological core, deep in the subcortical area. This mass or synaptic bundle is actually firing off its own electrical impulses. It's also secreting chemical substances that have molecular chains similar to natural steroids, but much more powerful." "Get a sample." Hammerson was still watching Alex. "Fast." Alex roared again and pulled one of the cables to its maximum tension. His arm strained against it, the cable stress reader registering a colossal force. At the same moment, the electrical activity deep in Alex's brain flared like an explosion. Alex surged again, his face filled with pure animalistic rage. Hammerson's eyes narrowed. "So there you are, the other one." The unnerving sound of screaming steel filled the room, and individual strands of the high-tensile cable started to pop. Hammerson spoke over his shoulder. "Too late for samples. The experiment is over." With a metallic tearing sound, Alex's arm was free. He gripped the metal railing around the bed and lifted. The steel bent upwards and broke with a sound like a gunshot. Alex continued to drag at it, the heavy steel bending like taffy. Hammerson's voice rose. "Wake him up, Lieutenant, or this is about to go real bad." Marshall's fingers danced over the keyboard. Inside the room, a slot opened in the steel bench behind Alex's head, and a needle shot out and into the side of his neck. "Neuroleptic," Marshall said. "Should bring him down." Alex held the broken bar in his fist, but didn't pull on it any further. He exhaled, long and slow, and his face relaxed. Slowly, he lowered his arm. Marshall wiped a sleeve over his face. "I think it's over. Look." The 3D image of Alex's brain showed the impulse activity dissipating from the mystifying central core and moving back up into the neocortex. It was a good start. At least now we know where to look. Hammerson watched as one of the orderlies entered the room and undid Alex's remaining cuffs. The man's eyes were wide, his movements quick. Alex sat up and rubbed his hands through his hair, now slick with perspiration. "Thanks." The man nodded and exited. Marshall pressed a button on the console. "How do you feel?" he asked Alex. Alex looked up. "Okay, hungover. How'd I do?" "You did fine," Hammerson responded. "Get cleaned up and head over to the Hawk's Nest. You can acclimatize there and catch up with some old friends." Alex waved and nodded. Hammerson flicked off the communications. Marshall was replaying some of the final minutes of the tests. "My technical guess is he's got some sort of tumor growing there, but hopefully benign. The fact that this synaptic mass is firing off its own electrical impulses is intriguing. That alone is worth more study. But the chemicals that it's secreting, now that's a mystery." He looked at the spectrum readout. "The computer can only guess too, as it's not working from an actual sample, but it's as baffled as we are. Substance unknown." He swiveled in his seat to look at Hammerson. Just what did Alex have inside him when he came back from Chechnya all those years ago? Hammerson frowned and shook his head. "Maybe some kind of contaminant. What's your non-technical guess?" Marshall stared for a moment, then swung back to his screen. "That the synaptic mass is all the hate, anger, and fury Alex Hunter's ever felt in his life. And it's all being supercompressed, stored, and then harnessed somehow to power up this dark side that he calls the other one. It's part of him now, maybe with far worse effects than the bullet ever caused. And there may be nothing we can do about it." "Great. Just great," Hammerson said, and exhaled in a long sigh. Alex stood before a huge hangar that was painted drab green on the outside, and had no windows or markings of any kind. Alex knew it was fortified and soundproofed, but still he could hear activity inside. The clank of steel, weapons being worked on, muted voices. He pulled back the heavy steel door and stepped in and to the side, away from the backlight. He smiled as he breathed in sweat, gun oil, and exhaust fumes. This was the Hawk's Nest, a warehouse-sized hangar that worked as a target range, weapons test site, gym, meeting room, and general hangout club for the specialized commandos. Membership was for life, and for a Hawk, that could be brutally short. Today there were just 2 people inside. Sam Reed's huge form lay on a bench, holding above his chest a bar with enough weight that the reinforced steel bar bent like a banana. He lowered and lifted it a couple more times, and then placed it gently back on the rack. He sat up, took a deep breath, exhaled, and grinned at Alex. Following the weight session, his muscles looked ready to explode. His torso was ripped with veins, burn marks, and zippered scars. He got smoothly to his feet, the mech suit's hydraulics lifting his 250-pound bulk as though he weighed nothing, and started to unwrap the leather gloves and straps from his hands and wrists. Behind him, a woman had stopped cleaning a stripped-down machine gun to stare at Alex. She snorted and wiped her hands on a rag. She had close-cropped white hair, a brutal scar that pulled her mouth into a sneer, and a face that made her look like she'd been born angry. Her other cheek pulled up into an approximation of a smile, probably. Casey Franks. "Welcome home, boss," she said, followed by the hint of a salute. Alex nodded in return. Franks was one of their best. She was tough and very hard to hurt in the field, let alone kill. The memories came flooding back as he looked at her, the missions they'd shared. He had overseen her initial training. These were his people. "The Hawk's Nest, our fortress of solitude," he said, and breathed deeply. "I missed it." "You're back now, all that matters," Franks said. "You look loose," Sam said, grinning. "What's your secret?" "Get shot in the face, travel to hell and back, and lose everything," Alex replied. Sam grunted. "Yep, and we were along for the ride on a few of those trips to hell. And you haven't lost everything. We're still standing." "We're still standing," Alex agreed, and took off his jacket. "The hammer said I need to acclimatize, and I got nothing but time." Sam motioned to the weight bench. "Take a seat. Being a civilian for a while can soften a man up. We might need to get you back in shape." Franks grinned. "Better start him off light. Muscle strains are a bitch." Alex went to the bench. "What have you got on?" Sam walked around behind the bar. 250 each side. With the bar around 520, give or take. "Want me to take some off?" Alex shook his head and sat down. Franks clapped her hands and whooped. $10 on the boss." She made a fist, her grin pulling her scar up even further. Alex paused. "I'm not the boss. Just consulting for now." "Sure." Sam laid his hands on the bar to spot him. "Less talk, more action." Alex lay down and gripped the bar, feeling the pattern of the steel. He lifted it clear and then lowered it to his chest. He raised and lowered it 3 more times, his face calm, then placed it back on the rack. "When do we get started?" He knew what Sam was doing. There would be lots more tests along the way. "Let's try something here." Sam called Franks to help him lift the bar off the rack, remove the discs, and replace the rod with a powerlifting bar, tempered steel and twice as thick. He and Franks replaced the weights, adding even more. They stopped at 800 pounds. Sam grunted, satisfied. "You know, back in '97, Big Jim Henderson bench-pressed 713 pounds. Record's never been broken. So let's see what you got. If you've still got it, that is." Alex gripped the bar with one hand and then the other. He lifted it free, lowered it to his chest, and raised it again, and again. Sam stopped spotting him, and instead leaned forward on the bar, adding his own weight, an extra 250 at least, bringing the total to more than 1,000 pounds. Alex stared straight ahead, not seeing the bar or Sam, and raised both without the slightest strain. Franks clapped her hands again. "Yeah, our very own weapon of mass destruction. Stand back, children." Children. An image flashed into Alex's mind. A small boy holding a snake in his hand, squeezing until the flesh was crushed. He saw the boy waving to him as his mother carried him away. His child. His child. Alex lowered and raised the bar, again and again, machine-like, picking up speed. The small boy was on a table now, strapped down, with wires attached to his head and body. People looked in at him through a toughened glass window. Inside the room, a white-coated scientist was about to flick a switch. His child, his child, his child. Alex pushed his way to the blast-proof window and drew back his fist. Someone yelled into his ear, so loud it punctured his waking dream. "Huh?" Alex blinked. He was still on his back. holding the weighted bar up in the air. Sam was crouching beside him, his hand gripping Alex's forearm. "Take it easy, boss. Put them down, slowly." Alex lowered the bar back onto its rack. He sat up and shook his head. "Sorry, must have zoned out for a second there." "More like 5 minutes," Sam said. His face was creased with concern. Franks's wore a dead expression. "It's nothing. I'm working on it." Alex rubbed his face hard. "I know you are." Sam was still frowning. "And that's good." "Later," Franks said, and went back to her gun. But not before Alex had seen the suspicion in her eyes. Sam pulled another bench over and sat down, looking deep into Alex's face. "How are the demons? Because you looked like you wanted to kill someone just now." Alex shrugged. "Under control most of the time, but now and then. I'm a Jonah, Sam. People die around me. Not sure this is a good idea, coming back in and all." Sam sat back. "They die around me, too, and sometimes I mean them to. That's why we're both here, with the only people who understand what it is we do, and maybe keep up with us." He leaned in closer and punched Alex's knuckles with his own. "Remember, we are you and you are us. Always were, always will be." "We are you and you are us," Alex repeated in his mind. "I can live with that." "I'm okay," he said aloud. "Hope so," Sam said. "No room to zone out in the field." "I said it's under control." Alex stared into Sam's face, and the big hawk held his gaze for a few seconds. Then he stood. "Okay. If you're not worried, then I'm not worried. Let's take a walk around the base, get some air." Alex got to his feet. It felt good to be back, but that feeling of being pushed out of his own mind was happening more often. He hoped Marshall could give him some answers, fast. Chapter 9. Polatli Military Base, 120 miles west of Ankara. Dawn was approaching slowly out of the east, for now little more than a slight orange blush on the far horizon. The small and ancient town of Polatli sat at the center of the Anatolian plateau, a large grassy steppe that stretched away for miles, and had a history stretching even farther. It was where Alexander the Great had cut the Gordian knot, and the mythological Phrygian king Midas was said to have been buried. Corporal Mehmet Atalay rubbed his face with one hand and breathed in the cool, dry air. The military base on the outskirts of the town was modest, with only around 80 men and women. But what it lacked in numbers, it made up for in sheer human toughness. These foot soldiers of the Turkish army had a fearsome reputation. Atalay's soldiers were known for never retreating and never showing fear. He was proud of every single one of them. It was in this town in 1922 that the bloody Battle of Sakarya was fought, and the Turkish army halted the advance of the Greek war machine. In 3 weeks, nearly 6,000 troops died, and nearly 20,000 were wounded. Atalay had another reason to feel pride. His own grandfather had given his life in that battle. To him, this land was sacred. It was in his flesh, blood, and bones. There was another reason the base was important. It housed a long-wave, low-frequency transmitter that was one of the biggest in the Middle East, even though it had been mostly forgotten in the time of satellite communications. Its powerful waves could reach all corners of the country, and because they traveled at ground level, they were not affected by the ionosphere static, which meant the transmitter would continue to operate even after a nuclear attack. Polatli was a vital communications safety net within a region that was rapidly scaling up on nuclear weapons. Mehmet Atalay yelled orders at the top of his voice, smiling as he heard them echo away across the grassy plains. His troops were already up, and by now should be commencing tasks in preparation for the forthcoming exercises on the outer plains, to be undertaken in field kit, full pack, and rations. They would form up and march to the gates shortly, giving him an opportunity to assess them for untidy packs or injuries, or anything else that might present a problem, or simply displeased him. The day would be long and hard, and Atalay would do everything his soldiers did. He'd prefer to fall down dead before he showed them fatigue or pain. The Polatli base was bordered by miles of 9-foot-high storm fencing, and had been for decades. The one nod to modernization was the introduction of tension brake sensors along the perimeter, not so much as a deterrent as early warning of a potential insurgent attack. The fanatics were everywhere these days. 3 terrorists had been shot dead only a month ago, their suicide vests, grenade launchers, and thousands of rounds of ammunition all unused, praise be to God. Atalay had delighted in the encounter. It was what his soldiers needed to sharpen their skills, harden their hearts, and turn them into better warriors. He let his eyes move over the dark plains. For some reason he felt uneasy. Something wasn't right, or he'd forgotten something. The feeling nagged at him. There was no moon, and sunrise was still some hours away. And there was an unusual mist blowing in from the northwest that smelled of nothing. Not the dry grasses of the steppes, nor the wild flowers. It didn't even have the moisture usual for mist. He turned back to his troops and gave them his customary glare. His eyes were so black they could have been pools of oil resting under twin overhangs of bushy brows. The soldiers began to form up, recognizing what their commanding officer wanted even before he ordered it. He was taking out a single platoon of 60 this time, leaving the rest behind. As he lifted a whistle to his lips to blow the short, sharp blast indicating the formal fall-in, the sudden scream of sirens made him pause. A distant, flashing red light immediately answered his unspoken question: a breach in the perimeter fence. Atalay roared his instructions, and soldiers immediately ran in different directions to scan the surveillance equipment and break out large armaments. He then moved the platoon into 3 smaller squads, 20 apiece, and directed them toward the suspected breach. He smiled flatly. If insurgents thought they could sneak onto the base and find the camp asleep, they were about to come face to face with 60 armed soldiers and one very pissed-off commander. Atalay ordered a man to retrieve some flares, then headed out after his squads. He pulled his phone from his pocket, still the fastest means of communication in peacetime, and spoke to his administration center that acted as his command module. Nothing was on ground radar, they reported, and also nothing significant moving in the vicinity of the fence break. Damn this mist, he thought angrily, and roared again for the flares. A soldier came running with a small case and a fat single-barreled gun. He stopped, broke open the stock, loaded a huge pellet into the pipe, and snapped it shut, before handing the gun to his commanding officer. Atalay nodded. Now let us see what we will see. He pointed the gun upwards and pulled the trigger, then immediately handed it to the soldier to reload. Explosive gases thumped the cigar-shaped silver pellet hundreds of feet into the air, where it exploded into a glaring red ball of light dangling on a small parachute. The flare floated to the ground, a miniature sun of heat and light that illuminated the terrain for hundreds of feet in every direction. Atalay grabbed the loaded flare gun again and fired off another round. This followed the first's trajectory, and a few seconds later added its light to the scene. His men had fanned out in a line at the fence break. The flare had colored the mist a boiling red, and within it, just inside the fence, a figure was visible, tall, large, and wearing something on its head. It stood stock still, but also seemed to be in constant motion, like a film dubbed over itself with all versions playing at once. The storm fencing wire behind it looked torn apart rather than cut. "What in God's name?" Atalay lifted his phone to his ear. "Onbazi, what do you have on ground radar for our position, approximately 500 feet to our direct east?" There was the sound of confusion, then, "I only have you, sir, and the squads. There is nothing else." Atalay swore. "There is something here. I can see it with my own eyes. It tore a hole in our fence. It's too big to not show up on ground radar. Check again." More silence, then, "Nothing. No physical signature at all. Are you sure it's not a shadow, sir?" Atalay swore even louder and hung up. He pointed to his closest squad leader. "Bilak, see to the intruder." The soldier saluted, then waved his men forward. Atalay fired another flare as the squad approached the figure. It remained standing as still as a post, and as Bilak and his men circled it, Atalay could see that it was at least 7 feet tall, and had either a strange helmet on its head or... The new flare descended. In its red light, Atalay saw Bilak stop just a dozen feet in front of the towering figure, raise his gun and yell instructions. There was no response for several seconds. Then the huge head seemed to slowly lift, and though Atalay couldn't be sure due to the swirling mist, crane forward to stare into his man's face. Bilak dropped his gun and staggered back a step. He went down to his knees, raking at his eyes, then froze in place. Atalay's eyes went wide. He dropped the flare gun and drew his own revolver, then roared a single instruction. "Fire!" Automatic gunfire shattered the dawn air, and muzzle flashes dotted the small hillside as hundreds of rounds sped toward the figure. It seemed to writhe and shake at their impact, but didn't fall. The head swiveled slowly, seeming to take in the men on the hill. At each sweep, the sound of gunfire lessened. When the huge head finally swung toward Mehmet Atalay, he had the fleeting impression of a ghastly white face, streaked red by the flare, and slitted reptilian eyes that could only be hell-born. Images of snakes, fiery pits, roaring giants, and monstrous many-headed hounds crowded his brain, and it seemed to slow like a clock winding down. A tiny dot of pain in his forehead grew and bloomed, and he saw the figure was gliding toward him. He wanted to fire his gun or stab at it or throw a punch, but his muscles refused to obey. The thing went past him without a glance, and he realized he was as inconsequential to it as an insect that just happened to be in the way. A veil of gray started to pull over his vision. He turned his head on a creaking neck to glance at his men. They were frozen in place on the hill, some with rifles still at their shoulders. A stone army, armed and ready for battle, for eternity. Gulhane Military Hospital, Ankara. Dr. Leyla Ayhan pushed the long curved needle in through the flesh of the young boy's tricep and lifted it out the other side of the vicious gash. She tugged and the skin came together, like the mouth of a purse being pulled closed. She repeated the zippering stitch a few more times, felt the flesh around the wound, as if testing for ripeness, and then gave it a quick swab of alcohol. She stood back to survey her work. Looks good. And you'll have a nice scar to frighten the girls." She smiled and pulled off her gloves. The boy bobbed his head and grinned back, trying to pull the skin on his arm around to see her work. "Ack!" She batted his hand away from the wound. The pager vibrated on her hip, making her jump. The electronic relic was only ever called by her mother and some select close friends. She lifted the small black box from her belt to read the brief message that scrolled across its miniature screen. "Priority, Baikal. Coming in at loading bay. 5 minutes." She raised an eyebrow as she tapped the box against her chin for a moment. "What are you bringing me that is so important and secretive you have to use the back door of my hospital, Kamel?" She pushed some loose hair back behind her ear, turned to the boy and lifted him off the gurney. "Out," she said with a smile, and pushed him into the arms of his mother, who looked far less impressed by the wound than he was. Layla quickly tidied her combined office and laboratory, sweeping coffee cups and food wrappers into a waste-paper basket. She went to an old wooden cupboard that doubled as a filing cabinet and pulled open the door, quickly checking her face in a small mirror on its inside. Satisfied, she shut the door and was straightening her clothes when there was a knock on the door, and it was immediately being pushed open. Kamel Baikal stared at her for a second or two, his bushy mustache turned up at the corners with the hint of a smile, then gave a little bow. The large Special Forces commander was twice as fearsome as any man Layla knew, but in her presence he always seemed to revert to the stumbling schoolboy. She liked that. Baikal stepped to the side to allow 2 soldiers to push a covered gurney into the room. He dismissed them and turned to her, his face serious. "A puzzle, Doctor, and an urgent one, I'm afraid." He flipped back the sheet, and the question forming on her lips was immediately cut off. She approached slowly. "Is this a joke?" "Far from it," Baikal responded softly. She walked the length of the gurney, her hand hovering over the figure. She reached into her pocket to retrieve some rubber gloves, pulled them on, and touched the corpse. It was rock hard. "Impossible. This is not real." Baikal stared down at the figure. "I agree it is impossible, and I wish it wasn't real. But this was one of my men, and I think there will be others." He looked up, his eyes tormented. "Layla, help us understand it." She pressed the man's cheek. Powder drifted down onto the gurney. She noticed some fragments had broken away, and went to her bench to gather a spare slide and a scalpel. She used the blade to scrape the debris onto the slide, and took it back to her bench, where a large microscope stood waiting. She flicked on a light at its base, and placed her eye over the lens. "Where did this occur?" She adjusted the microscope's resolution, then lifted her head to look once again at the strange remains on the gurney. "How did it occur?" Baikal was leaning against the wall, his arms folded, his face dark with concentration. He blinked at the sound of her voice. "The Basilica cistern. Something happened to him in a newly discovered deep vault. Been sealed for centuries, we think." She peered into the microscope again, using the tip of one finger to fractionally move the slide to examine different aspects of the sample. Cell structures, blood vessels, muscle striation, bone. It's all there. If I hadn't seen this myself, I would never have believed it. Full ossification. Amazing. She stood up and turned to the SFC commander. "When did this happen? I mean, over what period of time? Baikal used his shoulders to push off the wall. Just a few hours ago, and it took only minutes. He blinked, remembering. I saw it happen myself. She raised an eyebrow. Hours ago? She leaned back from the scope. Impossible. Layla moved quickly to the gurney, where she pulled back more of the sheet. The body lay among fragments of stone and mounds of grey dust. Simply amazing. She picked up one of the fragments with her gloved hand and rolled it between thumb and forefinger. Baikal sighed. It's impossible, I know. But trust me, I saw it. He must have become infected or contaminated by something. His eyes widened. In the deepest pit, there was a huge bronze urn. It had just been opened. It was empty when we got there, but we had the feeling there had been something in it. Layla turned to him. You think something came out of it? Baikal shook his head. Came out, taken out, I don't know. Nothing is making sense. But could there have been something contagious in there? Layla wiped a finger along the body's upper arm and lifted it to her face. It's degrading, becoming even more ossified to the point of losing its chemical cohesion, turning into powder. Soon it'll be gone. Baikal grunted. Perhaps to the same place where all the other bodies went. Well, is it contagious? She rubbed her thumb and finger together, and the smooth dust floated away. Contagious? I don't see how. There are no living cells anywhere in the matrix, neither internally nor externally. There is absolutely nothing living here. It's as sterile as can be. So, no. No vectors, no transferable fluids, no biological residues, nothing. She looked down at the frozen face of the soldier. Whatever caused this, it switched on very quickly, and then just switched off again. She pulled more of the sheet back. What is his clothing made from? Baikal frowned momentarily. Flame-retardant wool. She nodded. But not the belt. That's nylon mesh, right? He nodded. She reached out the stone hand. There's a ring on his finger. The digit snapped off in her hand and she held it up. See, still gold. But everything else with a biological base, the flesh, bone, clothing, was infected. She pushed a strand of hair back off her face. That might not be the right word. Afflicted might be better. Afflicted, infected, he shrugged. By what? Layla walked to a bookshelf and reached up to select a couple of monstrous tomes that made her strain with the effort. Baikal rushed over to take them from her. She pointed to the table and he set them down. She immediately began to flick through the first volume's thousands of pages. She slowed her search and ran a finger down one of the columns. It is near impossible, she said, and it's certainly rare. But something like this has been documented before, just never on this scale or acting with such aggressive rapidity. Baikal pointed to the gurney. This has happened before? When? She was reading down the page, her brow furrowed in concentration. Well, not exactly like this, but here. She waved him over and started to read. Okay, here we go. There are actually several conditions that can cause flesh to solidify, or ossify as it's termed. She looked at the gurney. Nothing as complete as that. Baikal leaned over her shoulder. Please, tell me everything. Anything might be helpful right now. She saw the worry on his face. It was one of his men lying there, and more were still missing. The odds were they had met the same fate. "Well, there is a disease called scleroderma," she said, "which means hard skin. It's characterized by a thickening of the epidermis. However, the real damage is done under the surface of the skin, where the immune system destroys the small blood vessels through the creation of excessive collagen. The patient ends up with thick and tight leathery skin that feels like it's burning, supposed to be very painful." Baikal's mouth turned down. Yes, his face, it certainly looked painful. But isn't collagen the stuff they inject into Hollywood stars' lips? She laughed, but stopped quickly when she saw his question was genuine. "No, not quite. Eventually the buildup of the leathery, fibrous connective tissue destroys the lungs, heart, gastrointestinal tract, kidneys, muscles, just about everything. Pretty horrible." Baikal motioned to the gurney, his voice a little louder. "But this isn't just the skin becoming leathery. Look at him." I know. Layla quickly flipped through some more pages of the medical tome, running her finger down a dense column of information. "This is more what I was thinking of. Fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva." She looked up at Baikal. "Stone man syndrome. Maybe, possibly." Baikal leaned closer, trying to see over her shoulder. "Right now, possibly will do. Tell me about it." "It's very, very rare, and was described as early as 2000 BC by the early Greeks, although there are cases documented all over the world. Basically, the body starts to overproduce calcium, which causes unnecessary changes to the skeletal structure, turning the skeleton into a series of bony plates." She frowned as she read down the page. And not only the skeleton. Eventually all the organs succumb. You can cut away the affected tissue or bone, but it simply repairs itself. Not with connective tissue, but with more bone. She pushed the book nearer so he could see. Baikal read the text aloud. "An American, Harry Raymond Eastlack, began to develop calcium buildup in his system at 10 years of age. By the time he died, his body had completely ossified. He could just move his lips to speak, but everything else was hard as stone." He frowned. "Yes, but the process usually takes several years," Layla finished. "You say this happened to your man in just a few hours?" Baikal looked up at her slowly. "No. While we watched, in minutes." He sighed. "He just stopped moving, then dried up, turned to rock and dust." Layla frowned and went back to the microscope. "No, not dried up, of that I am sure. The cells are still hydrated. This body was not desiccated, it was just—" She sighed. "I don't know, it's as if its life force was extracted, leaving nothing living behind. I bet if I had an electron microscope, I'd see that even the bacteria on his skin and in his gut is ossified as well." She shrugged. "I don't think I have many answers for you. Sorry." He smiled. "Actually, I've learned a lot. But I've also learned there is a lot more we don't know. More work to do." He made a small bow. "As always, you are amazing, Dr. Raihan. Ah, I almost forget. Can you get this analyzed?" He pulled a small bottle from his pocket and shook it before handing it to her. "Sure." She held it up, peering at it closely. "Looks like old fish scales. Very old. The cisterns have carp, some quite large." She looked back at the bottle. "I might be wrong, and we won't know for sure until we get it analyzed. She reached into a drawer to pull out a padded envelope, wrote an address on the outside, dropped the sample inside, and sealed it. I'll send this to a friend at the museum. He'll identify it. But it's your job to find out how it got there. She placed a hand on his shoulder. You'll figure it out, Kamel. You always do. He reached up to place his hand over hers, just as his phone jangled in his pocket. He made a guttural sound in his throat and pointed at her chest. Don't go away. He put the phone to his ear and turned his back on her, lowering his voice. All of them? He closed his eyes, and Layla could see his teeth grinding behind his cheeks. He disconnected but remained staring out of the large window over the city rooftops. What is it? Layla came up behind him. It has happened again. Another stone man? In the palace cisterns? He shook his head, turning slowly. No, many miles away. And this time, an entire army base. All dead, all turned to stone. She froze. What? But... Baikal headed for the door. I'll be back. We still need to talk. Layla grabbed her coat. We'll talk on the way. I have to see this myself. Chapter 10. First Senate Building, Moscow Kremlin Complex. President Vladimir Volkov read the single page of briefing notes. He could have spent an hour in a full briefing with his security chiefs, but he preferred the information summarized and delivered immediately, especially when it was of this nature. Though Russia had some of the most sophisticated electronic surveillance in the world, Volkov found that lowly paid people in all areas of office, in any city on the globe, were quite happy to sell out their country for the right price. Technology was expensive. People were cheap. He dropped the page and looked up, his almost colorless eyes fixing on the general standing rod straight before him. The man was staring straight ahead, but Volkov knew he was aware of the scrutiny. He saw the man's Adam's apple bob as he swallowed, and a small bead of perspiration ran down the side of his face. Volkov laid his hands flat on the desk and spoke slowly. A Turkish Special Forces team disappears while engaging with a force or forces unknown. A platoon of 80 soldiers in Polatli is totally wiped out, without a single enemy body being recovered, again by a force or forces unknown. General Zhirinovsky, your thoughts? The man swallowed again. The Turks either have no idea what caused the deaths and disappearances, or they have succeeded in keeping it a secret. One of Volkov's hands curled into a fist. Is that so? I know of the Turkish Special Forces commandos. Pretty tough guys. And taking out a force of 80 standard military, some with battle experience, also not easy. To do all that without leaving behind a single fallen soldier of your own forces, I'm not sure even we could achieve that kind of surgical precision. He shook his head. No, that requires something special, something we have never seen before. He grinned, his eyes unblinking. Perhaps like a new weapon. Zhirinovsky finally looked at Volkov. You think a testing ground? Possible. We know the Chinese are trialing magnetic pulse devices, and the Americans have new microwave technology. Perhaps someone is experimenting with something else, in the field. Volkov nodded slowly. Yes, my friend, and I can smell it. Something new and fantastic, powerful, unique, and unstoppable. His pale gaze bored into the senior-ranking soldier. "General, listen carefully. I don't care who has it now, but if it is a new weapon, I want to know more." Zhirinovsky saluted and stood to even more erect attention. "Yes, my President, we will find it and obtain it. We will not fail you." Volkov smiled, showing a row of small, sharp teeth. "I know you won't. I want a small force, one that will get in and out quickly and quietly without a trace. I want someone who will not deviate from the mission and will not be stopped." His smile widened, showing even more teeth. "Send Uli Borshov." The massive torpedo-shaped vessel breached the surface near the exact center of the Bering Sea. The Yeltsin's 13,000-ton displacement and 390-foot length made for an impressive sight as the giant metal fish exploded out of the freezing gray water to cut the surface at 20 knots, down from its full attack speed of 35. There would be no turbulence or acoustic signal, as the pressurized fourth-generation nuclear reactor gave the single muscular shaft enormous but near-silent power. The Severodvinsk submarine was one of Russia's new attack-class submersibles, and one of the fastest in the world. Its multi-billion-ruble technologies and array of air, surface, and deep-water armaments made it a conflict theater game-changer. But it also had other non-lethal uses. The submarine's advanced silencing technology made it ideal for close runs inside a country's territorial waters for surveillance or covert pickups of special cargo, like Uli Borshov and his package. The Yeltsin had been ordered to breach the surface once again when it was in international waters and well clear of the Alaskan bay where the assassin had boarded. The captain had cursed. Even though they were near invisible, the American satellites could still pick up their vapor trails, changes to temperature and radiation given out as minuscule emissions. However, their guest was to receive an incoming call from command, and refusal to obey orders would mean the captain's next ship would probably be a fishing trawler. Alone in the conning tower, Borshov lit one of his stinking cigars and exhaled the smoke into the freezing, salty wind, waiting patiently for the call to arrive. The large man towered over and intimidated the crew, and he knew they were as glad as he was that he'd separated himself from them, even briefly. Borshov was descended from the Bogatirs, an ancient race of warriors from the Volga region of central Russia. They were known for their great strength, ferocity, and mercilessness in battle, traits that were in demand for the jobs he was called upon to do. He stretched and stood upright. At 6'8", around 300 pounds and as wide as a doorframe, Borshov didn't enjoy traveling in a submerged coffin. He would have made the entire journey back to Russia topside if given the choice, no matter how bitterly cold it was. He had felt suffocated and compressed within the steel confines of the submarine's metal walls. If ever he were captured, he would kill himself rather than be incarcerated in a small cage for the rest of his life. Borshov hated confined spaces, a little psychological tic he had picked up during a mission below the Antarctic ice, where he had spent days in caves under miles of rock, some so thin that each inch forward had to be fought for, slid under, or squeezed through. Borshov pulled the draw cords on his hood, tightening it around his face to protect his nose and cheeks, and slitted his single good eye against the icy wind. He was tired and had been traveling for many days without sleep. There had been speeding vans, a relay of ultra-fast helicopters up the coast of Canada, and then out along the lonely cliffs up to Alaska's western coast. From there, he and his package had been ferried out to the center of the deep, dark, cold Alaskan Bay to be picked up by the Yeltsin. As ordered, Borshov had captured Captain Robert Graham, the American military scientist, and now had him alive and secured in the hold. That should have been the end of his mission and involvement, but when the man was drugged, he had babbled about his work with the Alpha Soldier Research Unit at Fort Detrick's Medical Command installation. Borshov's curiosity was pricked and had exploded when Graham mentioned the experimental Arcadian treatment. He knew that name, knew what it referred to. He had questioned the man further. Graham was not a brave soldier, and Borshov had only needed to break a single finger before the man started to unload his secrets. It had turned out that he was the man responsible for rescuing Alex Hunter and literally bringing him back from the grave. It was his treatment that had made Hunter stronger and faster than before. Now Borshov understood the value of this man to his command. Perhaps he would one day benefit from this Arcadian treatment. And if he had that power, even for a day, he would crush the life from the hawk who had cost him an eye and left him buried beneath miles of rock and ice in the Antarctic. The call came through. The big man dragged on his cigar and listened. An entire Turkish Special Forces team had been decimated, followed by a regular army base, 80 soldiers. Borshov grunted. Regular military he couldn't give a shit about, but he knew of the SFC. They were well-trained. Not the best, not like the American Hawks, but certainly hard to kill. Taking down a whole squad would have been difficult. He puffed and nodded as he listened. A biological or chemical weapon was suspected. The few bodies that had been retrieved had been taken away for analysis, and details of the killer or killers had been suppressed. Borshov was intrigued. Turkey had been involved in several political skirmishes. Their relationship with Israel was fraying due to a surge of Islamic political power in their own country, and there was trouble with Greece over ownership of the disputed Aegean Sea. In addition, there were ongoing tensions with China over its occupation of East Turkestan. But these battles were fought in closed-door meetings by old men in suits. They were not likely to generate a military response, or even an incisive covert attack. Someone or something else was in play. Borshov blew more smoke, his mind plotting scenarios. Could it have been a weapon test? Possible. After all, Russia had been using Chechnya to field-test new weapons for decades. Borshov gripped the phone tighter, his knuckles becoming locked from the cold. He knew what was coming. If there was a formidable new weapon in existence, especially one so close to the motherland, Russia wanted it. Borshov flicked the damp stub of his cigar into the thrashing water and concentrated on the instructions issued by the dispassionate senior official. Captain Graham would be handed over to the security division, Borshov's role as minder over. He would be met on the water by an Mi-26 transport helicopter, a massive long-range machine that could travel 1,000 miles without refueling. He would be dropped in Poronaisk on the Russian east coast for further travel by jet and then truck across the continent to Turkey. A team of his choice, fully equipped, would be waiting for him at the border. They must be in Istanbul within 48 hours. Retrieve or destroy the weapon. The official's voice was mechanical, almost artificial. Borshov grunted. Classification: Vse действия vlasti. Other priorities subsumed. Borshov grunted again. All actions authorized. The line went dead. All actions authorized. Borshov smiled. Good. He headed back down into the steel coffin to retrieve his things. Borshov and his team crossed the Black Sea around 2 in the morning, coming ashore at Kumkoy. The weather was cool, but compared to where Borshov had just come from, it was paradise. He had stripped down to a t-shirt, his huge arms bulging from the sleeves and covered in homemade tattoos that were gang badges earned in prison farms during his youth. Black, grizzled hair bushed up at his collar from both his chest and back, and a protruding gut told more of an interest in powerlifting than of overeating. He stretched his back and inhaled the Turkish air. A covered truck met them, and Borshov stood aside and allowed his team to climb into the rear. As he took his own seat, he looked them over. Each of the 6 men he had selected were brutal-looking, icy-eyed, and gave up little in conversation, even to each other. They were his hand-picked Spetsnaz, the most efficient marksmen, electronics experts, explosives, unarmed combat specialists, and lethal assassins in the whole of Russia. If not for Borshov, these men would be roaming the underworld as muscle for crime gangs, or jailed for their psychopathic tendencies. Borshov was larger and more formidable than any of them. A boxer in a former life and a criminal who developed a talent for killing, he'd come to the attention of the Russian security apparatus. He had risen in the ranks of the Spetsnaz, and eventually been withdrawn from standard duty to undertake international off-the-book missions. Quite simply, Borshov got the job done, if sometimes messily. The truck eased to a halt to avoid the loud hiss of its pneumatic brakes. Each man jumped down into central Istanbul's pre-dawn light, holding a duffel bag of equipment. More would be waiting for them at the apartment, everything they could possibly need for sleeping rough or carrying out an armed assault on a fortified building. Borshov retreated into the shadows as a delivery van whizzed past. It was still a few hours before the city's population would rise, and the more invisible they were, the more efficient and potentially less bloody their mission would be. He already knew they were only a few blocks back from the basilica's deep cisterns. The streets were modern and paved, and decades-old multi-story apartment blocks dominated the landscape. The new entrance to the cisterns was an unassuming flat-roofed building. It could easily be missed except for the police cordon and floodlights. Borshov knew there were dozens of other, less well-known entrances, all less heavily fortified. He'd also been informed that a low-ranking police officer who had been operating one of the surveillance cameras would speak to them, at a price. At the safe house, Borshov and his team went straight to work, setting up satellite technology and computer equipment. His first task was to question their informant, and he called up the man's image, address, and background data. "This man, he is here," he briefed 2 of his men, pointing to a split-screen image that showed a young, smiling face, street map, and number. "Bring him to me." The agents looked at the data, then spun and disappeared into the darkness. The big Russian looked at his watch. Just a few more things to prepare before his guest arrived. He hummed as he went about his tasks. Well-placed informants, especially those in police or security bodies, were highly regarded for their access to sensitive, high-value data. They were paid handsomely, and sometimes remained on foreign payrolls for decades. However, they could also procrastinate, be expensive, and worse, be time-wasters if they thought it might drive up their price during negotiations. Borshov didn't care about the money. It wasn't his. But time, that was a commodity that was far more valuable to him. Borshov had his orders, all actions authorized. There would be no wasting of time on this mission. He'd make that very clear up front. Chapter 11. Colonel Jack Hammerson made notes as he watched the Vela satellite images of Uli Borshov and his men jumping from the truck and entering a small apartment in Istanbul. Hammerson was familiar with the way the men moved, their kit, and the size of each individual. A Spec Ops strike force, he thought. Could Graham be in there with them? He pondered the question for a few moments, then dropped the pen and folded his arms. Unlikely. "Well, something's going down," he said aloud to the empty office. Hammerson knew that if Borshov had abducted an American scientist one day and then turned up in goddamn Turkey within 30 hours, there had to be a connection. The guy had been under a rock for 2 years, and now he was all over the place. He tapped his chin with one calloused knuckle, thinking, where's Graham then? Offloaded somewhere? If Borshov had stayed on U.S. soil, he'd have made a run at Alex Hunter. Instead, he'd been rerouted, which meant a higher priority had arisen. Hammerson reached across to a pile of string-tied folders on the corner of his desk and sorted through them until he found the one he was looking for. An entire Turkish SFC squad had recently been reclassified as inactive, code for taken out. Seeing it had happened within their own borders, he hadn't given it too much attention. This time he read further, until he found the location, just a few blocks from where Borshov was dug in now. In this game there was no such thing as coincidence. He read the intel about the blackout cordon around the Basilica cistern, and bodies being removed in contamination bags. He also read about the strange, indecipherable script within the newly discovered caverns. The intel report was detailed, but Hammerson also had another information source. Muse, the trillion-dollar military universal search engine that was a lot more technologically accurate and invasive. He dropped the folder. He needed to take it down another layer. He reached for the phone and dialed through to Jerry Harris. "Jerry, it's Jack. Good work on the Borshov images, but it invites a truckload more questions." "Yeah, I figured that," Harris said. "And still no sign of Captain Graham. We're keeping eyes on them 24/7. There's something else. What the hell is that big bastard doing in Istanbul?" Hammerson stared at the image of Borshov in the darkened street. "This is getting weird. See if there's anything else in the Askeri Commandos or Special Forces Command's secure databases. Look at the interaction site in those chambers below the ground. I want to see it all." "When?" "Now. I'll wait," Hammerson said. "Give me 10, I'll do it myself." Jack Hammerson could imagine multiple keyboards and screens being attacked furiously, and knew his wizard of a technical officer would be slipping under, around, or punching straight through firewalls, data silos, and directory mazes to dive deep into databases on the other side of the world. He'd be using Muse, probably the world's most powerful penetration technology. While Hammerson waited, he turned to his large window overlooking the training grounds at the U.S. Stratcom base, and let his mind sift through the facts. Borshov had been acting alone when he was in the States, but something was important enough for the Russian High Command to rush him and a team to Istanbul. Hammerson's mind worked to connect dots, real or imaginary. At least Alex and Amy are safe from Borshov for the time being, he thought. Harris came back on the line. "Jack, got something." "Go, Jerry." "Okay, managed to pull a few interesting things from the Turkish Special Forces database. At the Basilica Cistern, the site where the operatives were taken down, they've recovered a backpack from the upper chambers, and now have a suspect in a robbery or act of terrorism. Unclear which they're trying to hang on him, but they want him bad. Name's Janus Koresh. I've also grabbed an informal autopsy report on one of the recovered Spec Ops agents. And as icing on the cake, I've got images of the writing or symbols they found in the deeper tunnels. You can read the notes yourself, some are in English, but the gist is that these catacombs seem newly discovered. Not even the Turks knew they existed until a few days ago. Harris exhaled. And Jack, they've found something, well, not sure what, but it's some pretty weird shit. Sending through to you now. Anything else, you know where to find me. Good luck. Thanks, Jerry. Hammerson hung up, and almost immediately his computer pinged with an incoming message from the technical officer. He opened the files, spreading them on his screen. He found the name of the suspect and copied it into Muse. It immediately returned both a public and private profile of the man. Hammerson sat back and folded his arms. The man that stared back at him was young, confident, and good-looking, with slightly olive skin and a healthy jawline. His public bio had him as an antiquities dealer and archaeological detective. His unofficial bio said black market antiquities thief and persona non grata in several European countries. Hammerson flicked to the next file, the autopsy report on the SFC agent, and read what he could of the mixed English-Turkish notes. He dragged the images up onto the screen and leaned forward. What the fuck? One image showed what looked like several broken statues. However, the details were too perfect, and close-ups of the facial areas showed imperfections like scars and raised moles. There were even individual strands of hair. The more he looked at them, the more they seemed like a person made from something like plaster. As he stared, a thought started to form. He grabbed the image of the statue onto the screen and rotated it slightly. Then he moved Janus Koresh's image next to it, increasing the size so it matched the other image. He sat back. You gotta be shitting me. The images matched, right down to the small mole on Koresh's lip. What the hell happened in there? He exhaled and reached forward to enlarge Koresh's face. There was pain etched into the frozen features, and even what could be a tear on one cheek. Poor bastard. Hammerson clicked his teeth. I don't think they're going to find you at home, are they, Mr. Koresh? He folded his arms. What did you discover down there? Hammerson continued to stare at the image. He knew down in their own R&D labs they were working on pulse weapons to pulverize bones, or microwave devices that could cook internal organs hard but leave the outer skin intact. But this defied belief. He quickly read through the attached data. The man had been super-calcified, turned to stone. Source, initiator, method, promotion, all unknown. The next few pictures were a montage of the strange writing newly scratched into the cavern walls. It was indecipherable to him, but a mystery to the Turkish experts as well. Notes beside the images offered suggestions. Zoroastrian, Sumerian, Proto-Greek. Nonsense? Hammerson steepled his fingers and spoke to the screen. So, Mr. Koresh opened up a new level in the Basilica Cistern catacombs and found something that turned him and an entire special ops team to rock. Then vanished. He read the last few lines of the local police notes. It is on the move. Atsube Kemal Baikal has assumed control and is commanding the search. Police are now under SFC sequestration orders. Good, Hammerson thought. He knew Baikal. And now Borshov is in the mix. He drummed his fingers on the desk, letting his mind work. New weapon? But why test it in such an obscure place? He drummed some more. Unless it was biological or chemical and needed an enclosed environment for testing. Aum Shinrikyo had used the Tokyo subway for its sarin gas attack. Maybe Koresh was after the tourists as test subjects, and the SFC team just got in the way. His fingers stopped and he frowned. Something was bugging him. He looked back at the notes. That was it. The police notes, the way they'd phrased those last lines. They'd written, "It was on the move," not him or her or them. Hammerson sat forward again. "And you want it, don't you, Borshov, you son of a bitch?" He exhaled angrily. "Look out, Kamel, shark in your pond." He looked back at the picture of the calcified body and narrowed his eyes. "What did you find down there, Mr. Koresh?" Hammerson waited for the call to be routed through several different filters and code scramblers before Turkish commander Kemal Baykal finally picked it up. He smiled as he heard the familiar deep voice's heavily accented English. "Colonel Jack, I thought you were dead years ago. Perhaps you are, and this is a call from hell." Hammerson laughed. "Hell would send me straight back. Besides, only the good die young, you know that, Kamel." A snort. "Perhaps that is why I, too, am still here." There was a pause. "So, long time without speaking, and then you call me out of the air. What is it that brings us to your attention, Colonel Jack?" Hammerson gripped the phone and glanced at the frozen images of the corpses on his computer screen. "You have a problem, Kamel, a bigger one than you realize. We know about the deaths of your soldiers and the inscription in the cisterns. And we know a Russian Spetsnaz squad has moved into your neighborhood. There's a gathering storm, and it's forming up around you, my friend." There was a grunt on the line. "I cannot discuss this." Then a sigh. "Spetsnaz? Here?" "I won't ask how you know all this, but the investigation is ongoing. We have good leads, and we are sure we will make an arrest soon." "Janus Koresh? Forget it. He's dead. They're all dead." "No formal identification of the bodies has been—" "No. Look at the faces, Kamel." Hammerson knew the soldier on the other end of the line needed facts, not more theories. "Kamel, your chief suspect is standing right there, and he's a block of stone." There was silence for a moment, and Hammerson heard Baykal's bulk shifting in a leather chair. The words, when they came, were slow, as though fatigue had attached lead weights to every syllable. "This is a lot worse than you think, my friend. My superiors think there may be foreign forces involved in the attacks. Now would not be a good time for me to be running to the Americans. The West is always a suspect. Leave it alone for now, my friend. I think we must deal with this on our own." The call disconnected. "Ah, shit." Hammerson hung up and stared again at the images. "We'll see." "Sir." Hammerson turned to the hulking man standing at attention in the doorway and waved him in. "At ease." Sam Reed joined him in front of the computer screen. Hammerson hoped that one day the military's regeneration work would give Sam back his own mobility. But for now he could do anything he could before, with the additional bonus of being able to run at 50 miles per hour and kick a hole in a metal door. "Mech framework okay?" Hammerson asked. "I forget it's there most times," Sam grinned. "Unless I try and jump for something and end up 10 feet in the air." Hammerson nodded. "Good, because we got work to do." "Still no sign of Graham?" Sam asked. "Not yet, but Borshov has just turned up with a bunch of heavy hitters in Istanbul. His time of arrival and the place coincides with a local spec ops team mysteriously being taken out. Might be a new weapon, and might be Uli Borshov has dropped in to acquire it." Hammerson sat back. We need to know what's going on, firsthand. Sam pressed his large knuckles down on the desk and frowned. Borshov the Beast is in Turkey? Hammerson pulled up the Vila images of the Russian assassin in the Istanbul street. Even though it was dark, the bearded face and his size was unmistakable. Hammerson smiled without humor. Like I said, we got work to do. Sam nodded. Oh yeah, count me in. Knew you'd say that. Hammerson pulled up another screen. Now take a look at this. Hammerson flicked through the range of images that Captain Jerry Harris had just sent through to him. Sam read quickly. Zoroastrian, Sumerian, Proto-Greek. They're all long-dead languages or languages that have evolved into something linguistically different. I can read a few of the words, and some of it certainly looks like Greek, but I don't recognize all of it. Maybe it is nonsense. Hammerson sat back with crossed arms. Maybe, but I don't think so. The Turks are stumped. You know, if we can decipher some of this, we've got something to offer the Turkish special forces, something to trade. He looked at the big hawk. So who do we know who could possibly read this, Who's helped us in the past, and I'm sure would be just dying to come and give us a hand again? Sam smiled. Why, young Professor Matthew Kearns. Hammerson pointed a finger at him, gun-like. Bingo! So let's get him in here. Chapter 12. The front door opened and the Turkish policeman was let in, looking confident and brash. Borshov hung back in the shadows of the darkened room and examined him. Young, handsome, shiny wedding ring. Perhaps he'd been passed over for an expected promotion, or had a new wife who liked gifts that were a little beyond his policeman's wage. A little extra spending money might be welcome. Borshov moved out of the shadows, and the young man stepped back, his face immediately losing its grin. The giant Russian stuck out one enormous hand. English? The man nodded warily, ignoring the Russian's hand. English, a little. He held his finger and thumb about an inch apart. Borshov nodded. Good, we must hurry. Please sit and make comfortable. He motioned to one of two heavy wooden chairs his men were bringing into the room. Tea? Coffee? He asked the policeman and raised his eyebrows. Yes, coffee. The man sat down with legs splayed, confidence returning to his young, athletic frame. He grinned. This, He sniffed as he searched for the right words. This secret information is gold for you, yes? Borshov shrugged, then laughed darkly. He held up a thick wad of Turkish notes. Gold for us, and maybe gold for you, da? The policeman allowed his turned-down lips to express his disappointment at the sum of money. I could lose my job or go to jail if anyone finds out I tell you this. I think it's very high value, maybe to others as well. Borshov smiled, dragged the other chair closer to the man and sat down facing him. One of Borshov's agents brought a single mug of steaming coffee and held it out. Borshov raised his eyebrows. Hot? The agent nodded once. Good. Borshov threw the boiling liquid into the young policeman's face, eliciting a howl of surprise and pain. Immediately, a Spetsnaz agent grabbed his shoulders and held him in the chair. The policeman's hands were over his face, and his skin had turned an angry red. His screams turned to sobs. My eyes! Borshov nodded, and his men grabbed the man's hands away from his face and held them flat against the chair's wooden armrests. In a few savage motions, they drove large nails into each hand, pinning them flat. Borshov threw the empty cup to the side of the room and sat forward, gripping the man's knees. "So I think you might lose more than your job today, da?" The man moaned and tried to hunch over, but Borshov's men now held him securely in place again, as did the thick nails spiking his hands. The big Russian patted one of the man's knees. "Okay, no more playtime. We understand each other good now, okay?" The policeman sobbed again, but nodded. "Good. Now you tell me everything about the attack on your police and the weapon that was used." Within 15 minutes, Borshov had what he needed. He knew that the man the Turks believed responsible for the attack was also killed. Some sort of petrification disorder. Whether it was caused by a radiation, biological, or chemical weapon was still unknown. He stood in the front doorway, watching the dark street. Muffled screams still emanated from inside, but he knew anything else that dribbled from the man's mouth would be less reliable, and more a result of the madness caused by pain. He puffed on a cigar and blew a plume of smoke out into the dark. The man responsible, Janus Karesh, an antiquities thief, had gone down there looking for something. Borshov grunted. "Found more than you bargained for, da?" His laugh sounded like two metal plates grating against each other. He dropped the cigar and ground it out. He would contact his command and find out more about this man and what he was looking for deep down in a 2,000-year-old drain. Matt Kearns tried to concentrate, but he couldn't help staring at Sam. His head turned from the hulking hawk to the computer screen, back to Sam, and then back to the screen, as if he couldn't quite make his mind up what to do next. He cleared his throat. "You look well." Jack Hammerson smirked. Sam just nodded. "You're standing by yourself," Matt went on. "And I heard you—" Sam half smiled. "The wonders of science, Professor." He motioned to the screen. "We got work to do." "Okay." Matt swiveled back to the computer and the images. "And this was recently found written, scratched into a wall in a newly discovered chamber beneath the basilica cisterns of ancient Constantinople?" Matt rubbed his temples as he frowned at the computer screen. "You know, this new antechamber could be 2,000 years old, or even older." Hammerson remained silent, watching the languages professor examine the data. He knew the young man hadn't wanted to come, but he'd personally pulled the guy out of a pretty sticky situation in the Appalachians last fall. Kearns owed him. Normally, Hammerson kept those kinds of debts on ice, but he needed the man's expertise, and he needed it now. The professor pushed his long hair back from his face and shook his head as he read the Turkish notes. Nope, not Zoroastrian. It doesn't have this tight, curling form, and its glyphs are more like Egyptian." He half turned to Hammerson. "Way too sophisticated for Sumerian, either. Who wrote these notes? Some grad student?" He shrugged. "However, I can see a lot of similarities to Proto-Greek. Still, there's too much circular imprinting of the letters that doesn't exist in that early alphabet." He sat back. "As for it being nonsense, I can tell you right now that's wrong. It's a language, all right." Jack Hammerson walked around the desk to stand directly in front of Matt. "If it's a language, you can decipher it, read it, right?" Matt shrugged. "Maybe." He looked back at the screen. I'm not surprised they thought it might be an early form of Greek. I think they were close. Look, this is right out there and just my own view. But I believe it could be Eteocretan, or perhaps even an authentic representation of Minoan. And if it is, Sam scoffed. Minoan? Theseus and the Minotaur of Minoan? Matt turned. Got a better suggestion? Sam held up his hands. Not yet. Well, let me know. And everyone knows those pumped-up Hollywood stories, but that was only one of their legends. They had mermaids, cyclopses, gorgons, dozens of light and darkness-dwelling entities. Crete is riddled with limestone caves that were inhabited for tens of thousands of years. In fact, the first real humans left traces there as far back as 130,000 years ago. That's Paleolithic. On other continents, Neanderthals were still cracking heads with bone clubs. Matt sat back and folded his arms. It was a strange thing. The Minoan civilization, one of the mightiest in the world, simply collapsed, and no one really knows why. He indicated some of the strange markings. Whoever wrote this into the wall was a scholar of antiquities, or a specialist in paleolinguistics, and I mean a real specialist. No one has spoken this language for about 5,000 years, and only a handful of people in the world would even know what it is. He glared at Sam, with even fewer being able to read it. Sam slapped him on the shoulder, making Matt wince. And I'm betting you're one of them. Matt rubbed his shoulder. Ouch! Yes, but not well, and mainly by fluke. My first languages professor was captivated by Minoan art and culture, and taught me how to appreciate it first and understand it second. Hammerson looked hard at Sam. It's okay, Matt. We appreciate and value your opinion. Where's your professor now? Dead, I'm afraid. Matt sat back. You could try Professor Gerhard Reinhardt in Germany, Dr. Francis Lin Bao in China, whereabouts unknown, or maybe the great Margaret Watchorn in England. She's pushing 90, but she's recognized as the preeminent Minoan expert living today. He tilted his head. She's also the undisputed expert in their theological mythologies. Hammerson grunted and shook his head. No, we're happy to have you assisting us. He began to pace. So, the million-dollar question. What does it say? Matt turned back to the screen and adjusted the contrast and magnification. Unfortunately, it's what we call linear A form, classed as near unreadable. Basically, all we can do is take the later linear B form and use the Greek Euboean-derived alphabet as a guide. Not perfect and far from exact. He sucked in a deep breath, and after a few moments shook his head. Not a lot that makes sense, but from what I can make out, it says, Fear is risen again, children of Zeus, slayers of... He turned. Children of Zeus, that's us, by the way. According to ancient Greek mythology, we mortals were created by Zeus when he gave us the earth as our home. He turned back to the writing. Shall be forever locked in stone. Magira will consume... Magira, that rings a bell. Obviously ancient Greek, but can't place its significance. Hammerson stopped pacing. That's it? Pretty much, Matt said. The rest is either undecipherable or obscured. Some of the words could be slightly wrong, but that's the gist of it. Hammerson grunted. Not a lot to go on. He paced some more. Another question for you. Janus Koresh. Heard of him? Could he understand it, write it? Matt scoffed. Janus the Anus? Sure, I've heard of him. He's a liar, a thief, and an asshole. The guy's responsible for the theft of dozens of high-value artifacts all around the world. He's rumored to have removed an entire wall of Egyptian crypt art. He's got a bounty on his head, and he's... Hammerson held up one hand. Okay, we get it. He wasn't a great guy. But was he capable of writing it? Matt shook his head. Absolutely not. No way. Understand it? Still no way. Could someone like Koresh recognize it? Maybe. That's his job. He could have copied it from another source, I guess, but why would he? Hammerson shrugged. He didn't have any answers. I'd love to send some of this to Margaret Watchorn, Matt started, but Hammerson shook his head. Okay, well then, next option is I need to see more. If you can get me more shots, maybe different angles, I might be able to be a little more conclusive. He looked at the writing again. Interesting thought. It could be a warning. But if so, why write it in a language that hasn't existed for thousands of years? That's what's so weird. Whoever wrote this went to a lot of trouble to make sure that only a few people could ever read it. He looked up, his face excited. Or they assumed more people could understand it. Fascinating and intriguing. I'd love to see more. Hammerson was pacing again. He still didn't have enough information, yet. He heard Matt snort. Then the professor said softly, I'll tell you one thing. If Koresh was down there, he wasn't there as a tourist. He was after something. I wonder if he found it. Hammerson turned, frowning. You think he went there for something specific? An artifact? Matt nodded. Like I said before, that's his job. He went down into those catacombs with a brief. That's how he works. I think he was filling an order for someone. You just need to find out who that was. Hammerson looked at Sam, and the big man smiled in return. Yeah, we can do that. Make it happen, Lieutenant, the Hawk commander said, then turned back to see Matt leaning in close to the screen, his forehead creased. What is it? You got something else? Matt leaned back a few inches. Maybe... something weird. Check this out. He enlarged one of the characters that had been gouged into the wall. Hammerson and Sam crowded in close. You see that? Just at the edge of the letter stroke? Hammerson shook his head. Sam pushed Matt along and took over the keypad. Let me do this. He opened a box around the character, and the computer immediately zoomed in and digitally cleaned up the image. Jack Hammerson leaned forward and squinted. There looked to be a few quarter-sized chips or flakes stuck into one of the grooves in the stone. What is that? A fingernail? Matt shook his head. That's what I thought at first. Call me crazy, but I think a hand of sorts made these marks. Jesus, what sort of hand could make those gouges? In solid stone, Sam said, tidying up the resolution even more. The objects came into sharper focus. Hammerson frowned at him. You're showing me how you do that before you get out of here, Reed. He stared at the image. Could be nails, but I think you'd lose more than just a few of them if you raked your hand down a solid wall. You're right, so I don't think they're nails at all, Matt said softly. I think they're scales. See the uniform size? But thick, like armor plating. Sam grunted. Makes sense. There's carp in the cisterns. Maybe they... Nope, that's not a fish scale. I still remember my senior biology classes. Come on, think, Sam. Matt nudged the big hawk. Fish have scales embedded into their dermis, deep but thinner. They also have slime glands. These babies are more rounded, thicker, and there are growth marks. I bet if we got a better look at one of those, we'd find it was pure reptilian keratin. Reptile scales actually grow like hair. What sort of reptile? Sam frowned and folded his huge arms across his chest. Matt snorted and swung around in his chair. Well, I'm not talking alligators in the sewers. I'm betting this is a reptile that knows Minoan, and according to where these scales are located, stands about 7 feet tall. Hammerson clapped his hands together. Good work, Matt. Good information. I agree with what you said before. It is fascinating and intriguing. Hang around for a day or so, and we might have something even more interesting for you. He pointed to Sam. Lieutenant, find me Koresh's paymaster. City of Usak, Interior Aegean region, Turkey. The Usak Rug Bazaar was one of the largest in the country, with buyers coming from neighboring provinces to select the best, which they would sell internationally at greatly inflated prices. Before dawn, hundreds of sellers crossed the Lydian Silandiras Bridge over the Banaz stream to compete for space in the bazaar and for the buyers' attention. It was still dark, but soon the sun would rise, and the cacophony of hawkers' voices, haggling traders, and playing children would turn the park-like grassland into a riotous circus of sound and color. Halim watched his mother and grandmother unroll a pair of enormous rugs, their best. Pressure was on all of them to sell their wares early and then be off home. There was death about, a grotesque illness sweeping the countryside. The whispers hinted that the army had collected the bodies of the afflicted, and whole families, whole towns had been wiped out. The newspapers had urged people to stay indoors. A jinn, his grandmother had whispered knowingly. Other old women had picked up the word and made the sign of the evil eye over their faces, so the devil would not see them this day. Halim's mother held his shoulders tight and stared into his face as she laid down the law to him. He was to stay close to her or his grandmother. Halim hummed and drew on the ground with a stick, watching his mother smooth the rug's edges, and then work with a fine pick to adjust any thread that dared to lift its head above its brothers. He knew why she paid the rug such fussy attention. It took many months to weave, dye, and then dry, but a single sale could deliver enough money to keep the family comfortable for the next half-year. Bored, Halim said he was going to have to pee, and headed off to the tree line. Once out of sight, he changed course, and instead made for the bridge. His mother would scold him if she knew, and his father would more than likely thrash him for disobeying her. But this time of year, snakes, frogs, salamanders, and all sorts of wonderful creatures came out to bask in the day's warmth. If he could catch one, it would keep him amused for the entire day. He leaned over the side of the bridge and waved at his dark reflection. He had the stream to himself, save for several large dragonflies, about 1,000 chirruping crickets, and a few small birds warbling in the trees hanging over the water. There was a chill on the back of his neck, cold but not unpleasant. Halim had collected a handful of stones, and now he dropped them one at a time into the cool, swirling water, causing a few minnows to dart out of the reed banks to investigate, before vanishing in flashes of silver and green. He hummed tunelessly in the pre-dawn. He knew if they didn't make a sale early, they would be there all day and long into the warm evening, before Grandfather came with the truck to carry the three of them back home for a late supper. Until then, it was dry flatbread with pickle jam. Luckily, he liked pickle jam. As he watched the water, chin on his hand, the air misted and became cooler, like smoke lazily drifting across the stream's surface to dull its sparkle. He looked skyward, expecting to see clouds pulling across the sky, which would be a tragedy for his mother and all the rug sellers. 364 days a year they prayed for rain. But on the day the rugs were unfurled in all their brilliant dyed glory, they prayed for it to be dry. Today there were no clouds, just the same thin mist drifting in from the east. He squinted. It seemed thickest down the road, as if his grandfather's truck was backing up, blowing exhaust fumes. But there was no truck, no noises, and even the birds and crickets had grown quiet. Halim angled his head, his face creasing as he concentrated. In the center of the rolling mist, something was taking form, rising up, solidifying, a dark center appearing as if the cloud was denser at its core. The shape was tall, moving toward him, but gliding rather than walking. He grimaced, rooted to the spot. Something about the dark mass instilled dread in the pit of his stomach. "Hello?" His voice was weak, betraying his nervousness. "Speak like a man," his father would have said. Halim regretted wandering away from his mother and grandmother. He had the urge to turn and flee, and not stop until he was hugging his mother. But he couldn't move. The mist began to clear, and just as the form became a figure, something warned him to look away. He spun, crushed his eyes shut, and placed his hands over his face. He leaned far out over the bridge, holding his breath while he waited. He could feel it now, freezing cold on his back, every hair on his body standing erect, his skin prickly with goosebumps. There was no sound. It was like he had stuffed cotton in his ears, the air muffled and silent around him. He couldn't take it any longer and opened his eyes, looking down into the stream. He saw himself in the water, and looming up behind him, something so monstrous, so horrible and terrifying, that he immediately voided his bladder into his trousers. He felt bile in his throat and an explosion of pain behind his eyes. The warmth down his legs unlocked his stricken throat, and he found his voice, screaming so long and loud he thought he would never stop. He did, when consciousness left him. When he awoke, his head hurt, and there was a needle-like pain behind both eyes. His senses slowly returned. He felt the sun hot on his face. He heard the stream slipping by underneath the bridge, crickets singing, dragonflies zooming about, their iridescent wings and green eyes like tiny jewels. Halim had never owned a wristwatch, but the sun was well above the horizon. Hours must have passed. His mother would skin him alive. He got to his feet, staggered a few steps, then began to run back along the path, through the trees and into the bazaar. But instead of the swirling dust, riot of color, and noise of hundreds of people haggling, fighting, or laughing, there was nothing. A silence so total, he had to rub his ear to make sure he hadn't been struck deaf. "Mama? Nana?" People everywhere, but all so still. Some were lying down, others were kneeling or sitting, many with hands thrown up trying to shield their faces. Halim saw that all were a ghastly white. Even their eyes were the bleached blankness of dry sand. He found the small square of ground marked out by the beautiful reds and blues of the rug dyes his family preferred. Mama was there, sitting cross-legged, one arm out, the other hand over her face. Nana was kneeling, tiny as always, her hand in front of her face, warding off the evil eye. It hadn't worked. "Mama?" He touched her. She was as hard as stone. He nudged his grandmother, and she toppled over, her body remaining in its pose, stiff and unbending. Halim crouched next to his mother and edged in under her outstretched arm. "I'm sorry, Mama. I fell asleep. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." His head ached terribly as he leaned against her, feeling the hardness under her clothes. The familiar feel and smell of her warmth, perfume, and love, was gone. A tear rolled from his cheek to splash onto her leg. It dried quickly on the stone. One survivor. Kamel Baikal leaned forward on his knuckles, hearing them crack against the wooden desktop. One fucking survivor, and over 2,000 dead. He spat the word distastefully. Turned into stone, who knows how, by something we can't see and can't find. The land forces have been mobilized, began the soldier who had brought the report. No. Baikal shook his head. No, have them stand down. We could just be sending thousands more to the same fate. Find it. Tell me what or who it is, and what weapon it's using. Then we can send forces to engage it. The big commander walked to a window and stared out at the Special Forces training grounds. We must know our enemy first. He returned to his desk and picked up the cup of coffee sitting there. How many helicopters have we in the air? 82, sir. Also 17 spotter planes, but as yet they have found nothing. Baikal took a sip of the thick, dark liquid. 300,000 square miles of country, and we have under 100 sets of eyes in the air looking for it. He turned back to the window. It covered 170 miles in a single day. We thought it was on foot, but it's moving too fast. He laughed mirthlessly. That is, unless we now have 2 of these things wandering our countryside. And the attacks are getting larger. His jaw clenched, the words hissing out between his teeth. What is it? The soldier stayed mute. Baikal bared his teeth. What is it? What is killing us? He threw his cup across the room, and it shattered on the wall. An explosion of dark coffee ran slowly to the carpet. He rubbed his forehead with one large hand, then, as if remembering he wasn't alone, looked up. Dismissed. He turned away, then spun back. Wait. I want Dr. Leila Ayhan to attend to the survivor. Tell her I'll join her when the boy is able to speak. I need answers, quickly. Any answers. The soldier closed the door as he exited. Kamel Baikal sat down heavily at his desk, his fingers drumming its surface for many minutes. Chapter 13. James Koresh, Janus Koresh, Janus Carew, Janus Carruthers. The list goes on, Sam Reed said. This guy was unreal. He had multiple aliases and properties all across Europe, Asia, and even in Australia. He was worth millions, and all of it secreted away via shell corporations in tax havens, from Switzerland to the Caymans. Sam zoomed in one after the other on images from the satellite feed of Koresh's properties, which were projected onto the giant screen on Jack Hammerson's office wall. Hammerson pointed to several open doors, showing glimpses of scattered items inside. "Looks like most have been turned over. I'm thinking the Turks are running down their leads pretty quickly." Sam switched to view communications cables from the Turkish Ministry of Finance. "Well, well. Looks like they haven't managed to pry open his private banking information yet. They're applying to the BIS in Switzerland for an overriding emergency authority based on a national threat. So far, the Swiss are dragging their heels." Sam laughed softly. "Ah, bless those Swiss." "Excellent. Which accounts are they after?" Hammerson rubbed his hands together. "Got a list, sir. Long and short-term investments. We'll need a bit more firepower to crack them open." Sam moved aside, and Hammerson sat down and commenced typing long strings of characters into Muse. He placed his hand on the screen for its whorls, indentations, and scars to be recognized by the system's security. The screen went blank for a few seconds before welcoming him into the most powerful and intuitive search engine in the world. "Okay now, let's have a look at any recent deposits into Mr. Koresh's accounts, then track them back to their source." In 20 minutes, Hammerson had traced multiple enormous cash and securities deposits to shell organizations originating in the Seychelles, then transferred from Guernsey, one of the Channel Islands off the coast of England, all the way back to Italy, to a small company called Jupiter Import-Export, rolled up into a massive conglomerate owned by local billionaire Gianfranco Rufino Monti. Sam whistled as Muse organized the data on the screen. Shipping, warehousing, construction, movie production. Wow, this is serious money. And Monty's rumored to hold one of the largest private collections of Asian and Middle Eastern art and antiquities in the world. And what do you know? Italy's FBI equivalent has a permanent watch on the guy for drugs and arms smuggling. Seems if there's money in it, then Mr. Monty is also into it. Sam straightened. This is our guy, right profile, and could probably buy and sell whatever was in that vault 1,000 times over. Hammerson pulled up the surveillance information from the local police and Interpol files, and came up with a primary residence, a castle on the northern shore of Lake Como in Italy. Sam looked impressed. Fit for a king, and with his own private security. Hammerson grunted. Private army, more like it. I recognize some of those Italian security names. They're soldiers of fortune and ex-paratroopers. He sat back and folded his arms. Well, Mr. Monty has something we need. I think we should pay him a visit, find out if he can assist us. Hammerson reached for the phone. And time for the prodigal son to earn his pay. He dialed. The call was answered immediately. Alex, we have a project. Time to get you some new Hawk kit, Hammerson said. You're officially out of retirement, Arcadian. He disconnected and turned to Sam. Pick him up, collect the team, and get in there. Today. Sam got to his feet with a small whine of electronics. You got it. One more thing. Put Alex in harm's way. I want him to remember what he was good at. U.S. Stratcom Research and Development, Weapons Division. Colonel Hammerson has provided the authorization, but I didn't catch the name. said the scientist, Walter Gray, who was accompanying Alex down the long white corridor, several levels below the U.S. Stratcom base. Alex ignored the man, his mind on the work he'd been doing with Alan Marshall in the Alpha Soldier Research Unit. His memory, so long like a moth-eaten rug, was now almost fully intact. The neural pathways were still there. Seemed they just needed a little chemical kickstart. But the more doors Alex opened in his mind, the more he became aware of the presence lurking there. He referred to it as the Other One, and Marshall now did the same. The young scientist had told him that they would eventually be able to eradicate the psychological shadow, but for now they would manage it. Alex just hoped the Other One didn't turn out to be stronger than he was and eradicate him first. Gray's voice rose as he talked faster, nervously, pointing to different sealed doors as they passed. Laser technology, biologicals, handguns, rifles, combat body armor, sensory enhancement. Alex nodded but stayed silent. He knew all these weapons intimately. It was his team, former team, that had trialed them in the field. He had already opted for active camouflage, micropanels capable of altering their appearance, color, and reflective properties, enabling the soldiers wearing it to blend into their surroundings. It was something he'd used before, and knew it was invaluable for an incursion that required stealth. Alex decided it was time to stop Gray talking. "Give me 2 HKCTs with variant triggers and a nitride finish. Throw in some frequency shifters while you're at it, and leave off the over rails. I won't need a scope." Gray smiled, raising his eyebrows. "Good choices. And will you—" "Long and short K-bar, Tanto Edge," Alex said. "Also the usual Hawk field kit." "Excellent." Alex found he remembered the powerful weapons with absolute clarity. The Heckler & Koch USP-45 CT pistol, his favorite, was a smooth, matte black sidearm, made of a molded polymer with recoil reduction and a hostile environment nitride finish. The variant trigger made it lightning quick, and the upgraded frequency shifting didn't so much muffle the sound as shift it beyond the range of human hearing. The knives, the K-bar with its distinctive chisel-shaped head and black laser-honed blade, were scalpel-sharp and thick enough to be both lethal weapon and field tool. He'd used them many times on all sorts of materials, flesh and armor. Alex became aware that Gray was talking again. He blinked and listened as the man pointed to the sensory enhancement section. "For nighttime incursions, we have some new pupil lenses that will—" "No thanks. I have my own," Alex said. Gray snorted. "Well, I doubt very much they'll be as good as—" "No." Alex kept walking until he came abreast of the next room. Combat body armor. He turned and raised his eyebrows. Gray caught up. "You've come at the right time. We've just completed testing on some new plating that is literally out of this world. One of Colonel Hammerson's former operatives brought in a biological sample of some creature's carapace. Toughest thing we've ever seen. Sea creature, we think. We analyzed its chemical and amino acid components, and then simply grew it ourselves. It's light, harder than the toughest metals, about 9.5 on the Mohs scale, and surprisingly easy to work with. We can grow it into any shape we need in a matter of hours." Gray pushed a stud, and the door slid back into the wall. The dark room lit up the moment the pair entered, as sensors picked up their movement. The small space turned out to be about as small as a warehouse, complete with a single-lane firing range. At its end was a target dummy kitted out in mottled gray body armor, which looked heavily scarred from repeated direct hits. Alex exhaled, eyes narrowing. The last time he had seen that mottled armor plating in place, it was during a little jaunt to an Iranian nuclear facility, when some naive scientists opened up a black hole that allowed a chitinous-shelled nightmare to come through. The scientists all ended up dead, mostly as food for the creature. Gray handed Alex a sample of the armor. It was light and tough, like a combination of ceramic and compressed chalk. Alex tried to break or bend it, but couldn't. The piece he had retrieved all those years ago had been a shell fragment blown from a living creature. However, the piece he held was square, polished, and round-edged. The white coats had been busy. Gray took it from him and held it up. "We can grow it to mold to any body size or shape. We can even build it directly into the active camouflage suit. You won't even know it's there, until you get shot at point-blank range and are able to get straight back onto your feet." Alex nodded. "What can it stop?" "All small arms, even a .357. Most rifles, unless they have armor-piercing or uranium-tipped projectiles." "Good. Make it happen," Alex said. Gray grabbed him by the arm. "We can do it right now. Step up on here." Here was a small circular platform, with a console nearby. Alex did as requested, and Gray stood behind the console, his eyes moving from Alex to the controls. "More towards the middle, please, sir. That's it. On the mission, will you be engaging in hand-to-hand combat?" Alex smiled. "More than likely." "Then you'll need glove, elbow, and knee plating. Open your hands and spread the fingers so I can get a clear reading." Alex did as requested, and a curtain of light fell around him. It closed on him, analyzing, measuring, designing a template of his exact shape. In another minute, the light disappeared. "That's it?" Alex asked. "All done. You can step down. The growth medium and presses will do the rest. It'll be built into your camo suit in a few hours. The active camouflage technology will be woven around the biological plating, so you still have the stealth capabilities." He grinned. "But now with enough lightweight armor to stop an M16 at close range. How's that sound?" "That sounds real good." Alex stepped down from the podium and looked up at the ceiling above. "There's 120 laser-based microsensors up there," Gray told him. "They can measure your body shape to a nanoscopic scale. Don't be putting on weight any time soon now, will you?" He chuckled and directed Alex back toward the door. As they passed another alcove, Alex stopped and his face broke into a broad grin. "Holy shit! What the hell is that?" The suit in the corner looked like a gunmetal-hued skeleton that had been hollowed out and mounted like a hunting trophy. Small power packs at the small of the back, neck, and chest blinked with tiny iridescent green lights. Gray scurried over, rubbing his hands together. "Like it?" "A lot." Alex ran his eyes over the formidable-looking suit. "Tell me about it." "Not fully tested yet, but this," Gray motioned to the suit like a game show host, "is the full-body military exoskeleton combat harness, mech suit, the next-generation heavy combat armor. This is just the base model. We have accessories." Like a kid delighted at showing off his favorite baseball card collection, Gray moved quickly to the wall and pressed several small studs, causing various doors to slide back. More suits were revealed, some with built-in helmets, others with weapons built into the forearms, shoulders, and chest. Some of the frameworks were just legs, and others were upper body sections that fit over the arms and shoulders. Alex was impressed. Operational? Gray bobbed his head. Sort of. We have one of the Hawks trialing a half unit, but that's more for mobility. No one's taken the full kit out yet. Still a few things to iron out. With all its electronic and hydraulic-assisted technology, the suit weighs about 200 pounds. Too much for your average soldier, especially as you need more than a degree of finesse to move this monster around. Maybe next gen. Alex nodded, still staring at the armor-plated technology. Nice. Gray laughed. Come back in a few years, when we've managed to solve the weight-to-support capability ratios. He led Alex back out into the corridor, and stopped at the emitted light weaponry vault. He raised his eyebrows. Lasers? Great for stealth incursions. No noise, can move from pulse to beam, and put a hole through a skull at half a mile. He grinned and jiggled his raised brows. Alex considered it, then shook his head. Not this time. Leave that to the other guys. I'll be getting in close, real close. Gray sighed and motioned to the elevator at the end of the corridor. He pressed his thumb to a dark pad, which ringed it with red. Immediately, the hiss of machinery moving could be heard behind the huge brushed steel plate. He turned to Alex, staring up at him and frowning slightly. I could swear I've seen you before. Alex simply stared back, his gray-blue eyes never wavering. After a while, Gray shrugged and turned away. But if Colonel Hammerson says you're the new guy, maybe I've been doing this job too long, and you're all starting to look the same to me. I'll get your kit sent up to the Colonel's office. Pleasure doing business with you, Alex stepped into the elevator and pressed the button to close the doors, cutting off Gray's question. Alone in the steel box, he held up his hands and looked at them, rock solid. He hoped he was doing the right thing. People would be relying on him, and him on them. The change would take some getting used to. There would be no more lone wolf now that Hammerson had intervened. Of the memories Alex had regained, the good ones were fleeting. Most involved brutality on an unimaginable scale. And in the sea of blood, there were the faces of those who had fallen beside him, good men and women who had died under his command. They stayed with him now and haunted him. He made fists, heard the knuckles pop. He remembered something Franklin D. Roosevelt had said. Men are not prisoners of fate, but only prisoners of their own minds. For Alex, his own mind was his biggest fear. Chapter 14. Aviano Air Base, Italy. Sam and Alex waited to climb into the chopper. They were the last. The huge propeller was already spinning overhead, invisible and almost soundless, its blue-edge rotor blades ending in a distinctive gull-wing double-sweep shape to reduce the noise. There was a downdraft, but little more. The entire stealth craft was coated in the new carbon nano paint designed by NASA for its space missions and the blackest material known. It absorbed 99% of any light in various spectrums that struck its surface. The military had gotten interested when it was discovered the paint also absorbed radar waves, thereby making anything coated in it invisible. Already inside the chopper, bathed in the red gloom of the blackout lighting, were 3 large men, fairly new to the Hawks, and a single woman, Casey Franks. They were in 2x2 teams coated red and blue. Even though Sam was taking lead on the mission, all of them turned toward Alex when he stepped inside. They stood as he passed, not saying a word, but nodding to acknowledge his authority. It seemed the rumor mill had gotten ahead of them. Sam had no doubt all the Hawks knew who the special advisor was accompanying them that night. He noted that Franks was the only one to watch Alex, with the hint of suspicion on her face. He wondered what was going on there. The chopper sped low and silently over the Italian countryside. They had little more than an hour to their destination, after flying nonstop from the United States to Aviano, one of the last American air bases in Italy. Now the stealth chopper was taking them the 120 miles to Gianfranco Monti's compound on the shore of Lake Como. Hammerson had charged Sam with assessing Alex during the mission. He noted Alex flexing his hands beneath the plated gloves, making iron-hard fists. Those hands had been broken many times, Sam knew, but they healed quickly, too quickly for a normal man. Alex's body could produce coagulants and collagen deposition, form new tissue and calcium deposits in minutes, not days, which meant any wounds closed over almost immediately. But sometimes the scars remained, just like the damage to his mind. Alex reached up and touched a small indentation over his left eye, before running his hand up through his dark-cropped hair. Sam knew there was a small, star-shaped scar there, an intended kill shot delivered by Borshov, the giant Russian assassin who had obliterated Alex's Hawk team in Chechnya. It was a debt Alex had wanted to square for far too long. The pilot's voice came through on his comset. "Cloudbank coming up. We'll have moonshade in 10 minutes. Mission up." "Mission up in 10, Sam relayed to his team. The chopper slowed in the air, and a single small light came on overhead in the rear cabin. The Hawks pulled their full-face masks down. The black lenses covering their eyes looked a little like rounded swimming goggles, but were high-technology lenses that could be moved up and down the thermal, telescopic, or infrared ranges. Only Alex's mask had no lenses. Science had already given him everything he needed within his own body. The Hawks' suits were compressed to their bodies and dappled between black and gunmetal gray, taking on the colors and characteristics of their surroundings. The material was woven through with Kevlar fiber and had integrated biological combat plating over the chest, shoulders, and other vulnerable areas. "Let's get it on," said Casey Franks. She made fists and growled, pumping herself up. Sam held a small electronic tablet that showed a real-time Vela satellite feed of Monty's property. He knew Jack Hammerson would be watching the same feed back home. Vela was able to see through stone and steel, delivering the building's secrets up to the incoming Hawks. Multiple thermal images flared in and around the property, either 2x2 patrols or guardian positions close to the walls, on terraces, and on rooftops. Inside there were more, patrolling the hallways. In an upper room was a single figure, seated and alone. Monty. Sam grunted and pressed the stud in his ear to contact Hammerson back at base. "Multiple shields, all armed. Primary target in upper bedroom in eastern wing. Confirm green light on mission." Hammerson's voice came back immediately. "Mission is green light. You are good to go." "Mission is green, people," Sam said. He thought of Jack Hammerson seated in his dark office, the large wall screen the only illumination. He would seem emotionless as he watched the mission unfold, but Sam knew the older warrior would be churning inside as his team went out. Once he gave the green light, things were out of his hands. Sam checked his watch. Once they hit the dirt, They had 30 minutes to get in, punch a hole through to Monty, and be gone before anyone outside of the compound even knew they were there. Bottom line was, they needed unimpeded time to question Monty and retrieve whatever information he had on what Koresh had been searching for deep in those Istanbul catacombs. Time was not a negotiable commodity. The plan was for Alex to take the guards out of action first, non-lethal means if possible. But as the private security force were ex-elite soldiers, they'd hardly drop their weapons when requested. They were on Allied soil, but Sam had to hope for their sake the paid soldiers would choose life over gold. Because if it came to a fight to the death, it would be theirs. Sam put a large hand on Alex's shoulder. "Okay?" "I'm good." Alex spoke without turning. Sam saw that his eyes shone silver in the dark, like some sort of nocturnal animal. He just hoped the animal inside him stayed sleeping. "Just remember, we need Monty, not a massacre," he said. Alex smiled and nudged Sam's ribs. "Don't worry about me." Sam grinned. "I'm not worried about you. I'm worried for anyone in front of you." Sam pulled his own visor down. A second light went on. 2 minutes. He saw Alex begin flexing his hands again. Then he sucked in a huge breath and quickly checked his equipment, expert hands running automatically over weaponry, communications, and extraneous kit, all packed down tight over his body. Sam leaned in close, showing him the tablet. "You're up first. You'll go in the front, take out any wandering sentinels on the perimeter." He pointed to the small screen. "There are 3 teams 2 by 2 patrolling, and 1 larger unit of 6 stationed on the front landing. Soft takedowns if possible. Red and blue will position themselves at the west and east walls. I'm going to drop onto the roof, where I'll immediately deploy a white noise net to fry their comms. That'll be the signal for you to make some noise, draw interest from inside the house." Alex stared at the small screen, his eyes moving over the figures, the building, the geography. He nodded once. Sam knew he would have missed nothing. "With no comms, Monty's men will need line of sight. They'll come to you." Sam switched off the screen and slid it away, then gave Alex a grim smile. "We're going to need to punch it. Once the fireworks start, we'll have less than a minute to get to Monty before he tries to seal himself inside his secure panic room. We do not have the time to dig him out." The final light came on, and the cabin light changed from amber to hellish red again. Sam lifted his voice. "Game time! Hua!" The Hawks punched knuckles and rolled their shoulders, then formed up. Hua stood for heard, understood, and acknowledged. Nothing else needed to be said. Sam nudged Alex again. "How do you feel, Arcadian?" The chopper door whined open, the ground close, and shooting past at a seeming impossible speed. Alex turned, smiling, his fists balled. "Dangerous." He dived out. Sam shook his head. "Dangerous but in control, I hope." Casey Franks muscled up to the door. "Me next." Sam sighed. What a surprise. Alex hit the ground, rolled, and came up running, fast. He was a black blur as he moved among the overhanging trees, his suit immediately taking on the hues and shades of the huge willows and ivy-covered oaks. He stayed in tight at the edge of tree line, already hearing the tread of the first patrol. As expected, the 2 men were professionals. No flashlights, and walking softly and carefully in the dark. Without night vision, they would have been near invisible. Alex saw them as clearly as if they were in an open field. He felt the adrenaline surge into his system and increased his pace as he came up on the men. By the time they knew he was there, they lay unconscious at his feet. He kneeled, checking them over, not out of any concern for their well-being, more as a lightning-quick assessment of their weapons and capabilities. He grunted. As he had assumed, both had night vision and also infrared scopes on top of their Beretta SCP-7090 assault carbines. The skeletal black guns had the barrel adapter attached, so they could launch rifle grenades. Not good news if the Hawks were caught in the open. In seconds, he had lashed their hands behind their backs, then to their ankles, and was sprinting away, homing in on the next patrol on the opposite tree line. He skirted some ornamental shrubs, still staying low, then burst forth to cover the last 100 feet of open ground like an express train. He dived the last 10 when one of the men suddenly turned, perhaps sensing movement or seeing a flash of red on his scope. The Beretta was coming up just as Alex struck, so hard it sounded like tree branches snapping as the men's bones and flesh were crushed by the impact. Shit, no deaths if possible, he recalled. He crouched over the fallen men, noting that one's head had been turned completely around on a now very loose neck. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, trying to feel remorse. Were humans that fragile? Only they are. He checked his watch and saw that he was on schedule. However, the easy part was over. Now he needed to disable the remaining 6 men at the front of the villa. When the lights of the compound showed through the trees, Alex got down on his belly and crawled. Pausing at the tree line, he saw ahead a few 100 feet of manicured grass, an open walkway, and a huge stone veranda that could probably fit hundreds of well-heeled guests at a Monty party. Unfortunately, the massive open space afforded the guards at the front of the house an unimpeded view of anyone approaching. For Alex, it meant a direct assault was impossible, unless he wanted 6 professionals shooting at him with scoped Berettas. He crawled closer, burrowing into the cool earth to dampen his thermal silhouette. Finally, he came to a 7-foot marble statue of a discus thrower. He took cover behind it and looked at the veranda and the men patrolling it from end to end. There were 2 permanently stationed at each side of the door, vigilant, armed, and professional-looking. Monty had chosen his security force well. No matter how fast he was, Alex knew it would be impossible to get to the building without being shot. But maybe something else could manage it. He looked up at the statue and then back to the guards, calculating. He smiled. Sam wanted some noise. He checked his watch, counting down the seconds until Sam and the red and blue teams were in place. His body was humming with energy, and he felt good, alive. He had a purpose again. He wasn't the disembodied spirit wandering from town to town, waiting for random acts of violence to be rained down on him so he could exercise his fury. He flexed his hands in their gloves. What would I have become, he wondered, if Hammerson hadn't brought me in? He already knew the answer. He would have eventually turned into the other one that struggled within him, the pure violence and hate that he only ever just managed to keep caged. He would have ended up a rabid dog that needed to be put down, just another monster in the darkness. He crushed his eyes shut for a moment, saying a small prayer, finishing with a request to bring a little luck to Alan Marshall's work in the lab. The communication pellet pinged twice in his ear, the signal that Sam had cast the white noise net. Now all non-Hawk communications would be useless, and they were ready to go. Alex peered around the statue base at the men on the veranda, then looked up again at the discus thrower. He eased himself to his feet. The 200-pound marble arm holding the enormous disc landed at one end of the balcony and exploded like a bomb, obliterating a good 6 feet of expensive flagstones and carved balustrade, and raining dust and debris down on the guards. The men flattened themselves to the ground in the confusion, but it was only a second or two before their experience and professionalism kicked in. Several rolled and crouched, with weapons up and pointing to the impact site. The 2 guards at the door got down on one knee, guns pointed in opposite directions, ready for any threat. However, by the time the dust cloud cleared and one of them sighted the figure speeding across the lawn, Alex was already 2/3 of the way there. In one hand he held his HK pistol, which he fired with precision into the shoulders of the 2 men either side of the doorway. Bullets zipped toward him in return. The other men had scattered, so he reholstered the weapon and concentrated on speed, and his next throw. In his other hand he had a chunk of statue the size of a melon, which he launched at one of the shooters. It flew faster than any eyes could follow, struck the 6-foot guard in the gut, and punched him backward over the side of the veranda. More bullets flew past him or thwacked into the soft ground as Alex zigzagged the last few dozen feet, leaping up the steps to crash into another of the guards. He was among them now, their advantage of distance gone. Bullets still flew, but their fear of hitting each other slowed their firing, and their reaction times were inconsequential compared to his own. He ducked and weaved, disappearing from in front of one to appear beside another, landing blows or sliding low to smash a fist into a knee, then another into an exposed temple. Another guard went down. The last 2 proved the most difficult. They had chosen their combat positions wisely, and it became obvious they knew how to work in tandem. One finally came in close to engage, but it was only a feint. As he pulled back, the other caught Alex's neck with his gun butt. Flashes of light and pain exploded in Alex's head, momentarily stunning him. He dropped and turned, blocking another of the steel-weighted punches. Behind him a gun went off, and the bullet kicked him flat to the ground. The suit armor held, but excruciating pain flared, and he knew there would be cracked ribs in his back. The 2 men were big and fearless, and using everything they had. Alex rolled and came up fast, his resolve to pull his punches slipping away. Another 2 shots. Alex moved out of the way in a blur, and one whizzed past his cheek. The second caught him dead center in the chest. He absorbed it, his teeth clenched and eyes furious. He flew at the gunman and punched him, an uppercut delivered with enough ferocity to lift the man off his feet and throw him back into the huge wooden doors. Alex knew it was unlikely he would ever rise. He stared at the body. No deaths if possible. It took a microsecond for the thought to enter his mind and be answered. Kill or be killed. Alex knew the voice. It was the other one, straining against his bonds. The thought was a distraction, enough to allow a blade, gleaming blue in the moonlight, to flash into his back. Such was the force of the delivery and the sharpness of the weapon, it managed to find its way between 2 of the armor plates and into his shoulder. The flash of pain was like an electric shock, kicking open a door in his mind, ripping him in 2, letting the other one free. Alex felt as if he had been thrown outside of his mind and body. He felt powerless as another Alex spun at the man to grab the hand holding the blade, the Italian Special Ops Titan, 7 inches of carbon fiber wrapped around an inner core of titanium, and one of the deadliest knives in the world. The guard pushed down hard, using both hands to try to force the blade back into his opponent's face. Alex held on, turning the blade and easing it up under the man's chin. The man's expression moved from determination to exertion, and then fear as the blade touched his skin. Time seemed to freeze as the other Alex and the guard locked eyes. In both stares there was recognition of impending death, but for only one of them. Alex gave the weapon another push, continuing until only the hilt stopped it going any further. The man's body danced and juddered momentarily as the nerves short-circuited. The other Alex reached up to tear the mask from his head. If he could have seen himself, his expression would have appeared emotionless. The guard's life was nothing to him. With one hand he held the body up off the ground, impaled on the blade, then pulled it close and looked into the slack face. He lifted his own head toward the roofline, anger pulling his features into a mask of fury. "You wanted some noise?" He dragged the body down the steps to the front of the huge building and held it up with one arm, shaking it. "This is all you've got?" His lips pulled back in a snarl, and his eyes were round with fury, shining silver in the darkness. He threw his head back and roared up to the windows. No words, just a primal sound of anger and challenge. Figures appeared in windows and gave their answer quickly. Heavy-caliber machine gun fire raked toward him, blowing fist-sized clods of earth into the air. Alex grabbed the body in both hands, lifted it, and threw it toward the gunner, forcing him to take shelter behind the window frame. By the time the gunfire resumed, Alex had vanished, but not back to the tree line. He threw himself against the heavy door, exploding it inwards. He was in. Gunfire sounded from inside several areas of the huge building. The Hawk, Red, and Blue teams had joined the party. Jack Hammerson grimaced as he watched the action at Monty's villa unfold. He would send the recording down to Alan Marshall. The man had his work cut out for him. Hammerson could pinpoint almost to the second when Alex Hunter had changed. The knife coming down into his shoulder, deep but not lethal. The Arcadian should have shaken it off, and he did, physically. But from that moment, he seemed to stop being himself. The new Alex was faster, stronger, more savage, and totally without mercy. He had brutalized the guard, even after he was dead, parading the body, and then seemed to call for his own death, standing arms wide in the open, spotlit and tormenting the guards. Hammerson exhaled long and slow. Did I send him out too soon? He watched Alex explode through the front door, a blur of fury. "Pull it back, son," he whispered. A phrase came to mind from a book he'd read many decades before. "You must suffer me to go my own dark way." The book was The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, a tale about a man's struggle between his good self and the monster that also lived within him. Chapter 15. After setting off the white noise net, Sam pulled a 4-foot loop of beaded wire from over his shoulder and placed it on the roof. He turned his back on it and pressed a stud on a small box. The ring detonated, primarily downwards, cutting a near-perfect hole through concrete, wood, and plaster. He turned and immediately jumped through it. The big Hawk landed hard, his near 500-pound electronic and hydraulic-assisted frame sinking an inch into the parquetry floor. Switching his lenses to thermal, he searched quickly in the swirling cloud of dust and darkness. He knew he only had seconds before his quarry made his way to a fortified space. As if in direct response to his thought, a wall slid back at one end of the room, revealing a door with a dull metallic sheen, and so thick it wouldn't have been out of place in a bank vault. A coughing, spitting sound from behind a huge couch sent Sam rushing over to heave the large piece of furniture out of the way. He lifted the crawling man to his feet, dragged him to a chair, and slammed him down hard. He grabbed his jaw, looking into his face to assess his identity. "Don't kill me." Monty flinched away, crushing his eyes shut. It was a logical reaction to being confronted by a towering stranger dressed in black with bulb-like goggles who had just dropped down through a hole in your roof. "Ready for a chat, then," Sam thought. The big hawk slapped the man hard. He needed Monty talking, and fast. There was no time for negotiation or pleasantries. Today, lives depended on speed and brutality. He grabbed Monty's jaw again, and got so close his face nearly touched the Italian's. "Live or die." Monty babbled and tried to reach up to Sam's hand on his jaw. Sam slapped him again, even harder. "Live or die!" he screamed. Monty looked like he'd been physically beaten. He began to weep and pointed with one shaking finger. "There's money in my safe." Another slap, this time so hard Monty was almost knocked from the chair, and his eyes rolled in his head for a moment. Sam grabbed his face again and pulled him close. "Fuck your money. Live or die, you get to choose. Last chance." He reached into a pocket and pulled out a photograph. It showed a tanned and handsome Janus Karesh. He held it up in front of the trembling man's face. "What was he after in the Basilica cistern?" "Huh." Monty squinted at the picture. I don't know." Sam exploded, lifting the man and throwing him into the wall. Monty lay still for a moment, then scuttled toward an ornate desk. He reached for something underneath it, then spun with a small silver pistol in his hand. He fired point blank, hitting Sam in the chest. Sam was rocked back a half step and snorted. The biological plating wasn't even dented. Monty turned to crawl toward the panic room, but Sam lifted one large boot and stomped down on his gun wrist, breaking the bones. Gianfranco Monti screamed, holding his arm, the hand flopping loosely at the end of the crushed radius and ulna. Sam gritted his teeth. He hated this part. But men and women were dying out there, while this creep had been happily sipping champagne. "What was in the Basilica cistern in Istanbul?" he roared. He flipped the desk over and dragged Monti back to the seat. The Italian shook his head, weeping. "I don't know. No one knows." There was a commotion outside the locked door, and a few zipping shots from an automatic weapon. Sam saw Monti lean forward, an atom of hope in his eyes. Perhaps his men had come at last to deal with this monstrous brute. The door crashed inwards, and Monti slumped as 4 hawks appeared. They nodded to Sam, then stationed themselves outside the room. Monty's face paled at what came in next. The Arcadian moved smoothly, seeming to absorb the light and air around him. He was like a large predator, eyes silver, his suit dappled with camouflage, almost invisible amid the floating plaster dust and flickering light. The only areas of the suit that stayed in focus were splattered red with blood. "No." Monti held up a hand, but seemed unable to tear his eyes away. Sam nodded to Alex. But the other man wasn't watching him. His stare was fixed on the small Italian, so intense it could have been a pair of machine lasers set to burn holes right through him. "Time's up. My turn." Alex's voice was without pity. Sam drew back a fist that was as big as Monty's head. "Last chance, asshole, or I turn you over to him." Monty reached into his pocket and pulled out a silver key. He pointed toward the vault room with a shaking hand. "The locked cabinet, bottom drawer, Constantine's Soromatian Codex." "Hold." Sam held up a hand, stopping the hawks on the ornate oaken staircase. They froze, weapons up, sighting at different quadrants through their scopes. Sam listened closely to the incoming coded message from Hammerson. "New team, 10 gatecrashers coming in from your east, using Spec Ops Stealth Pattern 4. Look like they know what they're doing. Could be Spetsnaz." "Roger that," Sam said. "Engage?" There was silence for a second, before Hammerson's voice came back low and slow. "If Russian, send him to hell. Payback for Graham. Put your masks on them and leave the bodies exposed. Let Volkov explain that to the Italians." "Acknowledged." Sam turned to his red and blue teams. "We got 10 incoming in an S4 double wedge from the east. We are authorized to use all force. Trident formation. No mess, people." The Hawks reloaded, then flew down the steps toward the front doors. Red and blue would take the sides, while Alex and Sam would get between the two 5-man teams. Sam's comm unit pinged again. "Hold," he said, repeating the order that had just blasted into his ear. "Be advised, new team are carrying HK MP5 submachine guns, and I can see an L96 sniper rifle. They're SAS. Send them home and then wrap things up." Hammerson spoke matter-of-factly, all urgency gone. Sam knew Hammerson was drilling down with Vila. He'd be able to tell the color of their eyes if they were visible. He grunted. "Acknowledged." Hammerson's voice lowered. "Be advised, mission leader, that Prodigal Son may not be in control." "Fuck it," Sam whispered. "Send him to negotiate. A little friend from foe test," Hammerson ordered, and signed off. "Acknowledged. Out." Sam looked at his teams. "At ease, people, we got friendlies." His eyes stayed on Alex a while longer. The man looked calm, in control. "You're up," Sam told him. He cradled his weapon and motioned with a small bow to the front door. "Go and consult with our British friends, and be nice." Alex pushed his rifle up over his shoulder and walked through the remains of the huge door he had obliterated only minutes before. Alone, he stepped out onto the front landing. The response was immediate. A flash grenade went off right at his feet. The powerful percussion wave was accompanied by blinding light and momentary heat. Anything within 20 feet would be temporarily blinded. Anything closer would be blown backward and receive debilitating flash burns. 6 of the SAS team came in low and fast, expecting to occupy the front landing and neutralize any targets with any fight still in them. What they got was something very different. When the smoke cleared, Alex was still standing, legs planted wide, a black-clad colossus. His body had immediately adjusted to the change in pressures, rebalancing him and keeping him rooted to the spot. His suit smoked in places, but the biological plating had absorbed the force of the small blast. His arms hung loosely by his side, relaxed. He looked at the 6 soldiers. "Cupboard's bare. Stand down." The men approaching froze, weapons up, and trained on him. All wore black and green assault suits, with night black paint stripes on their faces. Several wore a Cyclops night scope over one eye. Fucking Yanks, great. A man stood from where Alex knew the other 4 British Special Ops team had concealed themselves. He pointed at Alex with a gloved hand, the trigger finger exposed. "Like shit we'll stand down. You're even further out of your jurisdiction than we are. We're here to do a job. Stand the fuck down yourself. Alex shook his head. There's nothing left. Go home, boys. The red and blue team Hawks appeared from the east and west side of the building, guns loose but ready. Sam stood in the doorway, arms folded over his cradled weapon. Alex could see that the SAS men still concealed had their guns shouldered and their eyes to scopes, moving back and forth between the Hawks. They were far from at ease. He took several steps forward, coming to the edge of the veranda, and looked down at the 7 SAS standing on the front lawn. Search if you want, but clear a path. We're leaving. Bullshit. This from a huge soldier standing out to the left side of the first speaker. You guys have cleaned us out. You better learn to share, and quick. The SAS ringed the steps, clearly ready to oppose any move the Hawks made to vacate. Their guns were pointed down, but fingers were on the triggers. Behind Alex, Sam's comm unit pinged, and he heard the big man say softly, "Incoming. Polizia di Stato. 10 minutes." Alex looked back at the first speaker with the fingerless glove, obviously the SAS group leader. "You heard. Italian police coming in. Things are about to get messy. Next time, get here earlier." The bigger SAS man stepped to within a dozen feet of Alex, barring his path. "Messy for you, maybe. We got you outnumbered nearly 2-1. Show us what you retrieved and we all go home happy. Okay, sunshine?" He grinned, his long teeth overly white in his black-painted face. "I'd hate to have to take it off you now." The smile dropped as the big man rolled his enormous shoulders. Alex took a last look along the line of SAS soldiers, assessing distance and readiness. He held his arms wide and yelled, "Attention!" The word had the desired effect. The 7 standing turned toward him, and the 3 sniper scopes followed. He'd drawn their focus, and then he moved, fast. 1 minute he was on the veranda, and then he just wasn't. He struck the huge British soldier first, up under the chin, causing the long white teeth to clack together like castanets. He didn't stop to see if the man was unconscious. He didn't need to. He continued on to the leader of the group, grabbing him around the throat and dragging him quickly to the tree line and away from his forces. His men tried to follow him with their guns, but Alex used him as a shield. The tough warrior struggled against Alex, but Alex's grip was like iron cable. Alex whispered into his ear, "We're all on the side of the angels here. I'm sure you'll negotiate a better outcome through other channels. Don't push us. Not here. Not today." He quickly disarmed the man, released him, and let his weapons fall to the ground. The British soldier was up in a flash, hands bunched into hard fists, but Alex had already turned away. "Hey!" The SAS man took a step and then paused. "No one's that bloody fast." Alex kept walking, and the other Brits moved their aim between him and the Hawks on the veranda. The Hawks came down the steps to join Alex, stepping over the SAS giant still out cold on the grass. The SAS leader rubbed his neck as he angrily picked up his weapons. He waved his men down, and they stepped aside. Alex turned to him and gave a small salute. "Next time." The man walked toward Alex, looking him up and down. "Well, well, what do you fucking know? The freak is real. The fucking Arcadian." He gave Alex a small salute that ended with him pointing at Alex's chest. "Next time it is then, sunshine." He turned to his men and pointed to the big downed soldier. "All right, lads, get that arsehole up on his feet and let's bunk it. Party's over." Alex waved the Hawks on, and they started to jog, picking up speed on the way to their concealed chopper. The SAS leader watched them go, then barked an order. "Jimmy, Bolter, get up there and see what state they left Monty in. If he's breathing, he's coming with us. Bag him if you have to." Chapter 16. Alex leaned against the wall, brooding. Hammerson had debriefed him, making him watch the Vila playback from the mission. He'd seen himself hurling the dead body like it was a sack of trash. The Hawk commander hadn't raised his voice, thumped the table, or even cursed. But Alex knew he was furious. Hammerson's personal judgment had been called into question by the harshest judge of all, himself. That Alex had been able to pull it together later in the mission was his only saving grace. Marshall had been in the room and had supported Alex. "Small setbacks are to be expected," he'd said. He was sure that while they were working on eradicating the rages, they would be able to help Alex manage them, perhaps even make them work for him. Control it before it controls me. That's the plan, thought Alex now. He, Sam, and Matt Kearns were in Hammerson's office, trying to understand what it was they'd actually liberated from Gianfranco Monti. Alex felt Matt Kearns staring at him. The last time Matt had seen him was on the peak of Black Mountain in the Appalachians. Alex bet the guy still had nightmares about giant beasts, and probably about Alex, too. Initially, Matt's expression had suggested he'd seen a ghost. Now he just looked disorientated. Alex nodded to the languages professor, who shook his head as though to clear his mind. He looked back down at the ancient paper in front of him and ran his fingertips over its surface. Papyrus, not great quality, working man's paper. He leaned down to sniff the paper, then pulled back to scrutinize it with a magnifying glass to one eye. Aluminum salts in the fibers, also egg and tree gum used to starch out the edges. Definitely not fake. "Old, huh?" Hammerson said, circling the young paleolinguist as he hunched over the illuminated desk. Matt nodded. "Oh yeah, it's old, all right. Hey, did you know this type of paper was probably sold in bulk to the Romans, and all along the ancient Mediterranean? Egypt exported tons of it." He looked up. "Around 2,000 years ago." Hammerson nodded, not looking impressed. "So, old. What else you got?" Matt turned back to the parchment. "It was written by a soldier in the year 334 AD. It's a record of sorts." And weird." Matt shook his head as he scanned the faded Latin text. Hammerson gritted his teeth. "Jesus, man, don't make me pull this out of you. Weird? How? Give me something, Professor." Okay. Have you heard of the Roman Emperor Constantine?" Hammerson snorted. "Flavius Valerius Aurelius Constantinus Augustus, the warrior Caesar. Of course, we studied his tactics. He was a great man. Go on." He half-turned toward the two huge men who were standing back, listening. "Alex, Sam, get over here. I want your eyes on this." "The warrior Caesar, yeah, that's certainly true." Matt tilted his head. "As well as being the first Roman emperor to convert to Christianity, he also defeated the emperors Maxentius and Licinius during civil wars when he was little more than a youth. Then he fought and beat the Franks, the Alemanni, and the Visigoths, retook the parts of Dacia that had been lost during the previous century, and also had time to build a new imperial residence at Byzantium, which he named New Rome. The people loved him so much they renamed it Constantinople in his honor." "Constantinople, now Istanbul," Alex said. "That's right. Formally renamed in 1923 by the Turks. So what we seem to have recovered from Gianfranco Monti is a record of one of Constantine's campaigns by someone who was involved. Matt bobbed his head side to side. Maybe a bit less formal than a record. More like a soldier writing about his adventures for his loved ones back home. The guy was a centurion, in charge of hundreds of foot soldiers. The Roman army was unbelievably organized and... He stopped at a flat stare from Hammerson. But you know all that. He cleared his throat. About 1800 years ago, give or take, the world was a wild and dangerous place. Russia was still largely unknown to the Romans. It was populated by clans of wild, bearded giants and tribes with filed teeth or body decorations made by scarifying or searing the skin. Sam snorted. Sounds like the New York subway. Alex grinned. Hammerson's glare shut them both down. Continue, Professor. Anyway, in southern Russia there used to be a kingdom called Sarmatia, or Sauromatia in ancient Roman, in the land of Scythia. Hammerson folded his arms, his jaw jutting. Will you get on with it, son? Matt nodded. Look, the thing about the Sauromatians was that no one really knew where they came from. They were a race out of time and place. Hammerson exhaled loudly, and Alex and Sam grinned. Okay, got it. Matt cracked his knuckles, cleared his throat again, sipped some water, and began to read the parchment's text aloud. A time of my service for the great Emperor Constantine during the Sauromatian campaign, by Aelianus Drusus Cornelius Cassianus, centurion of the 5th cohort. We stood obediently, pretending the pummeling rain caused us no discomfort, but it was hard and cold, and bounced back up from the sodden earth to coat us in mud to the thighs. The rain is never-ending in this accursed place. I miss the sun and the fields of Rome, and most of all, Emilia, my darling, I miss you. I will come home, I promise you. In this place, I feel there is no love, and the gods jest with us. It is said that no man can defeat the army of Rome under Constantine, yet we fight something far stranger than mere men, and it tests our nerve as well as our mettle. This very day I saw the first of these beings up close. The bound warrior was dragged before our emperor and let fall at his feet. Even though the great man stood upon reed matting, some mud splashed upwards, and we held our breath. But he ignored it, his eyes moving over our foe, looking over its armor, its decorations, its physical form. Like all the warriors we have fought in this campaign, this too was a woman, dressed for war with battle armor plating that was like the scales of a snake. Constantine drew his sword and ran it down the breastplate and then back up, lifting some of the shingles. We saw that they were sliced segments of horses' hooves sewn together in an interlocking fashion. Strong and light, our emperor said. We nodded, and he added, but no match for Roman steel. He laughed, and so did we. It filled us with pride. He used his sword again to examine the armaments in more detail. The helmet and gauntlets were of leather, but carved with the design of intertwining snakes. On the front of the skull-cap helmet, an etching of a vile snake covered the woman's face. Constantine curled his lip in distaste. Sauromatian, he muttered. It was the ancient Greek name for the race of peoples we had come to make war on, the followers of the snake goddess. Remove her gag, he ordered. Matt lightly turned the page. I've heard of this race of people, the Sauromatian, he said. The women were bloodthirsty as hell. They fought to the death. It's believed they were the source for the stories of the giant female Amazonian warriors. This is amazing stuff. He turned back to the ancient parchment and continued. The cloth binding her lower face was ripped away, and the creature immediately convulsed and tried to fling herself at Constantine's legs. He stepped back quickly, pointing his sword, as the woman's blackened teeth, coated in a sticky resin, clacked shut just inches from his foreleg. One bite, and the black poison rotted the flesh. Constantine did not recoil at the sight of her monstrous teeth filed to wicked points, even though they were more like the jaws of a wild animal than of a human. One of our men stomped a large mud-covered foot onto her chest, pinning her writhing form to the ground. She spat and convulsed before lying still, but her eyes were filled with venom. These people did not fear us, or even death at our hands. Constantine commenced to turn away, but like us, saw her body shake again, a little at first and then more, until she erupted with laughter. "Arknoa unsor magera! Organoha inhoka magera!" she snarled, her burning eyes never leaving our emperor. Her words were harsh like the growl of a low beast, and the sound revolted us. She laughed again, but there was only scorn in the expression, and something else, a mocking tone of victory. Even now I remember her scarred and ugly visage twisted in perverted triumph. Constantine was unmoved, and waved the miserable creature away. She was dragged backward, her horrible laughter ringing loudly over the falling rain, until it was abruptly cut off by a soldier's blade, at last. The great man called to me, as I am one of his advisers, and spoke soft to me. "Did you hear her words?" I told him I had, and asked if it was the thing he sought. He nodded once, then looked beyond me to the walled city. "It is the Maghera. The legend is real." Matt looked up again. That name, Maghera, exactly like the script carved into the wall of the chamber. I've been doing some research, and for the life of me I can't find any reference to it. It's driving me nuts, as it rings a bell. I'm certain I've heard it before. "Make a note and move on. I want to hear the rest," Hammerson said. Matt nodded. Picks up again with Alianus seeing a rider approach. A centurion rider skidded his horse to a halt in the greasy soil and jumped down. On seeing the emperor, he threw himself to the wet ground, prostrating himself. It was young Varinius, son of Nonus, whom we had met at the theater 100 years ago. He is a fine young man now. Constantine looked down at him, sheathing his sword. "Speak." Varinius sucked in a huge lungful of air and spat some mud. "We have reached the inner temple, sire." Constantine did not speak. He just looked again to the city. From our position on the hillside, it was possible to see inside the high wooden palisades that surrounded a collection of several hundred squat wood and stone buildings, which grew larger as they approached the city's center. It had taken our men only days to breach the walls, but twice that time again to reach its middle. Instead of a palace, we found a temple, larger and richer than all other buildings in the compound. It seemed their god was their royalty. The battle was hard. Fanatics always fight to the death. We had done our best to ensure the Sarmatian got their wish. Now at last we had reached their heart. Constantine stood for many minutes staring through the rain at the smoldering city. He held out his hand, and immediately a dry cloth was placed there for him to wipe his face. I know a little of what our emperor seeks in this hellhole from the few details he has shared with me. A Greek legend, older than Rome itself, has drawn him here to this god-forsaken place filled with endless rain and worthless tribes of fanged pagan warriors. This kingdom of Sauromatia in the land of Scythia has stood for untold ages, secretive and savage. Its people are said to be the keepers of a weapon that has made them invincible to the surrounding hordes. Our emperor's best scholars have spent many years unraveling the secrets of the first Greeks, and his men have purchased, stolen, or unearthed fragments of their myths from their mountains and islands, and from the lands of the ancient bull dancers. All spoke of something of great religious significance here, maybe even proof of the gods themselves. Our great emperor's determination is as strong and unyielding as the iron of his sword, and I know that whether what lies within the Sauromatian temple is a sacred relic, a weapon, or even just a vase with the writing of the angels upon it, he intends to possess it. Verinius looked up. "We have not yet entered, sire, but—" He paused to suck in more air. Constantine looked hard at the man, perhaps really seeing him for the first time. There was a gash on his neck that was still bloody and dirty with soot. A piece of his ear was missing, and there were many marks to his armor, the injuries of a soldier who leads by example, a fighter. Constantine smiled and motioned for the young man to get to his feet. He called for water and handed his cloth to the soldier to clean his face. "Their warriors still fight?" he asked. "No, sire. This time there are men, priests, but—" His lips worked for a few seconds without forming words. We waited with just the sound of the drumming rain falling in gray sheets all around us. At last he went on. "They are all blind. Blinded. Their eyes have been removed, and their heads tattooed." Constantine motioned the young soldier to drink. He stood close for a few seconds, studying his face. After a time he said softly, "Blinded? All of them?" Verinius nodded jerkily. "The priests have formed a line in front of the temple, but will not enter it themselves, even for their own protection. It seems they fear their god more than they fear our steel." One of Constantine's generals, Titus, laughed. "Women and blind priests! Is it any wonder they have fallen so easily before us?" Our emperor rounded on Titus, his voice fierce. "But stood undefeated for more centuries than you can count." The general, a huge bear of a man, went down on one knee. Constantine turned back to the city and spoke as if to the large stone temple at its core, rather than to us, his assembled heads of war. "Those who behold the Gorgos will be forever imprisoned in stone." His eyes were slightly glazed, as if seeing something far removed from the rain and mud around us. I recognized the name from an ancient legend in the work of the philosopher Pliny the Elder, of creatures far too horrible to be real. He turned to the kneeling general. "Dear faithful Titus, if their city was truly protected only by women and priests, it could never have stood for so long. There must be something else." He turned to us all. "A hidden weapon, perhaps?" We remained silent, Titus still pale from the rebuke. Constantine returned his attention to Verinius. Could it be that the priest's gaze was unworthy? They were blinded as punishment for looking upon their ruler or deity? Or perhaps the simple act of seeing means something far worse. He looked into the young man's face. "Was there anything else? Be clear and be quick." Verinius stood straighter and nodded. "The translators said the blind men only spoke one thing over and over. She must not be freed." His brow creased. They think that is what the priest said. Their tongue is difficult. Yes. The Emperor nodded and walked a few paces from us, then spun quickly. Ready my horse, I wish to see for myself. We immediately flew into furious activity. The Caesar does not travel anywhere at whim. Our Emperor's private guard readied themselves and his mount, and the great man ordered Varinius back onto his horse. Let us see what the Sauramatian priests are trying to keep from us, he added in an aside for my ears only. Or are they trying to protect us from it? Matt held up his hands, wincing. That's the end. Well, the end of what we have here. Where's the rest? Sam shook his head. That's all Monty had. Matt exhaled. Probably destroyed then. After all, it's lucky this page is in such good condition, given it was written almost 1800 years ago. He sat back. Well, that's it then. Whatever Constantine found, they brought back, and then sealed it away in the deep catacombs under the basilica. It was probably Constantine's personal vault back then. Why? Sam was looking over Matt's shoulder at the parchment. Why what? Why was it converted into a cistern? No. Why would they bury it? Matt shrugged. Perhaps it was something so valuable they wanted to... Valuable from a military perspective, more like, Alex cut in. You said the Sauramatian were savages with filed teeth and armor made essentially from bone. At that time in the region there were the Cimmerians, the Goths, the Slavs, the Tartars, all powerful warlike tribes with hundreds of fighters. Yet the Sauramatian resisted them all for nearly 800 years. Matt nodded. Yes, I see. Go on, Hammerson said. Maybe this thing was sealed away because it was too dangerous, Alex said. Constantine realized he had a tiger by the tail and couldn't deal with it. Maybe he'd discovered the world's first weapon of mass destruction and found it too horrible to use or even understand. Maybe he tried to destroy it and couldn't, so the best he could do was seal it up and hide it away. The three men looked at Alex in silence. Then Hammerson grunted. This is getting real interesting. But what could it be? Sam folded his massive arms. An object, device, a manuscript maybe, something biological. What, exactly? Matt shook his head. Doesn't say. Hey, I know, I bet it's on page 2. Go back and ask Monty. Sam's face darkened. Maybe you'd like to come with us next time. Ease up, big guy, Alex said. He turned to Matt. If we knew there was more to the Codex, you can damn well bet we'd have asked Monty for it. He turned back to Sam. And I'm sure he'd have happily given it up. Sam half smiled. One thing's for sure, Alex continued. Whatever it was, it must have been something the Sauramatian thought was mystical, magical, and Constantine had a healthy respect for it. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, Sam said slowly. Arthur C. Clarke wrote that over 50 years ago. Magic, technology. Matt stood up. You think the Sauramatians had some kind of technology that enabled them to remain the premier force in ancient Russia for over half a millennium? Alex shrugged. It's possible. Constantine was a warrior general. He'd have been used to assessing risks. So he buried the weapon, leaving it for the future to sort out, Sam asked. Alex grunted. Maybe he tried to destroy it and couldn't. Maybe he buried it, hoping it would never be found. What could a race of savages have that would instill that sort of fear in a Caesar? Matt mused. A weapon, a god, a disease, a book of spells, a relic? He shrugged. All we really know is that there was something down there in that hidden chamber, sealed in the bronze urn, and now it's not there anymore. It's been taken, or it walked away. Walked away? That doesn't make me feel real good, Sam said. And if that isn't enough of a problem, now Borshov's tracking it. And now Borshov's tracking it, Hammerson repeated slowly. He walked over to the world map that covered one of the walls in his office. There were thousands of dots indicating locations of U.S. bases. Red for those known to the general public, black for covert. He gazed at them and shook his head slowly. If it is a weapon, and if it's still operational, you can count on the Russians trying to use it if they get hold of it. He turned, his face unreadable. There's a lot of tension between our countries at the moment. Not a great time for one side to be heavily tipping the scales. And tipping them away from us, Sam said. Hammerson nodded. Still a domestic problem at the moment, though. Unless we get invited, we can only goddamn watch and wait. And if Russia gets hold of this thing and makes it a global problem? Alex asked. Hammerson's face turned to granite. Then it'll be too damn late. Can we see the coordinates of attacks so far? Alex said. Matt sat forward, his hands hovering over the keyboard. How do I... Move it! Hammerson pushed him sideways and started typing. A map appeared on screen, showing a series of red dots, starting at the Basilica Cistern in Istanbul and ending at Usak. The number of victims at each location increased progressively, as did the distance between events. It's taking more victims and getting stronger, moving faster, Alex said. Could it be a natural phenomenon or some sort of toxic cloud? Sam asked. It's certainly obscuring satellite imagery. Alex shook his head. Unlikely. Seems to be following a specific path, like it knows where it's going. Looks like it's heading for the coast, Sam said, moving a few steps toward the screen. Why can't the Turkish military see this? They probably can, Hammerson said. But I think they're doing exactly what I would do. Get everyone out of the way and watch and wait. I'd be pretty damned cautious about sending anyone else in, until I knew what we were dealing with. Might just be throwing them into the meat grinder. I think Sam was right. About the coast, I mean. The three soldiers turned to look at Matt. He indicated the keyboard. May I? Hammerson slid his chair back. The bridge is yours, Professor. Matt joined the dots of the affected areas with a line. We might need to look at it with fresh eyes, or better yet, very old eyes. About the time of the Minoans, there were several significant trading routes running through this region, and small villages sprang up beside them, a bit like settlements appearing beside rivers. This line could be one of the old Phrygian routes. He concentrated on typing and brought up a much simpler map that showed just a few colored lines and ancient cities such as Ur, Babylon, Susa, and Kalab, now long turned to dust beneath the desert sands. Matt adjusted its size and then laid it over the top of the modern map. Sam snorted. Holy shit! There was no doubt. One of the trading routes ran from Istanbul through Izmit, Guive, Polatli, Usak, and continued on to the coast. Matt pointed to the line. The Middle East was the cradle of civilization. In some of these towns, human habitation has been traced back as far as 26,000 years. Hammerson frowned. It seems to be veering off the route in places, then coming back. For the people, Alex said, It's veering off to areas of large population. Hammerson's frown deepened. It's goddamn seeking them out. It wants to kill. Based on this projection, it'll pass close to Salili and Sardes on its way to Izmir, Matt said. Sardes was the capital city of Lydia about 2,500 years ago, until it was captured by the Persian Empire. After that, Izmir. Hammerson cut Matt off and turned to Alex and Sam. Both men nodded. Yes, that's right, Matt said. The route ends at Izmir. Makes sense, as it was one of the oldest settlements in the Mediterranean basin. There are several graves there dating from about 3000 BC. That's contemporary with the first city of Troy. Hammerson folded his arms, his face like stone. Based on speed to date, it should be there within 3 days. Yeah, looks like it, Matt said, then looked from Hammerson to Alex and Sam, catching their expressions. Huh? What is it? We got a base there, Hammerson said. In Turkey? You mean a NATO base? Sort of. The official story is Turkey took over control of the NATO bases in 2004. But the unofficial story is they want to be part of the UN Security Council, so we're allowed to keep a few bits and pieces there. So do the Brits and Germans. Just one big happy family. Hammerson smiled flatly. Matt leaned back in his chair. What are a few bits and pieces? 42 airplanes, 12 heavy choppers, Roland and Hawk mobile missile systems, and about 300 personnel. That's just at Izmir. Matt nodded. Now I see why it's important. Hammerson came around the desk and grabbed his bomber jacket. Damn right it's important. And if that's where this thing is going, then we're involved, whether the Turks like it or not. Time to light a fuse. He pulled on the jacket, its material straining at his shoulders. Sam, get me some eyes on what's going on down there. If Vila's still blind from up top, shoot down some pipes. Chapter 17. Miles above the Earth, a satellite bay door opened, displaying dozens of arm-thick, matte-black spikes. 8 pipes vented gas and propelled themselves silently away from the large, spindly craft. Their destination was set, the Middle East, Turkey, targeting the ancient trading route between Usak and Izmir. There were no ignition plumes, no heat signatures, or metallic flashes to give any sort of object profile to the numerous public and military scanning devices that watched the heavens every minute of the day. More gas vented from the pipe's side jets, each second-long burst causing minuscule adjustments to their direction in the upper atmosphere, but translating to hundreds of miles difference in where they would land. The pipes briefly flamed as they entered the mesosphere. Once through, their outer casings broke away, leaving a dull brown spike to travel the final few dozen miles to the Earth's surface. The spikes readjusted their supersonic descent one last time, selecting landing spots that avoided dwellings, water, rocky outcrops, and any other micro-obstructions. Clear vision was critical. All the spikes struck the ground along the old trade route, many miles apart, and buried themselves halfway into the soil. Unless someone was standing right in front of them, they simply looked like metal fence spikes that had been abandoned to the elements. Immediately, their small cameras flickered to life. Hammerson now had his eyes on the ground. In his office, a headset over his iron-gray crew cut, Hammerson paced as he waited to be put through to 5-star General Marcus Chilton. Hammerson had known Chilly Chilton for many years. The two men weren't close enough to be called friends, but each respected the other's competence and ability to get the job done when others couldn't. Many times Chilton had used Hammerson and his team to intervene in various places in the world, usually brutally, when diplomacy had failed. In turn, Hammerson knew that if something was important enough, he could bypass the chain of command and go to the general direct, like now. Hammerson stopped pacing as the call went through.
"Jack, been hearing your name a lot lately."
Chilton's voice was basement deep. Hammerson was immediately wary. As the senior officer running a team of ultra-elite Special Forces soldiers, maintaining a zero profile was near mandatory. "Only good things, I hope, Marcus. How have you been?"
"Good. Just doing my best to avoid war, as always. Getting harder every day."
"Volatile times, Marcus. But we both know there'll always be war. That's why we're in business," Hammerson responded matter-of-factly. Chilton grunted. "Volatile times indeed, and the more powerful we get, the more we should fear war. It's my burden to fear it on behalf of over 300 million Americans." "Glad that's your job and not mine. We should fear war, but I'm just a soldier who does his best to make sure the other guy fears it more." Hammerson knew he would never be a general, essentially a military political animal. His problem was he'd never be able to turn the other cheek. Chilton gave a deep, soft laugh.
"And that's why hardheads get to do the hard jobs. I heard you boys kicked some ass in Italy recently."
Hammerson's jaw clenched. He didn't like the fact that the mission had come onto Chilton's radar. "Only enough to establish our credentials. We did our job and everyone went home in one piece. No mess."
"Not everyone.
Gianfranco Monti was taken. The Italians are not happy. They knew he was a crook, but he was their crook," Chilton said. "The fucking Brits." Hammerson pressed his knuckles down on the desk. He heard the general shift in his chair. "And that brings us to why we're talking now, Istanbul." Hammerson waited. "Still no ideas what's behind these strange events?" Chilton asked. "None. Chemical, biological, elemental force. We still have no idea, and neither do the Turks. And now they're getting into the thousands dead." Hammerson remembered the images of the petrified bodies and grimaced. "I'm aware of the casualties. That's for the Turkish to deal with." The general's voice became lower. "There's talk it could be a new weapon." Hammerson began pacing again. "Unknown, Marcus. Could be. Whatever it is, it's on a collision course with Izmir."
"Yes, Izmir, that's different. Can't let that chaos happen, can we, Jack?"
"No, sir, we cannot. We need to be over there." Hammerson stopped pacing and stared out the window. "And you should be there," Chilton said. "But Turkey isn't Italy, and it's a damn volatile place to kick down doors uninvited. We don't have many people in our corner in the Middle East these days. Turkey's one of them, and we'd prefer to keep it that way. We need a gold pass, Jack, in case things get messy." Hammerson exhaled. "I'm working on it, but events are moving faster than my persuasion skills right now." "Try again. Don't give your contact a reason to ask for your help. Give him a reason to demand it. If it's a weapon, secure it. Anything else, destroy it." "That's the plan, sir. One more thing. We now know the Russians are there." Hammerson allowed himself a small smile. The silence told him he knew something the general didn't. "Already?" Chilton exhaled. "God damn it, that complicates things. I'll make a few calls, see if we can push that invitation to the top of the queue. Have you got a team together?" "Yes, sir, the best. We're just waiting on the green light." "Good, then I have something extra for you, something you're not going to like.
Took a call from an old military friend of mine from over the water, Sir David Barrington. Hammerson groaned. Chief of Defence, British Armed Forces. That's him. Seems they've been watching events in Turkey as well. Not surprising, given they've got nearly 80 men and women in Izmir. They want to go in, but don't have the contacts we do, or the ones I've said we do. Jack, I'm holding them back for now. There's absolutely no value in having two separate teams falling over each other. Hammerson now knew how the general had managed to be so informed. I'll keep them in the loop. You want to be leading this. Either we send a couple of operatives along with their team, or a few of theirs tag along with ours. Make the right call, Jack. Jesus Christ, Marcus, with all due respect. Chilton cut him off. They've deciphered the inscriptions. They know you're using Professor Kearns. He's good, but they think he's made mistakes. They've got Margaret Watchorn. She can read Minoan like you and I read the Sunday papers. It's in our interest to join forces. It's going to happen with or without you. Hammerson exhaled, knowing he'd be sidelined if he pushed any harder. Okay, what have they got? You'll find out soon enough. They're already on their way. They're sending us 3 specialists, 2 of them SAS. Play nice, Jack. Hammerson tilted his head back, shutting his eyes. Always. Keep me informed and be ready. Chilton ended the call. Hammerson pulled the headset off his head. Could be worse, he thought. At least the SAS can handle themselves. His name is Halim. Dr. Leila Ayhan flipped a page in the boy's medical chart and handed it to Kamel Baikal. She grimaced. He has significant encephalon cell degeneration. Baikal read quickly and handed back the chart. Brain damage. His voice was flat. Yes, he's moving in and out of a catatonic state, and it's getting worse. The cell destruction is still ongoing. Whatever happened to him is still happening. Did he speak at all? Baikal looked down at the tiny figure on the bed. Halim's eyes were open, but his face was blank. He held one curled hand up to the side of his head. He is the only person to have experienced this thing and survived. He won't survive, Leila said quickly. But yes, he did speak. She read through her notes and shook her head. He said he saw the face of a jinn, an evil spirit. He said it was as tall as a house, and it floated by him. Floated? Baikal exhaled. Why didn't he succumb immediately like the rest? Can you tell me anything more? What is happening to him, and what happened to all those people is a mystery, Leila said. Maybe the boy had some sort of temporary immunity. He said it didn't eat him because he didn't look at it. Baikal groaned. Anything else? She shook her head. Not much to work with. Baikal looked at his watch and went to turn away. Her soft voice stopped him. Kamel, the samples, the flakes you discovered. My colleagues at the university are mystified by their origin. Ankara's top herpetologist says it is probably a reptile scale, but the keratin pattern isn't recognizable in anything living today, or in any fossil record. It doesn't make evolutionary sense, he said. She shook her head and stepped in close to the large Special Forces commander. Kamel, I want you to hand this case over to someone else. Do not pursue this horror. Please, for me. He reached up to touch her face with the back of his hand. Leila, I must pursue it. Because of you. If everyone ran from horror, then horror would be everywhere. He looked back at the small figure, at the curled hand beside his face. He frowned. In his hand, he's holding something. Layla's face fell as she too gazed at the boy. Yes, the petrified finger of his mother. Over 2,000 dead. Women, children, old, young. This thing has a massive appetite. Baikal's face hardened. Perhaps it is time we met it with something a little more formidable. Then I'm definitely not letting you go. She smiled, taking his hand. Not alone, anyway. Baikal shook his head, but she gripped his hand harder. I am an excellent field doctor, and the only one who knows what to expect from this thing. I can, and will, help. He smiled at last, pulling her closer. Modern women, so forceful. Where will it all end? Hammerson's phone buzzed again. What is it, Margie? He asked. Turkey on the secure line. Jesus, I'll take it. The line opened out to a scrubbed and scrambled international band, and he heard the heavy breathing of a man under pressure. Kamel? Jack, it ends here. We are going in. Baikal's voice was heavy with resignation. Hammerson didn't like it. One word. Don't. There's too much we don't know. You don't know? What do you know? Baikal's voice rose a fraction. We know this thing is actively seeking out populations to decimate. We know you can't look at it physically or electronically. We know you're in an evolving and dangerous situation. You're not ready. Hammerson stared out the window, all his focus on the call. He gripped the phone and waited. There was only dead air. Commander, please, wait 1 day, he said. We're working as fast as we can. We've got a team. There has been enough waiting, Baikal cut in, and it has resulted in too many dead. The time now is for action. Listen to me, Hammerson barked. Not this time, Jack. If I am right, it is over. If I am not, he gave a small, mirthless laugh. I'm sure you will be watching. Learn from my mistakes, my friend. The line went dead. Hammerson ground his teeth, gripping the phone hard. Stupid, stupid man! He slammed the phone down, swore, then snorted softly. Exactly what I would have done. Uli Borshov sat hunched over a small table, listening intently to the Russian translation of the intercepted Turkish Special Forces communications. Behind him, a roll of thick plastic was pushed against a wall. A boot and a bloody foot, minus 4 toes, were just visible at one end, evidence of the completion of their successful interview with the police informant. While Borshov listened, he looked at a small computer screen displaying the pictures his men had taken of the deep chamber below the basilica cistern. They had entered last night, killing several guards, and searched the site, photographed the writing, the bronze burial urn, and the stone fragments littering the floor, all within 4 minutes. Then they'd exited like smoke. The strange writing had been sent back to Russia, where it had been identified as Minoan. A linguistics expert had been found via one of their agents in Germany, and Professor Gerhard Reinhardt had translated the script at great expense. He had been told he would be held on a retainer for his services, whether he liked it or not, and warned that if he spoke to anyone about his work, he would be beheaded. Reinhardt had been contracted for life, however long that turned out to be. They had tracked down the dead artifact thief, Janus Karesh, but before they could move to intercept the man's paymaster, the Americans had intervened. They had moved quickly. Borshov knew he needed to move quicker, now more than ever. He replayed the images from the new Persona satellite, a massive 14,000-pound bird with optical subsystems based on the Korsch-type telescope. Its reach and clarity was matched only by the Americans' Vela series. Borshov had been jolted by the sight of the man standing on the front veranda of the Italian villa. A flash grenade had gone off at his feet, but he'd remained upright, as solid as rock, untroubled by the heat and percussion. "So, all old friends back in the field again," Borshov said aloud. "Maybe I will pay you a visit when this mission over." Borshov was about to replay the images again, when a fresh piece of information came from his headquarters. He clicked his fingers to get the attention of one of his men. "Get the truck ready," he ordered. He waved over another of the tall, fearsome-looking Spetsnaz soldiers. The man motioned with his chin to the screen. "We have a fix on the target?" Borshov snapped the screen shut and stood. "Yes, not sure where exactly, but we have a direction. We need to get closer, put ourselves in front of it." He waved a hand around the room. "Burn everything. We move in 5 minutes." Chapter 18. Bill Watkins, a U.S. Stratcom technician, watched the multiple monitors displaying Manisa province, specifically around the outskirts of the small town of Kula. 4 of the pipes had landed along a route bordered by volcanic outcrops that looked like gnarled and burned tree trunks, hence the name for the area of the burning lands. One of the pipes had hit solid rock and failed to embed, but the other 3 were active. The technician slowly rotated the small lens in each, watching up and down the old trade route. He checked the local time and frowned. It was early evening after a cloudless day, yet a fog had started to blow down the rock and dirt roadway. "Heads up, got a fog bank coming in over Spike 1. I'm going to go to thermal," Watkins said over his shoulder to his colleague, who was chewing a drinking straw and watching another spread of pipes further down the trade route. The straw chewer shook his head. "Doubt it. That area has about 5% moisture in the air. More likely it's a truck exhaust. Seen some of the things they drive? I think they burn hay." Watkins snorted. "Maybe, but it's getting thicker. Hang on. I think there's something inside it." He increased the camera's magnification and fiddled with the resolution. "So, was I right?" his colleague asked. "Was it a truck?" "No. I think it's—" Watkins shrieked as pain exploded between his eyes. He projectile vomited a cement-like substance onto his control panel, then fell back out of his chair, clawing at his eyes. "Jesus, help me!" The other technician kneeled beside him. No one saw the surveillance screens white out one after the other as the dark shape passed by. Hammerson looked at the figure on the bed. His head was bandaged, he had a drip in each arm, and tubes ran from his throat and nose. He'd been placed in an induced coma to allow the gross swelling of his brain to subside. Hammerson turned to Major Jerry Harris, who was standing silently next to him. "So the effects can be telegraphed via electronic media, though they're diluted. That means we can record it, but if we look at it with the naked eye, it'll fuck up our internal organs and go blind. That about sum it up?" "Yep, strangest thing we've ever seen. Impossible, really." "Impossible." Hammerson gritted his teeth. "Give me something, a theory, for Christ's sakes." Harris shrugged. "Okay, try this. Basically, light rays first enter the eye through a transparent layer called the cornea, which translates them into electrical signals and sends them to the back of the brain. It's the brain that really does the seeing. The eye is just the window. The brain is the workshop." He exhaled. Some sort of ray, biological vector, or chemical substance is coming in through that window and destroying the workshop. Then, given enough time, the entire body. Harris rubbed his chin. You know, I've heard of some sophisticated cyber viruses that can induce epileptic fits or render you unconscious. But this is way beyond anything I've experienced. Hammerson grunted. So we got nothing. Harris's mouth turned down as he looked at the figure surrounded by hissing and beeping equipment. Watkins is alive, just. Seems the camera feed or the distance or something we just don't know about diluted the full effects. But yes, seems we still need to work out a way to view it safely. I need to know what we're dealing with. Can the image be cleaned up? Well, if it can be partially filtered, then we just need to work out what defrays the effect and then amplify it. Unfortunately, we won't know how effective it is until someone tests it. He looked up at Hammerson. Going to need some volunteers. Hammerson grimaced. Now there's a crappy job. Leave it with me, and call me the minute you've got something. Anything. 5 miles northeast of Salihli, Turkey. Commander Kamel Baykal's stomach roiled. He had organized his men in 5 20-man squads in the low hills surrounding the Izmir-Ankara highway. They were several hundred feet apart on each side of the shimmering roadway in one long killing zone, ready to face down whatever was coming. His men were the best of the best and would fight to the death. Baykal, too. But that wasn't what troubled him right now. He cursed his own stupidity for allowing Layla Ayhan to accompany them. Though she'd had experience with the victims, and her insights were better than anyone else's, this was no place for a civilian. He'd given in to her, allowing her damned persuasive powers to override his training and common sense. Which head is doing the thinking for you these days? He wondered as he turned to look at her. Layla gave him a small salute from under a camouflage net. She had set up a small mobile laboratory and field hospital, and was ready to treat the sick and gather samples. He smiled at her. She was so beautiful. Her advice would be valuable. He looked back toward the city of Salihli. It had been evacuated. 200,000 people dragged or pushed from their homes within a few hours in an emergency order. There were no lights in the windows, even though the sun was sinking now behind the city's buildings. Baykal lifted his powerful field glasses to look over the dark city before scanning the featureless tarmac of the highway. The broad road had been laid over an ancient caravan trail that predated the Persian Empire. In the distance, the road curled out of the slopes of the Bozdag mountain chain along the southern alluvial plains of the Gediz River. It was the pass between these huge folds in the flat landscape he focused on now. "Still nothing on the satellite, Kaysari?" he asked his captain, who was hunched over a small laptop. The man shook his head. "Nothing, sir. Unfortunately, we do not have the resolution to pick up something smaller than a large truck." Baykal cursed softly. "Go to flat radar." He wished he'd cajoled Jack Hammerson into letting him make use of the Americans' more powerful satellite feeds. Their orbiting bird could see inside someone's ear if they ordered it. Baykal looked at his Special Forces soldiers camouflaged among the rocks. They were armed with RPGs, with both fragmentation and thermobaric rounds, light and heavy machine guns, and just about anything else they could bring in for a rapid deployment scenario. The soldiers he had chosen were battle-hardened veterans, with combat experience in the constant brutal skirmishes that took place along Turkey's border. Tough, professional, and lethal. As the sun dipped to become a golden line on the horizon, something began to take form in the distance. Baikal raised the glasses to his eyes again. What looked like a dust cloud with a dark nucleus was moving down beside the road. "There," he said. "What is it?" Layla was kneeling up under the camouflage net. Baikal waved her back. "Stay down." Kazari's hands moved frantically over his keyboard. "Just got something on radar horizon, sir. 20 miles out and coming fast. Solid object. Slowing. Doppler says it's down to 5 miles per hour now." He looked up. "Has it spotted us?" Baikal narrowed his eyes. The Russian RPG-7s had an effective killing range of about 500 feet, but his men were skilled with the weapon and could hit a target at twice that range. He stood, the glasses still to his eyes. "Doesn't matter. It'll just be coming within range of the advance squad. Inform Kirmizi team I want a fragmentation barrage, on my count." Kazari spoke into the radio, relaying Baikal's instructions. 3, 2, 1, fire! There was a thump of ignition, and several 3-foot darts raced away from the rocks, clouds of blue-gray smoke trailing behind them. Each almost immediately reached an initial speed of 300 feet per second, but by the time the explosive spears reached their target, they were traveling at around 600 feet per second. The miniature missiles all struck the dark nucleus within the swirling mist cloud within the same second, their orange plumes lighting the highway momentarily. Then came the primary blast, which threw out rooster tails of burning debris, followed by a powerful supersonic shock wave that scattered thousands of lethal fragments in all directions. Baikal began to smile. "Very good. Direct hits." He was lowering the glasses when Kazari said softly, "I have contact. Movement coming out of the cloud. Moving toward us at 5 miles per hour." "What?" Baikal's jaw clenched. "Must be armored. Give me a thermo volley. Let's see how good its armor is against a thermobaric warhead and 1,000 degrees of hell." Once again Kazari counted down, and half a dozen of the high-speed darts flew out from the rocks. In seconds they had crossed the several hundred feet to their target and detonated. This time the warheads contained an explosive that reacted with the surrounding air to generate an intense high-temperature explosion. The blast wave was significantly longer and more destructive than the conventional fragmentation explosive. A plume 30 feet in diameter lit the landscape. Baikal crushed his eyes shut against the intense white light and waited for the small motes of stars on his retinas to clear. When he opened them, he held his breath, and then the eerie body of mist moved on. "Shikran!" Baikal's curse rolled down the slope. "That thing cannot be allowed to enter the town. Order the squads to advance, laying down a field of fire, armor-piercing rounds. Create a wall of steel. I want that accursed thing in 100 pieces." Kirmizi team scurried forward and then took cover, again and again, firing with unerring aim into the center of the mist on the dark highway. The 10 commandos created an arc around the cloud and fired continuously into its center, until the sound of their gunfire became a continuous roar. Baikal changed the light spectrum of his field glasses to dark enhancement, and saw the green phosphorescent images of his men surrounding the mass on the highway. He switched again to thermal, and his men flared red, and the road turned orange, the residual heat from the day still leaking into the atmosphere. But the swirling mist with the dark form at its center was as cold and dead as a fish, or reptile. A breeze blew up from behind them, and the cloud thinned momentarily. Kirmizi's squad had continued their advance, and were now within 100 feet of their target as its dark center was revealed. Baikal, still using the thermal spectrum, was too far away to see clearly, but he saw his men's reactions. His lips drew back in a combination of disgust and horror as his Kirmizi team stopped firing and instead grabbed at their throats or eyes. As he watched, the warm red glow of their bodies changed to the cold blue of stone.
Ugh, the Prophet protect us.
He shook his head, gulping.
They saw it. They saw it. And then they turned to stone.
He spun to Kaisari.
Have the squads cover their eyes. They must not look at it. We will direct their fire. Switch to tracers so we can monitor the trajectory of the rounds. Quickly, quickly.
The other teams were within striking distance of the cloud as Kaisari sent the communication burst. For many it was too late. The huge spectral figure left the swirling mist behind and glided toward them. They froze, turning to gray, cold stone, new warrior statues in an ancient land. At the rear, some soldiers fell back, having received Kaisari's communication. They pulled strips of material from their uniform or their packs and wrapped it around their heads. 2 men advanced, guns up. Baikal watched them through his thermal lens and spoke quietly and clearly to Kaisari, who relayed the information to the men.
Advance. Target directly ahead. 50 paces. Target moving. Angled 20 degrees to left flank. Target slowing.
Kaisari frowned as he listened in on the microphone attached to one of the 2 men.
Commander Baikal, I can hear. I think it's weeping.
Baikal's jaw set hard for a moment.
Good. We have hurt it. Proceed.
Kaisari concentrated.
5-degree adjustment left. Target now 20 paces, 10 paces. Engage! Engage!
The men fired, their bullets causing flaring orange trails in Baikal's vision as they flew the few feet into the being before them. At first, Baikal had thought the thing was some kind of chemical cloud or a biological weapon, but now he saw how wrong he was. The thing dwarfed his men, at least 7 feet tall, and had what looked like an overly large head. The rounds entered its core, but didn't stop it or even slow it. Kaisari's voice rose in panic as he blurted more instructions to the men.
Closing to 2 feet, right in front of you! Hurry! Fire! Fire!
Baikal turned to him.
Pull them back!
It was too late. One man threw down his weapon and ripped the mask from his face. Immediately he threw his hands up before his eyes and froze. The second man lifted a long dark blade from his belt and hacked back and forth. He must have felt the huge presence looming over him, Baikal thought. He watched in horror and screamed again, "Pull them back!" The man with the blade was lifted high in the air, as though he weighed nothing. A sudden jerk, and he was ripped in two, his legs flung one way, his spurting torso the other. The thing moved quickly now, grabbing another concealed man and tearing away the cloth that bound his eyes. He froze and was thrown to the ground to shatter into a dozen fragments.
It knows! It knows! It must make them see it!
Kaisari's voice was little more than a squeak as more men met the same fate. As the thing drew closer to his position, Baikal dropped his glasses before he too caught a glimpse of the being's true form. Beside him, Kaisari was gagging. Baikal roared his final instruction.
I said, pull them fucking back!
Kaisari slumped, turning his face to the sky.
There's no one left to pull back. It's coming for us.
Baikal looked over at Layla. Her eyes were wide. All he could do was mouth a single word. "Sorry." She nodded and started to pack up her things. "Quickly, send a communication to Colonel Jack Hammerson," Baikal ordered Kaisari. "Tell him what has happened. Tell him they must not look at it. Anyone who has looked at it has died, turned to stone." He turned away. "It is his turn now." Kaisari sent the communication, and then threw himself flat, sighting along his rifle and firing at will. Baikal drew his sidearm and looked to Layla. "You need to go." She came to him, ignoring the sounds of gunfire. Her face was wet with tears. She was trying to look brave, but Baikal could see her bottom lip trembled as she spoke. "It's too late." Baikal nodded, and she reached up to hold his face in both her hands. "I always wanted to give you this." She kissed him hard on the mouth. He folded her into his arms. "Give me one more day," he wished. He felt needle-like coldness on the back of his neck and heard Kaisari stop firing. He turned to see a grayness creeping along Kaisari's body and the mist rising up over the rocky ledge. In his arms, Layla said a single word, "Oh," and then he felt her stiffen. He looked down to see her large, beautiful eyes mist over, and her body become hard stone in his arms. It was only then that Commander Kamel Baikal gave up. He turned to look. Jack Hammerson sank down in his seat. On the large wall screen was an unbelievable image of two figures, like a classical sculpture. A man shielding a woman from some kind of attack, his large arms embracing her, the woman's face just visible under one of his arms, both frozen in a lover's embrace for eternity. Hammerson rubbed his face and then shook his head. His jaws clenched, building pressure, until his fist came down on the desk so hard several items flew to the floor. "No fucking damn it, no!" He pushed his chair back, got to his feet, and paced with one large hand pressing his temples. He turned back to the screen and sighed. "I'm sorry, Kamel." He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and mopped at the spilled coffee. The phone buzzed on his desk. The secure line. He grabbed the phone up. "Hammerson!" "Jack." Hammerson straightened at the deep voice. "General Marcus Chilton." "Sir." "You're going in. Get your best team together." "You got our pass?" "We'll have it within 6 hours, from General Nekdet himself," Chilton said. Hammerson knew of Nekdet. He was the commander of the entire Turkish armed forces. "They still have no answers as to what's decimating their towns," Chilton continued. "But that little tidbit you gave me about the Russians being in their yard tipped the balance. They've had enough of Russian interference in the Middle East." Hammerson grunted. "Good. Jack, we can't let this thing get to Izmir. There's a lot at stake and a lot of people watching. I know you won't fuck this up. Iron fists in velvet gloves. You understand?" "Got it, sir. Diplomacy is my middle name." Chilton snorted. "Not in a million years. We know why you're called the Hammer. Just make sure you hammer the right things." Hammerson smiled without humor. "And the Brits?" "They're on your team and on their way now." "I'll assess them, sir, and keep you informed." Hammerson had no intention of using the Brits if they had nothing to offer him. Chilton disconnected, and Hammerson turned back to the projected image of the petrified couple. "Better late than never, my friend." Chapter 19. One of the most valuable military weapons a soldier can possess is information, Hammerson told the team gathered in his office.
Entering a lethal theater of operation with poor quality, too little or wrong data is usually fatal in our game.
His eyes moved to Alex, who nodded once.
Turkey has closed its borders. Nationwide quarantine and media blackout, the Hawk commander continued. The death toll is now in the thousands, and they still have no real understanding of what they're up against. At 0800 hours, Special Forces Commander Kamel Baikal led a team in a frontal engagement with whatever it is.
Maghera, Matt Kearns said softly.
Maghera?
It seemed to Alex that Hammerson was testing the name.
You said they led a team in?
Sam stood at the back of the group, his huge arms folded.
Yes.
Hammerson's gaze was flat.
They were wiped out. Commandos? Sam asked.
Hammerson nodded.
80 high-performance Turkish special forces.
Fuck me, this thing is a killing machine, Casey Franks muttered.
Hammerson looked around at everyone in the room. We need to learn from their losses. We believe Maghera is now making its way to Izmir, and that makes it our problem. And we damn well better come up with a plan, because we're not ready yet.
High-altitude drop of a large-scale incendiary device, Franks said, and shrugged.
A single non-nuclear MOAB will raise the ground temperature to over 4,000 degrees. Anything within 500 feet of the detonation point will be vaporized. We know Turkey has that weaponry in their arsenal. We gave it to them.
Hammerson nodded.
It's on the list. However, much as I like things done in a conclusive way, I can't see the Turkish parliament approving the dropping of the mother of all bombs on their own country.
He folded his arms.
You need to brainstorm this. We've only got a few hours until go time, and there's still too many pieces of the puzzle missing. We need to do better, or we'll end up as just more piles of rock in the Turkish landscape.
Hammerson dismissed the Hawks and Kearns, but motioned to Alex to stay behind. He closed the door and waited till the others were visible walking across the training ground to the Hawk's Nest. Alex could see Franks nudge Matt Kearns hard in the ribs as she spoke. Matt winced and held his side, but nodded and smiled as he listened.
We're going in and you'll be leading the team. End of story, Hammerson said, his eyes boring into Alex's.
Alex looked away.
I don't know, Jack. You've seen the Vila footage of what happened in Italy. What if I...
He stopped and shrugged.
What if you explode? Put the mission at risk? Then maybe I'll have Sam shoot you.
Hammerson's expression turned serious.
Look, Alex, we don't have time for more training wheels. We know Borshov is on the ground making mischief, and we have a couple of SAS coming in who need to be folded into a single team, ours. And there's something running wild over in Turkey, laying waste to entire villages and heading for our base. I believe you and you alone are the man to get us in front of all three obstacles quickly and effectively. Reed and I agree on this. My question is, do you agree?
Alex knew that if he said no, he'd be back walking the streets. No more sessions with Marshall, no more chance to get a normal life back, or ever see Amy or Joshua again. Trepidation added weight to his shoulders, but it was fear for those around him, not himself. He paced over to the window and looked out. He wanted back in, but he needed to prove himself. That was what the Hawks were for. With them, he would succeed or die. Right now, either outcome suited him. He turned to Hammerson. I'm in. Hammerson reached out and shook his hand.
Good man. We'll break it to the professor gently that he'll be doing a little field work. Franks can set him up.
Casey Franks had given Matt the smallest of the Hawk all-over suits she could find. Her own suit was turned down, the sleeves tied around her waist, displaying an upper torso covered in tattoos and scars, and ripped with sinewy muscles. "Stand up straight, pretty boy," she said as she walked behind him, then pulled his long hair. "You look more like a surfer than a soldier." Matt snorted. He liked Casey. They'd worked together before, on Black Mountain in the Appalachians, and had formed an easygoing relationship based on a shared, sharp, and sarcastic sense of humor. He knew the powerful woman was as ferocious as they came. He'd seen her in action. But within that muscled chest, he bet there was a kind heart. He'd just never tell her that. "You might make a good hawk one day, Professor." She slapped his back hard, making him stumble forward. "Yeah, right." Matt knew he was just an advisor, and didn't really want to be anything more. The Hawks were a singularly aggressive group, intelligent, hard as iron, and capable of dealing with anything anywhere on the planet. He was just thankful they were on his side. The other Hawks milled around, some working out with various martial arts blocks or bags, others stripping down pistols, or modifying some piece of weaponry to their own personal preference. Alex and Sam stood over a map, deciding on the mission kit they would need. Matt rolled his shoulders in the suit. It was made of a material he couldn't identify, supposedly able to offer some resistance to knife penetration. On his frame it felt hot and restrictive. He contemplated doing what Sam had done, removing the arms of his suit. Matt felt one of his biceps beneath the material. It was athletically muscled, but would look like spaghetti next to Sam's bulging arms, or even next to Casey's for that matter. He decided to leave the suit intact. Casey sauntered to the back of the Hawk's nest, calling to a few of the other huge soldiers there, either stripping weapons or working out. Matt looked across to Alex Hunter. The man had saved his life on Black Mountain and then vanished. Matt owed him for that. There was something different about Alex now, he thought. His appearance hadn't changed, but there seemed to be a kind of hollowness inside him, as though his exterior was a suit, like the armor plating he was wearing. Every now and then, when he looked at you, you got the feeling there was someone other than Alex Hunter looking back. Matt looked around at the team of lethal men and women in the hangar-like building. It was an exclusive club, and outsiders were rarely tolerated. Am I ever the odd one out, he thought. What am I doing here? He'd worked with these guys twice before, or rather, he'd ended up being thrown in with them. And both times things had ended up bloody and brutal. He was making his way over to Sam and Alex when the heavy steel door at one end of the large building was pulled back. 3 people entered, 2 men, 1 woman, and one of the men was huge. Matt saw Alex stare at them for a half-second, then smile before turning back to the map. "Our friends from Italy," he said to Sam. Sam didn't turn to look. "The Brits already?" "Yep, and the big one looks like he has an axe to grind." Alex grinned at the big hawk. "He must remember us." "Who are they?" Matt asked. He found it hard to look at the men, whose unblinking gaze made him feel like a bug under a lens. However, the woman with them was strangely familiar. Matt tilted his head. "I know you, don't I?" She looked him up and down for a few seconds. "No, you don't. But you must be Professor Matthew Kearns." Yeah, that's right." Matt gave her his best boyish grin and stepped forward with his hand out. "How did you know?" She didn't reciprocate his action. "Because you're the only one in here who looks as though he couldn't fight his way out of a paper bag." Matt lowered his hand. "Nice to meet you too, Ms. Charmschool. By the way, at college I could bench press 200 pounds. "Great. I'll let you know when I've got a sofa to move." She moved past him, her hands on her hips. "Which one of you is Alex Hunter?" "I think we already know that, don't we, Sunshine?" The huge newcomer glared at Alex, his brick-like jaw jutting. There was raw animosity there, Matt thought. Alex turned to study the trio. Matt could see he was suppressing a grin. Sam stepped up beside Alex. He was as tall as the giant doing the talking. The woman glanced at him, then turned to the SAS man. "Looks like they make them big here too, Jackson." Jackson snorted. "You must be Sam Reed, big as life and—" He looked at Sam's legs. "Still on your fucking feet, if they are your own feet down there." Sam folded his arms across his chest. "You're in our yard. You want to introduce yourself, or would you like me to show you the door?" Casey Franks came and stood in front of the other two hawks. She'd pulled on gloves with plating over the knuckles, and banged one fist into a palm, then placed her fists on her hips. Her glare made it clear she was itching to get in on the action. Alex put his hand on her shoulder and pulled her back a step. Then he looked at the three newcomers. 10 seconds. The woman folded her arms, her lips compressed defiantly. After 9 seconds, Alex turned away. "Sam, show them out." The smaller of the two men, smaller in that he only stood about 6'2", Matt noted, shook his head and stepped forward. "That'll be the pleasantries over with." He saluted casually and stuck out his hand. "Sergeant Reese Thompson, Special Air Service Regiment." Alex turned back. "Okay." He gripped Thompson's hand. Thompson nodded toward his colleagues. "The big lug is Corporal Barclay Jackson, also SAS, and the dangerous one doing all the talking is Rebecca Watchorn." He gave her a look that mixed humor with a warning. "Advisor and resident angry ant to boot." He turned back to Alex. "I was told we'd be expected." Matt snorted. "Watchorn? Not related to Margaret Watchorn?" "Margaret is my great-aunt," Rebecca said, keeping her eyes on Alex. "She told me to tell you that your Minoan is possible at best." Barclay Jackson's eyes continually moved between Alex and Sam. He was up on his toes. Sam angled his head toward him. "Something on your mind?" Sam took a step forward, and so did Jackson. They were both cut from the same mold, Matt thought, big, fit men who were trained to be lethal killers. "Yeah, there is," Jackson said. "You both deserve to have your arses kicked after that fucking stunt in Italy. But I reckon if I wipe the floor with you, the freak will jump me again." He motioned to Alex with his chin. "Kick my arse?" Sam drew out the English pronunciation, then snorted. "It's ass, you asshole. And you kick it? Not today, boy, and not ever." Alex laughed softly and nudged Sam. "Freak. Looks like they do know me after all. Bonding session over. Let's get down to it. What you got for us, Ms. Watchorn, gentlemen?" "You first," Rebecca said. "Go home." Alex turned to walk back to the map table. "Wait." Thompson let out an exasperated breath and looked at the woman. "You want to lay it out, or I swear you'll be on the next plane home." Rebecca's lips stayed compressed for a few seconds. Then, "Fuck it," she said. "By now you know we're dealing with Magira." Alex nodded. "We've heard the name, but as yet we don't know what it is exactly. Neither do the Turks." "Professor Kearns, we know you read the Minoan carved into the lower chambers. What did you make of it?" Rebecca tilted her head as she waited for Matt's reply. He shrugged. "It was strange, didn't make a lot of sense. Fear is risen again, children of Zeus, slayers of—" he grimaced. "Slayers of something, and then
Be forever locked in stone. Maghera will consume. That's all we could decipher, at least from the angles we had available to us. Rebecca nodded, as though only partially satisfied with his analysis. Okay then, let's lay out the facts and perhaps make some intuitive but educated leaps. She put her hands on her hips and began to pace. I think Emperor Constantine captured something in Sarmatia. Captured? Alex repeated, frowning. Yes, and it cost him over 1,000 dead soldiers. And what happened to them directly relates to what's happening now. She raised her eyebrows to Matt, who frowned and folded his arms. What? How do you know what happened? There's no record of it anywhere. Rebecca rolled her eyes. The world does not revolve around us in the West, much as we'd like to think so. Consider the Scythians or Sarmatians, Sauromachians, or however you want to pronounce them. They were a warlike race that flourished for around 800 years, an enormous stretch of time in a barbaric and violent world. And their territory was huge, from Iran to southern Russia, and even into the Balkans. Matt nodded. I agree. They weren't particularly advanced, but I think they might have had superior weaponry, or a weapon, which was what Constantine retrieved. Rebecca came and stood in front of him. Or something alive. And without it, they were nothing. There are historical records of the Sauromatians rising to power in the 5th century BC, and then abruptly crumbling around 300 AD, the time of Constantine's campaign. That's right, 334 AD to be exact, Matt said. She tilted her head. From the Codex, right? He nodded. And your proof? The bodies left behind. Russian archaeologists first found a reference to the fallen warriors of stone on pottery shards in Iran, which led them to the statues themselves. At first they thought they were the work of some great Roman sculptor, so great was the detail. They made China's terracotta warriors look like Pottery Barn knockoffs. They performed an MRI on the artifacts. Each soldier was perfect, down to eyelashes, scars, and even internal organs, all made of stone. No one's ever been able to explain them. Then the Russians did what they always do when they find something that's beyond them. They hide it away until an answer presents itself. So now they're all packed up and stored away in the basement of the State Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg. She shrugged. And forgotten. How do you know this? Alex asked. Margaret, my great-aunt, has been studying the Minoans all her life, Rebecca said. The language, the people, the culture. It was as beautiful as it was mystical. But what intrigued her most was the evidence of them turning up in odd places. Japan, Italy, the Middle East, Russia. The Minoan culture, the mightiest on earth in its day, collapsed and disappeared, seemingly without reason. Some of the remnant Minoans must have scattered, fled, or perhaps they were led away. To Sauromatia, Matt said softly. How did your aunt find them? Rebecca smiled. She used her detective skills and contacts, and something else we modern types hardly ever use anymore. Books. Alex grunted. I guess those statues were just an unexplained oddity, until now. Until something happened in the Basilica Cistern in Istanbul, Rebecca confirmed, where Emperor Constantine secreted or imprisoned Maghera, or its remains. You see, I don't think Janus Karesh stole what he found in there. I think he somehow freed it. Casey Franks scoffed. You reckon it was still alive after nearly 2,000 years? That's bullshit, babe. She tilted her head. What is it you do exactly, Ms. Watchorn?
Rebecca met Casey's flat stare. "I teach at Cambridge University, both evolutionary biology and anthropology, specializing in myths and pre-Christian religions. And yes, it's my belief that something came out of that urn, even after 2,000 years, that's not like us, or like any other living thing on this planet." Casey gave a hard laugh. "Something came out of the urn by itself? Really? I thought we were looking for a weapon." Rebecca shrugged. "It might be a weapon in the wrong hands." "Oh, for fuck's sake!" Casey turned away. "Let's hear her out," Matt said, his own mind buzzing. "After all, reptiles and some fish can hibernate for decades. Why not something unique hibernating for even longer?" Rebecca smiled at Matt. "Thank you. So let's back up a moment and talk about some historical events. You're up, Professor. Tell us what you know about Gorgons." "Gorgons? The three cursed sisters?" He looked at Alex, who nodded. "Ah, okay." He looked to the roof as he searched his memory. "Okay, let's see. The most famous Gorgon was Medusa, but she also had two sisters, Stheno and Euryale. All three were the daughters of the Titans, giant beings of immense strength, who were eventually overpowered by Zeus. Originally, the Gorgons were priestesses to the goddess of wisdom, Athena. However, Poseidon, the god of the sea, lusted after the beautiful Medusa. She repelled him, but he raped her inside Athena's temple, a huge insult to the goddess. He paced as he warmed to his subject. Athena blamed Medusa for Poseidon's act and for the defiling of her temple. Some legends say that Athena was jealous of Medusa's beauty. Anyway, she turned Medusa and her sisters into horrifying beasts with scaly skin, needle-like teeth, and dozens of coiling snakes for hair. In a final act of revenge, Athena made sure no man could ever look upon Medusa again. Anyone who did would be instantly turned to stone. "Right, that's the legend," Rebecca said. "Now let's imagine for a moment that it's not a legend. Let's analyze it based on the new evidence, as if it's a historical account." Alex raised his eyebrows. "Turn to stone." He turned to Sam. "Remember the reptile scale embedded in the wall of the deep chamber below the cistern?" "Fits, sort of." Sam nodded, picking up Matt's thread. "According to the legends, Medusa was killed by Perseus, who was given gifts by the gods to do so. Winged sandals, a helmet of invisibility, and Athena's own silver shield. Perseus avoided looking at Medusa directly by using the shield to see her reflection, and so didn't get turned to stone. He cut off her head and gave it as a gift to Athena, who placed it in the center of the protective shield on her armored breastplate." Rebecca looked impressed. "Very good, big guy. Brains and brawn." "The face of Medusa is still used today to ward off evil," Matt added. "Superstition," Alex said. Rebecca nodded. "Sure. Superstition, magic, myth. But if you take any myth back to its roots, you find the kernel of truth. There's always a genesis event, even if it changes and evolves over millennia. And I guarantee something like that created the myth of the Gorgons. We need to keep an open mind and use current technology to work it out." "Well, yesterday's magic is tomorrow's science," Matt said. "The Gorgon faces in the Basilica cistern, they were there to guard something, or to warn against something." "That's a big help," Casey scoffed. "Could they have made it any more fucking obscure? Why didn't they just write in big Roman letters, 'Stay the fuck away'?" "Well, obscure to us, but perhaps not to someone in 300 AD, Matt said. "Or maybe they wanted it to be obscure. Maybe Constantine didn't want anyone going looking for Maghera or finding it. Now we know why. Alex nodded. So Medusa was beheaded, but what happened to the other sisters? Matt shrugged. They vanished from the formal mythological record. There are vague references to them being scattered to the four corners of the world. There are ancient tales of snake-headed women in Japan, India, the Middle East, Russia, dozens of countries. And there's certainly evidence of Stone Man syndrome down the millennia too. Just bits and pieces, though. Rebecca pointed at Matt's chest. Think harder, Professor. We need to broaden our search. There might be clues we're failing to see. There's Aboriginal rock art in Australia showing images of snake-headed creatures dating back 40,000 years. But the earliest formally recorded information is in Crete. I still think that's the source. She began pacing again. You know, there are deep caves all through Greece and Crete, some displaying evidence of structures dating back many thousands of years, some even predating the Minoans. And there was evidence of habitation down there. As well as the usual artifacts, the archaeologists found things that they simply termed Cretan troglodytic anomalies. There was silence in the large hangar as Rebecca looked around the group. "Boo!" Casey Franks said, then burst into laughter as Matt jumped. "Something living there? Yeah, people. That's why they used to call them cavemen." "Not just people," Rebecca said coldly. "So what then?" Casey asked. Rebecca didn't answer. She just raised her eyebrows at Matt. He rubbed his chin. It sounded crazy, but he'd thought the Sasquatch was a myth until he'd come face to face with one on Black Mountain. If the Gorgons actually existed, surely they'd all be dead by now. Or in hibernation, Alex added, like whatever was in that bronze urn in Turkey. Rebecca nodded. Hibernation, waiting to be set free again. She tilted her head at Alex. So how about you guys let us in on what you have? Sam and Matt looked to Alex, who slowly shook his head. We don't know much more than you just told us, and the reason for that is no one does. The Turkish military and science teams are in the dark on this. We still haven't had access to all their autopsy records, but obtaining them is a priority. When we know how the creature is killing, we can work out how to defend ourselves against it. Rhys Thompson grunted. The Turks are the only ones on the ground, and so far their strategy seems to be to get out of its way. Alex nodded. Makes sense. Observe, gather data, identify weaknesses. But we can't let them continue with that strategy. Bottom line is, it's heading for Izmir, and we're not going to let it get there. Added to that, the Russians are on the ground, and now in front of us. He raised his eyebrows. Spetsnaz, and worse. Thompson winced. Rebecca threw her arms up. Great, so let me sum this up. We've got something called Maghera that might or might not be a weapon, or might not be a Gorgon, turning people to stone, and it's unstoppable. However, we're sitting on our hands over here, but the Russians have some sort of super hit squad already in there. Alex smiled. That's about it. Rebecca glared at him. Then we're stuffed. Casey Franks glared back. It's been beaten before, the prof said. Some guy cut its head off. I'm happy to provide that level of surgery myself, even without an invisible helmet. Her lips curled into a ruthless smile. Matt grinned. That's a helmet of invisibility, not an invisible... Oh, forget it. Look, it might not be that straightforward. Yes, Medusa was beheaded, but the Gorgons had different powers and tastes. Medusa turned you immediately to stone, but others like to torture their victims first, then eat their flesh, and others only appeared during a full moon. We don't know what Magira does specifically. We know we can't look at it directly, even electronically, Alex said. One of our technicians suffered some sort of seizure just by seeing its image remotely. That happens in the field, we're all dead. He began to turn away. We're not ready. Sam nodded. Agreed, we need more intel. Don't like the idea of dropping in and then fighting blind. Or even trying to fight a reflection, and then finding out that strategy doesn't work with Magira. Casey Franks snapped to attention, staring straight ahead. Officer on the floor. Colonel Jack Hammerson strolled toward them, and all the Hawks came to attention. Even the SAS soldiers, Thompson and Jackson, stood erect and saluted. At ease, people. Hammerson walked in between them, hands clasped behind his back. All good here? Sharing information, sir. Alex had a slight smile on his lips. Hammerson stopped in front of Sergeant Reese Thompson. Good, because it seems to me we've all got pieces of the same puzzle. At ease, soldier. Thompson dropped the salute. Sir, perhaps there are too many holes for it to all fit together just yet. Hammerson shook the SAS man's hand. Good to have you with us, even though it seems to have been a little forced. We'll try and keep up, sir, Thompson responded. You better do more than just try, soldier. Hammerson half smiled and turned to Jackson. He shook his hand, then stood in front of Rebecca. I was told we needed to join you so we could get this mission moving, she said. Seems all the movement is around in circles. You guys know less than we do. Pleased to meet you too, Ms. Watchorn. Hammerson smiled flatly and walked a few paces away from the group so he could take them all in. But Matt saw his eyes were on Rebecca as he spoke. So why don't you help us poor dumb Yanks out and tell us exactly what we're dealing with? Rebecca shook her head. No one knows, at least no one living today. Her eyes held a hint of mischief. But I bet a Centurion of the 5th cohort knew. The Codex, the second half. Matt shook his head. We don't have it. I know you don't, because we do. Chapter 20. Within 15 minutes they were all gathered in Hammerson's office, and the second page of the Codex was projected onto the large wall screen. Matt and Rebecca hunched over the parchment itself, a large magnifying glass between them. Matt nudged her. You can't read it, can you? Rebecca pursed her lips, then smiled. Just a word here and there. Margaret's not well. We could have spent days finding another translator, or... She shrugged. Or do the right thing and bring it to us. Matt smiled back. But how the hell did you get it? Not from Monty. Hammerson looked from Thompson to Sam from underneath lowered brows. That's what I'd like to know. Sam shook his head. Monty had nothing else. Believe me, if he did, he would have given it up. The SAS soldier grinned. Yeah, see, that's what happens when you blunder in and crap all over everything. You can miss the important stuff. Sam's jaw jutted, and Thompson snorted. He held up a hand to Sam's glare. Ease up, big fella. You were right, he gave you everything he had. But what he didn't tell you was where he got the Codex page, and what else he left behind. Mr. Gianfranco Rufino Monti happily informed us that he'd obtained the first page on the Greek black market and it seems the price for the second sheet was exorbitant, but he didn't think he needed it anyway. Rebecca folded her arms and paced towards Thompson. He felt he had enough information to confirm there was a high-value artifact to recover in Istanbul, and sent Koresh on his mission. She turned and nodded for her colleague to continue. That's about it. Thompson half smiled at the interruption. Monty just needed to be persuaded to tell us who the seller was. Sam folded tree-trunk-like arms. And let me guess, you guys went over there and splashed all that Euro funny money around. Nice to have deep pockets. Thompson smiled grimly. No money changed hands. Rebecca placed a hand on Thompson's shoulder. The sergeant can be very persuasive. She raised an eyebrow, and he wouldn't take no for an answer. Casey Franks winked. Yep, we know how that works. Hammerson folded his arms and turned to Matt and Rebecca, who had resumed her seat. Good. Now let's hear again from our Centurion friend. He's been waiting nearly 2,000 years to tell us something important. Sure, just need to make sure it all checks out okay. Matt used forceps to drag the first page of the codex across and align it with the second. The fibers lined up perfectly. He hunched over the parchment again with the magnifying glass. Looks good. The papyrus has the right amount of aluminum salts in the fibers. Also, the edges line up to form a single long roll. In my opinion, it's the real deal. He cleared his throat. Okay, here we go. It picks up with the blinded priests. Constantine dismounted, and his Praetorian guard formed up either side of him. I fell in behind along with Titus and Verinius. Sauromatia had been subdued, but there was one stronghold not yet fully under our control, the citadel in the center of the walled city. It was built of mud brick, strong and ancient. Several priests lay dead at its entrance. Others were kneeling, their empty eye sockets turned toward us, as though seeing without their orbs. They were of strange appearance. Their heads were shaven, and their skulls heavily tattooed with raised markings that gave the appearance of blue ropes constantly coiling across their heads. These men were fanatics, and some had gone so far as to nail themselves to the stout wooden door to the temple. Andronicus, a centurion charged with taking the city, stood bloody and weary, but his eyes still burned with the fury of war. No one has yet entered, my emperor. Caesar placed a hand on his filthy shoulder. Such was this great man, never fearing the grime of battle. He looked into Andronicus's face. The priests, have they spoken? Yes, sire. They say they will die before standing aside. Constantine looked over the wretched beings. Not this day. Free those men nailed there. He then motioned to the translators. Tell them we are the mightiest power in the world, and we will enter their temple. Tell them Sauromatia has fallen and they are alone. We will care for them now. All will be treated with respect. The three translators conferred, as if deciding on the right words. One of them spoke to the priests. The tongue was harsh and grating, spitting words like sharp chips of stone. Many of the priests began to wail. Others simply fell forward and rubbed their faces into the dirt. But there was one, taller than the rest, who stood at the very center of the massive door, his chin up, his black eye sockets trained on Constantine. His own words poured forth, and the translators listened and responded, seeming to rebuke him. Speak! Constantine's word cut the air and made the translators cringe. Tell me what he says, all of it. The three men looked pained. At last one swallowed and then spoke. His name is Hemla, the chief priest. He says they do not fear you or us or death. He says your power is nothing but a blink of the eye, and Caesar is a flea compared to their mistress. They fear you not,
but they do fear for mankind if she is freed." "She?" Constantine looked from his translators to the priest. "Maghera?" Hemla's lips became thin, and then he nodded. Constantine looked up at the sky. Crows wheeled above us, cawing impatiently, waiting to feed on the mounds of dead throughout the city. Our emperor exhaled. "Tell them they are free. Tell them to stand aside and no one will be hurt. Maghera is now the property of Rome." The tall priest responded in the lingua latina. Matt looked up at Hammerson, gauging his understanding. "Latin, I get it." The Hawk commander waved him on. "Your property? No, your curse," Hemla said. "If you have gods and fear them, you know what becomes of mortals who defy them. Enter if you wish, Caesar, but do so knowing that man is a bug before the Gorgos." Constantine pointed at the door, and its single long bolt as thick as a man's leg. "Open it." One of his generals, Titus, stepped in front of him. "My emperor, let me enter first." Constantine looked as if he were about to object, but he glanced back to me, and I nodded. It would not be brave but foolish for our emperor to enter an unknown place. The great bolt was drawn back, and Titus covered his lower face as a draught of humid air escaped. Those nearby also covered their faces, such was the stench. Hemla sucked in the air, his hollowed face rapturous. "The scent of a god." Titus coughed. "The scent of death." He drew his sword and crouched down to see past the thick walls of stone bordering the doorframe. He called over his shoulder for a flame. A burning torch was handed to him, and he glanced back once before ducking under the heavy lintel. We waited several long minutes for him to reappear. Just as our patience was stretching, there came a coughing sound from the doorway. A figure stepped out. Titus, but not the Titus who had entered only minutes before. His face and entire being were pale, not with illness or fear, but something worse. He staggered painfully toward us, staring, but not seeming to see. His mouth opened, but no words came. Instead, he uttered a gurgling sound, followed by a rush of liquid stone. I was first to him, placing an arm around his shoulders. To my shame, I recoiled, for I did not touch flesh and blood, but skin as hard and cold as a column of stone. While we watched, his paleness became absolute, and even his dark eyes frosted over to a milky whiteness. Now, down on all fours, he raised his face to our emperor one last time, his face twisted in hellish agony. And then he froze. We did too, in horrified silence, as mute as Titus, now turned to stone. Our eyes lifted to the door of the citadel, and we waited, expecting some monster to emerge. Bit by bit, the world crept back, a tiny whisper of wind rustling a standard banner, a crow calling high overhead, the snorting of a horse. Constantine breathed out the first words. "Those who behold the Gorgos will be forever imprisoned in stone." A new sound began, small at first, but rising. The tall priest, Hemla, was laughing, but there was no humor in it. He spoke again in our tongue. "She will lay waste to all of you." Titus's body was wrapped in a rug and removed. Constantine ordered that no one was to speak of him to the men. Next he had his Praetorian guard line up before the door. Each soldier was half a head taller than any normal man, his iron-hard body encased in gleaming armor.
All stared into the dark doorway, waiting for the word. Constantine stood before the priest and placed his hand on the man's shoulders. He looked deep into the dark eye sockets. "She comes with us, or she burns." Hemla shook his head. "You cannot kill her. You cannot take her. She needs us. She has promised to take us all to heaven in her golden chariot." Constantine narrowed his eyes. "Where she goes, you go. You may continue to serve her." Hemla remained silent, and Constantine leaned in closer. "I did not come here to kill her. Tell us how to save her." Hemla's head turned to the open doorway. "Kill her? She and her kind have walked this world since before we men rose from the dust. She will be here long after we and all our kind are food for the worms." He turned back to Constantine. "But without the warriors to serve us, we cannot serve her. We must go with you." Constantine nodded. "Good man. Now tell us how the mighty Megaera can be controlled." "With words, not swords. You must sing to her." Matt sat back. "This is it." Hammerson's forehead creased. "Huh? Sing to her? What the hell does that mean?" Matt found his place and continued reading. Hemla began to sing in a language that was like nothing any of us had ever heard. It was not beautiful nor lyrical, more like the sibilant hissing of a serpent. Still singing, the tall priest entered the citadel and bade Constantine to follow. Against my advice, he entered the dark doorway, and I, along with his guards, rushed to follow. The only light inside the large domed room came from the sputtering torch dropped by Titus. In the gloom I could make out a large throne, upon which a lone figure sat. It was tall, taller than the biggest man in our entire army. I have faced death a dozen times on this campaign alone, but in the presence of this thing I felt my knees weaken and an illness boil in my belly. Thankfully it seemed to sleep, and I pulled all my courage together and stepped closer. What at first I took to be a crown was a mass of thick, sightless worms, each with a mouth of its own, continually opening and closing as if tasting the air. No, tasting us. The face was scaled, and though it had features, they were not at all like our own. There were 2 eyes, closed thankfully, and a double slit for a nose, which flapped open as breath rushed in and out. The mouth, slightly open, was a circle of gristle, like a single lip, and inside rows of needle-like teeth were just visible. Even our mighty Caesar was sickened by the sight. I half turned to him, not wishing to look away entirely, lest the creature spring to life in that moment. I whispered my words. "Kill this foul thing now." Hemla had continued to sing softly, but on hearing my words he stopped and turned his sightless face toward me. "Kill Megaera? You could not. The Gorgos cannot be cut or burned or drowned. She lifts herself from the ashes, reassembles herself from the blade, and rises again, more powerful and vengeful than ever. She is truly a god." Caesar's features were drawn in disgust. "Maybe it is a god to some, and perhaps it knows of other gods." Megaera shifted, and Hemla began to sing again. Caesar turned away. "If the thing wakes, its gaze will kill us." He spoke to his guard. "Bind it, cover its head." And so Megaera became Emperor Constantine's possession, burden, and curse. The priests sang to it constantly, taking turns to keep the creature in a stupor. The long journey home took many months, and we lost many men, not by sword or ambush or misadventure, but by a sickness that affected us all and seemed to suck the life from us. Some woke with a rash that eventually opened and ran with black blood. Others shrank down to their bones, no matter how much they ate, and others went mad, biting at their fellow soldiers. It was as if Maghera drew our souls from our bodies. When Constantine asked where the being had come from, Hemla pointed skyward. Celestis, he said, then Creta. She came from Celestis to live in the caverns of Zusa. Matt sat back and rubbed his hands through his hair. Celestis, heaven, and they lost 5,000 men on their march home. Rebecca frowned. Sounds like some sort of virus or transmitted disease. Or something from Maghera, Alex said. Something it radiates. Matt ran his eyes down the rest of the scroll. That's pretty much it. A bit more about the arduous trip home, and then it ends. Hammerson exhaled. Let's see what we've got. Constantine captured this Maghera nearly 2,000 years ago. He brings it back to Constantinople, now Istanbul, and hides it deep under the basilica cistern. Janus Koresh somehow wakes it up, sets it free, and now it's stalking the Turkish landscape and turning anything in its path into stone. Hammerson placed one hand on his forehead. I feel nuts just saying that out loud. I can't take that to the brass. Matt shook his head. Amazing. The legend of the Gorgon. Not a legend at all. They're freaking real. He rubbed his face. The song must have hypnotized it. You know, the same way you can hypnotize snakes. I've seen it. But we don't know the words or the tune, Sam said, folding his massive arms. Alex paced toward the screen. No, but we do have a place to start. Creta is Crete, right? He turned to Matt. Okay, Brains, where are the caverns of Zusa? Matt snorted. That's an easy one. He pulled up a map on the wall screen and started to drill down toward Greece. The caves of Zeus are part of a large system excavated in Crete in 1886 on the Lassithi Plateau. Today we refer to them as the Psychro Caves. There are signs of human visitation there dating back tens of thousands of years. And they're deep, Rebecca added. Mostly explored, but there are collapsed passages that are now closed off to the public. A lot of relics were taken from the caves in the late 1800s. There might be some clues there. Collapsed passageways, Alex repeated. Maybe there's evidence of this thing still down there somewhere, buried. Who knows how old Maghera is. If it had already been alive for a long time when Constantine came across it, it must operate on a different chronological plane to us. Matt nodded. Remember the words scratched into the wall? They were Minoan, and the Minoans were established as a great race at least 5,000 years ago. He looked around at the others, excited. You know, it all actually fits. The first people in Crete were Neolithic. Then came the Minoans, who worshipped cave deities. Maybe the priest in the Codex was singing in Minoan. I mean, it was a dead language even by the time of Constantine. I can't believe I'm saying this, Sam said slowly, but maybe it truly is an immortal. Matt got to his feet and started pacing. Okay, stay with me here, but how about a wild theory? When Hemla was asked where Maghera came from, he pointed skyward and said, Celestis. Sam groaned, but Matt waved him to silence. Did he mean heaven? Olympus? Maybe. Certainly fits with Greek mythology. But what if he meant something more than that? What if he meant somewhere higher, much higher, like the stars. Sam covered his face with his hands and shook his head. He spoke from between his fingers. Yeah, maybe it's a Klingon. Rebecca rolled her eyes at Matt. Don't you dare go there, Professor. Alex held up his hand. All theories are worthwhile right now. Go on, Matt. Matt smiled and shrugged. There's no such thing as immortality on Earth. Hammerson folded his arms. I'm not convinced. Sure, the priest pointing skyward is interesting, but not even mildly conclusive. Even I know that to the ancient Greeks, Olympus was up in the stars. But Hemla wasn't a Greek, Matt said. And there's more that points towards something other than a Greek legend. The gods of the Minoans were mostly women. They had goddesses for fertility, the harvest, animals, the city, the household, and one we should be most interested in, the underworld. Matt looked around the group. A serpent goddess. Rebecca tilted her head back and scoffed. Interesting, Professor, but not science. I can tell you right now that most mythological-based religions, the Greeks, Romans, Cretans, Egyptians, Vikings, involved an axis mundi, a heavenly cosmic center. No one stepped out of a flying saucer. Alex switched off the wall screen. Well, I think we've got all we're going to get from the Codex. I'm not convinced this thing is from anywhere other than right here on Earth. He looked at Matt. I do, however, think it could be some sort of creature not seen for thousands of years. Perhaps it's just come out of hibernation or was reanimated somehow. Sounds strange, but we've dealt with plenty of strange stuff before. Hammerson nodded, smiling grimly. Everything points to this Megira thing being the genesis for the Gorgon myth, Alex continued. Not sure how that helps us, if at all, but at least it's given us somewhere to start. Now it's time to fill in the blanks and find some way to take it out. Matt stepped forward, about to speak, then stopped. Well, go on, spit it out, son, Hammerson said. Matt cleared his throat. It's just, before we try and kill it, we need to consider that this thing or being or whatever it is has to have intelligence. I'm convinced we could communicate with it first, maybe even instead of killing it. Hammerson glared. Really? So far, anyone who's got close enough to say how you doing gets turned to goddamn stone. Last I checked, communication was a two-way street. So far, Megira's only form of communication is death. Sam smiled without humor. Maybe after sleeping for nearly 2,000 years, it just woke up in a bad mood. Matt rolled his eyes. Just promise me one thing. If we can work out the words or song or whatever the priests used to subdue it, you'll give us a chance to try it? Alex's voice was unyielding. No. Matt turned to Hammerson. Colonel, not every problem has a military solution. Just keep it in mind. Hammerson was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Gentlemen, never hurts to have more options than we need. But just so we're all clear, the primary option is termination. Alex and Sam nodded, and Matt half bowed. That'll do, thank you. One more thing, Professor Kearns. Hammerson's eyes were unblinking. In my experience, every problem does have a military solution. He went to the phone on his desk and began punching in numbers. I'll get your rides fueled up. Professor Kearns and Ms. Watchorn, you'll be going to Crete to look for clues among the recovered artifacts, and also to scope out the Psychro caves. Thompson, you're going with them. Hunter, you'll take Reed, Franks, and our other guest into Turkey to stand in front of Megira.
Put your team together and be on the pad and ready to go in an hour." He paused and looked at Alex. "Don't forget that you'll probably have Borshov at your back. Dismissed." At the mention of the Russian's name, Matt saw Alex's face change, as if suddenly there was someone else looking out through his eyes. Matt recognized the look. Up in Canada once, he'd seen two huge wolves face off over a deer carcass. Before they tore each other to shreds, there was a look that passed between them. Unblinking, focused, and without fear. Then the two massive bodies had hurled themselves together in a brutal fight to the death. "These guys are a different species, all right," he thought. He was glad he was going to Crete. Chapter 21. Alex and Sam led Corporal Barclay Jackson, Casey Franks, and Hawks Ben Rogers and Steve D.K. Dankirk to the secure elevator that would take them down to the R&D facility several stories below the U.S. Stratcom base. Even though the elevator could operationally accommodate 10, it would be filled by the bulk of these 6. "Form up," Alex ordered, and they came to attention. Alex walked along the line, looking each soldier in the face. He stopped in front of Casey Franks. He knew and trusted her, and had been in the field with her before. She'd leap into a furnace if he asked her to. At 5'9", she was half a head smaller than most Hawks, but he knew that under her suit she was all gristle, corded muscle, and tattoos, and she could fight like the devil itself. Alex nodded to her. "Franks?" "Sir." Her eyes slid briefly to meet